Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Full-Time Mage. Start by getting the White Tiger Pendant. Chapter 31. Seeing this scene, Lu Mei was pleasantly surprised. The second curse system is not bad. It has amazing lethality at the early stage and mid-level. It is hard to guard against. It is also a powerful control skill that you lack. Lu Jun smiled and nodded, feeling the two stars of the mind and the curse in his heart, and the spiritual thoughts seemed to become tangible things, awakening some strange abilities. But he had to grope slowly later, and he probably guessed that it was nothing more than spiritual power cultivation base. What his sister said, "I don't know how to improve the unpopular magic system," is not a problem at all in his opinion. Because no one knows magic better than him. Space, summon, sound, chaos, of dimensional magic, mind of white magic and curse of black magic all depend on the level of spirit. It is divided into 9 realms, from 1 realm to 9 realms. The bonuses given to magic by the first 3 realms are equivalent to spirit seeds, the middle 3 realms are equivalent to soul seeds, and the last 3 great realms are even more invincible. So as long as Lu Jun's mental state is improved, the 2 departments can enjoy the bonus at the same time, saving worry and trouble. At that time, he can achieve the middle level or even high level effects of others with a single mind curse magic. It just so happens that this is the advantage of being born with 2 elements. If you have more magic elements, your mental strength is naturally twice that of others. Lu Jun's current spiritual power is infinitely close to the first level, and when the water system breaks through to the middle level, he will step into the first level of spiritual power. Even so, in the original book, he remembered that Mo Fan's spiritual power was only at the end of the second level until he reached the high level of the dual system, so it seemed simple, but it was actually quite difficult. In the year and a half after the second year of high school, Lu Jun didn't plan to focus on the 2 departments of spiritual curse. If he can master elementary magic skillfully, he can only reach the 3rd level. In the rest of the time, he needs to control the middle-level stars of the gold system, and he still has half a year to break through the middle-level water system, and then control the stars again. The time is very tight. After Lu Jun awakened, he stepped out of the Yinmao building, and the 2 returned home with a smile on their faces. As everyone knows, not long after they left, Mo Fan, who was aliased as Fan Mo, walked into the hall of the Monster Hunting Alliance on the 1st floor, and began to look for the city's monster hunting team to join, a little earlier than the original timeline. Seeing the gap, Mo Fan is going to catch up. In the end, without accident, he still entered Keisheng's team. At the same time, he heard the great names of the siblings Lu Mei and Lu Jun, and the pressure increased again. Lu Jun didn't know about this. He spent the rest of his winter vacation in controlling the gold-type planetesimals. Before returning to school, he barely completed the connection of the 2 star tracks, and there are still 5 more to draw the star map. During this period, he also took a certain amount of time to control the newly awakened mind and curse. Due to his rich experience and improved mental consciousness, he may be able to release elementary magic in a month or 2. At that time, Jun Lu will have 5 skills and his means will become richer. As soon as Lu Jun stepped into the top class, the class that had been noisy outside suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at him coming in with strange eyes. He was slightly stunned, ignored it, sat down calmly, and immediately Mo Fan came over and said, "Old Lu, you're hiding so much. To be honest, what's your cultivation level now?" "Normally, I'm my sister who bought a magic tool." Lu Jun was vague and asked instead, "Where's Zhang Xiaohu?" "Hey." Mo Fan sighed, pouted his lips to signal to look aside, and said, "I'm making out with my girlfriend over there." Hearing this, Lu Jun saw Zhang Xiaohu chatting happily with Hiyu in the distance, and secretly thought in his heart that he had returned to the original track, wishing him happiness. Mo Fan said with great regret, "You guys eat soft food and value over friends." The iron triangle fell apart. "Come on, the iron triangle never existed." Seeing this, Lu Jun curled his lips and said, "You and your sister are free. Who will add your light bulb?" Afterwards, many students were curious and wanted to ask him about his situation. Some of them had ulterior motives, which annoyed him so much that they simply applied to the school for self-study at home. Fortunately, Principal Zhu knew that his cultivation was not simple, and he had a special policy for special talents, so he decisively approved it. He just reminded him to return to school a few months before the college entrance examination, and strive to win a world-class university. In this way, under the envious eyes of the class, Lu Jun just came and left with his school bag on his back a few days ago. From then on, he became an enduring legend in Tianlin High School, and as his reputation grew in the future, he became more and more outrageous. Back home, Lu Mei asked strangely, "Why are you back?" Lu Jun stared at him in silence. The table in the living room was filled with delicious food. The dishes were rich, such as Buddha jumping over the wall, roast goose, Boston lobster, tomahawk steak. He put down his school bag and sighed. "When I'm at home, I just cook noodles for convenience. When I'm not at home, you can order big fish and meat, right? It makes me sad." "Don't be angry." My sister smiled awkwardly, and hurriedly greeted, "Sit down and eat together." It is said that Lu Jun's forehead support is really something that his own sister can do. He turned his grief and anger into appetite, and he ate heartily. He has to say that the appetite of a master is indeed much larger than that of ordinary people, and the amount of exercise in hunting monsters lies in this. For the next 2 months or so, Lu Jun devoted himself to controlling Xingzi. He hadn't mastered the middle-level magic of the gold system, but he could already release the first-level magic of mind and curse. After mastering the new magic, Lu Jun also started experimenting enthusiastically. First of all, it was the first level of the mind, which had no power but only auxiliary abilities Ling Yi comfort. In the living room, he drew a transparent star trail, his eyes were bright, and a layer of translucent ripples emanated from his forehead, submerging the experiment sister. During this period, Lu Jun's thoughts were strange, as if he had touched the hard lake that was rising and falling in front of him, and could vaguely perceive the emotions of the other party. As his thoughts passed by, it seemed to smooth the wrinkles on the hard lake and become crystal clear and calm like a mirror. After he cast the spell, he saw that the wind was calm, so he couldn't help asking Lu Mei how he felt. Here he followed a certain intuition, kept silent, and transmitted information entirely by his mind. Unexpectedly, a voice came directly from Lu Mei's heart. "How do you feel now?" My sister came back to her senses slightly. Her mood finally fluctuated, but her tone was still flat and said, "I was very nervous to be treated as an experimenter, but when you release the magic, you become relaxed, without thinking or feeling, and nothing else, other feelings." "Wait, can you really hear my voice?" Lu Jun was incredulous at first, and then fell into deep thought. It was indeed in line with the situation of the elementary magic of the mind system, but this kind of wanton manipulation of the other party's emotions was still extremely terrifying, and he felt like dominating everything. What's more, the elementary magic is all trivial. What makes him feel miraculous is that he seems to have really awakened superpowers, and he can transmit voices to people through the air. In the East, this is his mind of Buddhism, and in the West, it is the spiritual masters, psionic. The holy karaoke links everyone. Lu Mei on the side seemed to have just recovered, her mood fluctuated violently, her expression was full of surprise, and she was surprised by the magic of the psychic department. The more Lu Jun studied the psychic system, the more he made new discoveries. This idea is actually the most direct manifestation of spiritual cultivation. It cooperates with the ability of psychic stardust to point out various passive abilities. For example, his mind is only the most basic. He recently slayed monsters in the gold system and found that his perception is very keen and his sixth sense is outstanding. Almost like the mind's eye in the legend of swordsmanship, or the sincerity of martial arts can be known in advance, Chu Chan is aware before leaving, and the combat effectiveness and survivability are greatly improved. And the first level ripples of the soul may not be strong, but at the second level mind shock, it becomes extremely terrifying. The principle is the same as before. Using his mind to detect other people's hard lake, the former appeases, the latter fiddles, arouses turbulent waves and interrupts the other party's attention, making it impossible for the intermediate level to cast magic. At the first level 3 wall of mind, you can build a high wall on the lake of mind of yourself and your teammates to resist the erosion of external spiritual ideas. Overall very useful. Of course, the concept of the soul lake was summed up by Lu Jun through spellcasting, and it probably corresponds to the mysterious area of the mage's spiritual world. There is a reason derived from this. If a mage has a very high level of cultivation, then the hard lake will also be vast and boundless, and the initial level of magic will need to pay more consumption, and it may even turn into a ray of breeze in front of the sea. Nothing works. Therefore, spiritual masters are taboo against people with high spiritual realms. Lu Jun thinks that there is no need to worry about those below the high level. Just look at Mo Fan's situation. The high level of dual elements is only at the end of the second stage, so let's use his strength to play around with the same level. After a while, he experimented with curse system elementary magic again, and immediately felt the difference. It was still the spiritual force that penetrated into the cursed stardust to control the star, like a converter, inputting ideas and outputting another strange power. The subject of this experiment is still Lu Mei, but he must be able to control the power. Level 1 Haze of Fear Palpitation. Lu Jun's eyes turned black and red, and he exuded an ominous aura. Seeing this, Lu Mei was in a trance, her eyes were dark, and she vaguely saw a pair of blood-red eyes staring at her younger brother's head, high above, full of bloodlust. The next moment, her heartbeat quickened, her breathing became short of breath, her body was stiff and tense, she was sweating profusely, and her heart twitched. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lu Jun felt that the hard lake in front of him was about to overturn, so he quickly used the first-level magic to soothe his mind, and a breeze blew by, and his sister's emotions turned to another extreme, and her heart was like still water. Not long after, the magic effect faded, Lu Mei gasped, her plump body collapsed on the killing sofa, her eyes turned white, she was dripping with sweat, from extreme fear to extreme tranquility, her spirit was extremely exhausted, and she looked like she had been spoiled by playing. Seeing this scene, Lu Jun was a little flustered, turned around and wanted to flee the scene, and ended up making his sister like this. Lu, Xiao, Jun, stop for me. Sure enough, the figure of his sister gnashing his teeth came from behind him, and then he felt a strong wind on his back, a soft impact hit him, and his body fell to the ground, his whole body was wrapped in cotton and he couldn't move. Lu Mei directly swooped and tripped her younger brother, a pair of straight and round big white legs clamped around her waist, her jade arms wrapped around her neck, her limbs were tightly entangled like an octopus, her jade hands pinched both sides of Lu Jun's cheeks and pulled. Sister Yu's pleasant and magnetic voice of anger echoed in her ears. Your boy said you have good control, what's going on now? Lu Jun's brain waved, he couldn't turn his head, almost suffocated, he could only whimper and say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Accidentally, Lu Mei ravished her younger brother to ease the fear just now. To tell the truth, if an ordinary person, under the haze of cursed magic fear and palpitations, would die suddenly from a heart attack, it would be a rare skill to have both control and killing. The siblings were wrestling and playing in the living room. Gradually, Lu Jun's expression became strange, and he heard the moist breath from his sister's mouth, and more importantly, even through a layer of clothes, he could still feel the slippery and flexible touch due to the sweat. When he thought of his sister's plump body pressing on him, his blood surged up, and he blushed and said in a low voice, Sister, get up quickly. What's the matter, you're still rebellious. Lu Mei was unhappy at first, then looked down and saw her younger brother's slightly red ears, suddenly realized something, let go of her jade arms, straightened up, lifted her black hair from her temples, and said with a charming smile, oh, so it is shy. Lu Jun raised his head below. From this angle, his sister has a broad mind, a beautiful face, and a charming aura. He couldn't help swallowing. What are you afraid of? It's not like we didn't take a bath together when we were young. She patted Lu Jun's butt with a smile, stood up gracefully, stretched generously and said, forget it, you made me sticky all over, I'll go wash up first. After all, Lu Mei ignored her younger brother and turned to go into the bathroom. As soon as the door was closed, she leaned against the door and covered her chest, her face flushed, her mind kept recalling the strong hormonal smell just now, and the sense of security brought by Lu Jun's heroic back view of killing monsters in the past. After thinking wildly for a while, she cursed herself for what she was thinking, and turned on the shower to wash up. In the living room, Lu Jun was also in a daze for a while, got up and sat on the sofa, trying to concentrate and meditate, but he couldn't calm down no matter what. As a last resort, he took control of Xingzi and gave himself a first-level spiritual magic soothing. Immediately, Lu Jun felt a kind of coolness falling from the sky, as if a basin of cold water had been broken, and his blood flow went down, just like a sage, his heart is as calm as water. He began to think back to the perception of using the mind and curse magic just now, and looked inside the spiritual world. The two small pieces of black and red and transparent stardust were close to each other, slightly dim. It turns out that the curse of the soul has two sides in one body. They both start from the soul. The former does not harm the body, while the latter harms the body. From this, there is a difference between white magic and black magic. Lu Jun is thoughtful. Mind and curse are the only two types of black and white magic that require spiritual cultivation, and there must be some kind of connection somewhere. If this connection is grasped, maybe the two elements can be superimposed to form fusion magic, and the magic energy in the stardust can be shared. Then Lu Jun started to practice, and he found that the power of the psychic system can indeed effectively strengthen the curse. If Lingyi is promoted to the second level, the psychic shock is mixed with the curse, and it is absolutely impossible to guard against. This is also conducive to hiding his natural dual elements, the transparent color of his mind, and the influence is invisible. Even if he uses a cursed obvious cover, others will not be able to see it. No matter how bad it is, I thought it was some kind of psychic magic tool. From now on, his second intermediate line is curse. Of course, after the two reach the middle level, the roots are quite different, and the starting point is the same and they go to different directions. Lu Jun nodded in satisfaction. Based on the undefeated one-on-one fight in his heart, all beings are equal, 50-50, the curse controls the damage, effectively making up for his own means, and the curse's damage is different from the metal-type entity physics, which is weird and different. The four magics deal with different situation. Time flies, a year has passed. In the second semester of the second year of high school and the first semester of the third year of high school, Lu Jun was secretly cultivating at home, controlling the stars, and breaking through the realm. The two of them tacitly did not mention the little episode between the siblings before, but they both left some traces in each other's hearts. His age has also reached the virtual age of 18, which is barely considered an adult. During this period of time, Lu Jun has already mastered all the star charts of the middle-level gold-type magic imperial weapon, and the elementary magic Lingyi and Haze of Fear of the mind type and curse type have also been cultivated to the third level. The effects of Lingyi's third level are different. He has already understood it before, but the Haze of Fear has always continued the damage from the soul touching the body. The second level is Shadow and the third level is Nightmare. The so-called Shadow manifests the characteristics of the curse to the extreme. After hitting the Haze of Fear, the enemy will leave a shadow, which has been entangled for a long time. From time to time, he will be frightened when he sees those red eyes. Compared with the first level palpitations, which only take effect once, the second level shadows can take effect many times, and each time is more severe, and ordinary people are almost certain to die. They can survive one heart attack, but not 2 or 3 times. Mage is a little better, but it often takes more than 10 days for the effect to fade. Imagine that in the milliseconds of battle, you are marked with Haze of Fear, and you focus on controlling Xingzi, and the red eye suddenly jumps out to interrupt you. That was disgusting. Level 3 nightmares go one step further, constantly peeking at your inner flaws, and suddenly appearing from your most fearful memory. If you don't handle it well, you will fall into a sluggishness for 2 or 3 seconds during the battle, immersed in a nightmare. Therefore, the curse mage has to fight slowly, weaving traps during the battle, making people fall into the tricks unknowingly, and it will be difficult to recover when they wake up. In addition, Lu Jun had experimented with monsters during the summer vacation, and unexpectedly found that the effect was better. A Haze of Fear stared, and the servant-level monster's heart twitched, and it froze for a second or two. The above did not take him too much time. The white tiger pendant nourished, and the efficiency of the middle-level mage's cultivation improved, and it was completed in just 8 months. In the remaining 4 months, Lu Jun's water system has finally reached the breaking point after wearing it down. Crash. In the courtyard, Lu Jun sat cross-legged with several azure water streams circling around him. The thick water vapor in the air gathered, and the faint sound of tides came from his body. In the spiritual world, the Platinum Nebula occupies the center, and there is a blue light cluster next to it. The 7 planetesimals in it are spinning rapidly, forming an azure blue vortex, and layers of waves rush to kill the light film. Metal is rigid and vigorous, while water is soft, water dripping through stone. Finally, with a pop, the azure light film shattered, and a mighty azure light rushed out, quickly occupying a large area, expanding 7 or 8 times, and 49 blue stars were born. Water System Intermediate Nebula Breakthrough. At the same time, Lu Jun closed his eyes and felt the growth of his spiritual thoughts. The range of spiritual perception was extended, and his spiritual realm had officially reached a level. Inside the house, Sister Lu Mei seemed to have noticed something, walked out with a gentle smile and said, "The water system is at the middle level." Lu Jun opened his eyes and was quite excited. There are only half a year left before the disaster in Bo City. Regardless of the calm weather recently, it is actually the prelude to the storm. The goal of Dual System Intermediate Level 1 and Dual System Elementary Level 3 has been achieved, and the safety has been greatly improved. The rest of the second semester of the third year of high school is enough for Lu Jun to master the middle-level magic of the water system. There's still some time left in the holiday. Let's go to Shanghai to buy spiritual seeds. He came back to his senses and smiled at his elder sister Lu Mei. This year is not only his rapid progress, Lu Mei is watered by him, backed by strong capital, luxurious use of nebula magic weapon and special wind at the same time attribute magic weapon. The effect of the latter is similar to that of the nebula magic tool, but it only improves a certain element and can be superimposed on each other. Now Lu Mei has an intermediate level 3 level wind system, an intermediate level 2 level rock system, and a top-level figure below the high price. Once equipped with spirit seeds, Lu Jun doubts that he can single-handedly challenge the monsters with 2 warriors. Probably a little worse than Tangyu. This person has already tried to break through the high price. But Tangyu is 2 or 3 years older than her sister. Spiritual species. Lu Mei was taken aback for a moment, but also nodded expectantly and said, "Okay, the accumulation of funds in a year is also 25 million, but unfortunately I haven't met the warrior class this year. If I get 40 million maybe we can all get the spirit seed." To tell the truth, she didn't even dare to think about such a thing before. She felt that the intermediate level in this life was over. Unexpectedly, her younger brother's gold tie would take her off, and the seniors could look forward to it. "Let's go here." Lu Mei tidied up her clothes and hurriedly urged that the middle-level resources in this small city of Bo City were almost at their peak, whether it was the one-eyed magic wolf group in the wild or the magic association itself. Only the world-class metropolis is rich in resources, covering everything below the forbidden spell. As long as you have money, you can buy spiritual seeds, and there are many top-quality ones. The magic capital is still a little far from Bo City. The siblings first went to Xiamen, the nearest city, and then took the train. In the magic world, the city has a special barrier to operate. Otherwise, when monsters attack, they will be canned human flesh. They stayed in the bustling city hotel for one night, and then went to the auction house recommended by the Magic Association, without having to find a way. This is the benefit of Lu Jun and his 2 years of hunting monsters for 2 years, dealing with the connection established between the material spirit and some large organizations, such as the Monster Hunting Alliance and the Magic Association. The former, they all have the certificates of senior demon hunters, and the latter are VIPs. Lu Jun didn't go to the auction house with his sister. Anyway, she was the one who chose the spirit seed, and she devoted herself to controlling the water nebula, which had just been promoted to the middle level, in the hotel. About 7 or 8 hours later, Lu Mei came back, holding a cold machine-like mana box in her hand, filled with spiritual seeds, smiling like a flower, and walking with a bit of joy. Seeing this, Lu Jun scratched his head and smiled. What kind of spiritual seed did you buy?" He didn't feel jealous or feel that he was at a disadvantage. They were all a family, and after a year or 2, he would earn back together, and he would also be able to have a spiritual seed. Not to mention being admitted to the school. With his strength, he can be assigned spirit seed fragments every once in a while, and 10 spirit seed fragments can be easily fused into water-type spirit seeds. Lu Mei showed a mysterious smile, and said, "Guess." "I can't guess." Lu Jun was speechless, and opened the magic energy box directly. Suddenly, a majestic water vapor rushed out of it, filling the whole room instantly, and shining with blue light. "This is a water-type spiritual species." Lu Jun was taken aback, looked up at his sister, and found that her bright smile was so beautiful under the blue light. He understood in an instant, and stared at Lu Mei blankly, as if a stone was blocked in his heart. He wanted to speak but couldn't speak. "Hey. You can just buy yours, there's no need to surprise me." After a while, Lu Jun supported his forehead with one hand and said, maybe he didn't even notice that his voice was a little hoarse. Lu Mei said softly, you need the water-type spiritual species more. Although I don't know what has been chasing you in the past 3 years and made you so anxious, is it because of the new magic gold system? I don't know, but I think the strength should be it can give you a sense of security. Lu Jun's thoughts were racing and his heart was surging. Even if he had 1,000 words, he couldn't express it. He used to run around the field of fame and fortune alone, and all he got was his own. Now he believes that some things are more important than others. At the side, Lu Mei urged, hurry up and refine this spirit seed. I spent 23 million to photograph the top quality water-type spirit seed. It's called Tide. Hearing this, Lu Jun calmed down. He didn't say too much, and kept his feelings in his heart. However, the price of this water-type spirit seed is beyond his expectations. It looks flawless, but it is very cheap. It should be known that Mo Fan's future lightning-type thunder seed 1000 Jun will cost 28 million. He probably guessed the reason. First, the magic capital is on the coast, close to Japan, and the water system resources are too rich. Second, the thunder system is relatively rare, and the price is raised because of the scarcity of related resources. Immediately afterwards, with anticipation, Lu Jun stretched out his hand to the blue light in the mana box. On the surface, the tidal water seed was crystal clear, like a crystal. In fact, there are circles of vortex patterns inside, as if there are layers of waves on the sea. If you listen to it, there is a subtle tidal sound. When Lu Jun poked his hand into the extremely dense mercury, the buoyancy force squeezed and repelled it, but soon the blue water mass melted, and countless strands of water flowed into his body from the palm of his hand, bringing a burst of pressure. Refreshing, filling the whole body. Lu Jun closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, mentally feeling this strange element. This process was baptized by the majestic and pure water element, as if he was in the sea, and the strong tide beat the reef wave after wave, polishing it round and getting closer. As a result, Lu Jun's skin was radiant and delicate, showing a certain kind of toughness. His muscle density increased, his blood became thicker, and the capillaries were transformed silently by moistening things, and his chi and blood rose steadily. Originally, his physique was comparable to top athletes when he was promoted to the middle level, but now he has refined his spirit seed and may have reached the level of inhumanity. In the spiritual world, the azure water nebula seemed to be forcibly squeezed in by a denser water quality, and pure water elements suddenly gushed out from the depths, quickly infecting it into azure blue. The vortex is getting bigger and bigger, and the condensed and viscous water flow is rotating slowly but unwaveringly, standing like an unfathomable abyss in the universe. For the first time, the water nebula squeezed out the gold nebula and occupied the center by itself. Rumble. Outside, Lu Jun was covered in azure blue light, and the tides rushed out of his body layer after layer, making the room wet. Under Lu Mei's nervous gaze, the younger brother opened his eyes and smiled. She hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" "It's very powerful." Lu Jun carefully sensed that there is a huge amount of energy in the blue nebula, and the effects of all his water magic will be multiplied by 3 times. This is a bit scary, 2 to 3 times of ordinary spirit species. He is considered to be full of effect. One water control skill is worth 3 others. Originally resisting the magic wolf in the advanced stage was barely, but now the warrior level magic wolf can do it resist the next paw. The most important thing is that it also has a special effect called tide. The spirit species itself is named after this, and anyone who has played on the sea knows that the ocean tide is inconspicuous at first glance, but in fact it is the culprit that has swallowed countless lives. You easily resisted the first wave and didn't take it seriously. Then you gradually felt tired after the second and third waves. When you felt that you were exhausted and about to go ashore, you were shocked to find that you didn't have enough strength. But the waves were heavier than the next, and the whole person swayed with the tide, and the buoyancy and impact pulled the body. Even if the people on the shore found out that they wanted to rescue them, they were fighting against the kinetic energy of the sea. According to Lu Jun's experiment, when transformed into a magical effect, that is, every time the blue water washes over the demon magician, it will take away part of the physical strength or magic power, and the amount is very small each time. Then this part of the magic power is melted into the water, and the power increases by 20% when the magic is released for the second time, 40% for the third time, and superimposed in turn. The premise is to hit the target, but this is easy for water magic. The middle level storm is to summon a torrent and attack in a large area. Lu Jun was overjoyed. This spirit seed was 100% suitable for the mid-level skills of water mages, and the probability of triggering storm waves was extremely high. In comparison, Shueyu needs to be approached by monsters, and the turbulent circulation will wash away the target, and the probability of triggering the battle is a little lower. Just imagine when he casts 5 middle-level magic spells in one breath, adding 100% to the spirit seed bonus, and the 5th spell casts 6 times the power of ordinary water mages, which is infinitely close to high-level spells. And this is not the limit. As long as Lu Jun has enough mana and slowly paves the way for time, it will be easy to set off a huge wave. But the more powerful the magic, the more spiritual cultivation is required to control it. After thinking about it, he guessed the limitation. With the mentality of an ordinary mage, the 3rd and 4th ways are probably not enough to control. After all, it is only the water of the spiritual level. Unlike Lu Jun, the more he cultivated his mind and curse, the higher his spiritual realm, and his power was boundless. This effect is a bit familiar. Did it come from Japan's naval battle city? Lu Jun didn't know it, but he knew that his water system had stood up. The original situation of playing support was gone forever, but with a proper output of Big C, a spirit water turned the situation around. Maybe no one can survive the 5th storm. The tide is not so much one effect as 2 effects, taking away other people's physical magic power, tisk tisk tisk. With the help of the 4 major magics in his mind, he built several complete combat systems, delaying time. The mind and curse are too good, the initial skills are cast quickly, to interrupt the intermediate skills prepared by others, and then the storm spreads, and the final cleansing. In one word, invincible. Seeing her younger brother's overjoyed appearance, Lu Mei couldn't help but smile and said, "You just want to be happy, it's getting late, go to bed early tonight, and go back tomorrow." Having nothing to say all night, Lu Jun was so excited that he couldn't sleep and meditated all night. Before leaving, he looked back and looked at the night scene of the magic capital, which was bustling and beautiful, but now he does not belong here. Next time he will come to Modu with a more glorious identity. The next day, the siblings returned to Bo City in the evening. As soon as he got home, Lu Jun decided to have a showdown with Lu Mei. "Sister, I have something to tell you, don't be surprised." Oh, Lu Mei seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and said gently, "You tell me. Do you know the Black Vatican?" Immediately afterwards, he fully revealed the matter of the sewer, the theft of the holy spring to lure demons to invade, and the logic of speculating that the top management of Bo City had an inner ghost. He said it was a guess, but in fact it was his statement that he concealed part of the truth in order to make it easier for his sister to accept. "What?" Lu Mei was taken aback, and said seriously, "Are you serious? No wonder you have been so preoccupied for the past 3 years. Why didn't you report it to the trial?" "If I have nothing to do with this matter, the problem is that I suspect that the upper echelon has been corrupted by the Black Vatican, and there are ghosts planted in it. The anonymous report will only scare the snake." Lu Jun sighed first, and said cryptically, "There are members of the Black Vatican in the upper echelons of Bo City, and the situation in Hangzhou is more complicated. It is hard to guarantee that there will be no members. The protagonist's water system has started to take off, and the Battle of Bo City is coming soon. Finally, I am very grateful to the readers for the setting of the water-type spiritual species. Although it is useless, there is a plot that requires a lot of water-type supporting roles, so I just accepted it and still have the opportunity to appear on the stage." Lu Mei frowned and said, "I would believe it if other institutions were eaten away by the Black Vatican, but there is an oath tree in the Judgment Council. If you swear under this sacred tree, you must not violate it, otherwise your cultivation base will be abolished. Any member who joins must pass this verification. The Judgment Council is definitely the purest team." Seeing this, Lu Jun pursed his lips. This was his embarrassment. It was difficult for others to trust him, and he was more willing to believe in the judgment. "But fortunately, my sister's trust in him is unconditional," and she quickly steered the conversation aside. She said, "Forget it, since you have a bad sixth sense as a spiritual mage, then don't go to the Judgment Council, but find cooperation with someone you think you can tell. Let's investigate and get evidence first." Hearing his sister's words of gentle support, Lu Jun was moved. He already had a plan for dealing with the Black Vatican. Even if no one else was needed, both of them could solve half of the crisis in Bo City. The only thing to pay attention to is the future revenge of the Black Vatican. This is why many people dare not provoke them. At most, they report anonymously, fearing that their relatives will be involved. However, Junlu is too familiar with the internal members and distribution of the Black Vatican. The Black Vatican has power all over the world and takes root in human society. The top level is dominated by the Pope in white, and there are 7 cardinals under it. The cardinal is equivalent to the leader of various places, and generally listens to the Pope but does not listen to it. The Black Vatican power here is only a part of the whole. Originally, there was only one cardinal. Unfortunately, the reality is unreasonable. Actually, 3 cardinals will come here to cause trouble in the future. The action in Bochung was planned by one of the cardinals, Sa Lang. Teach Wu Bitter. Sa Lang's real name is Yi Chong, and she is also the stepmother of the protagonist Mo Fan, and the biological mother of his younger sister Yi Xingxia. Tisk tisk tisk, this relationship is complicated. Of course, the 2 sides also broke up long ago because of the disaster in Bo City. Mo Fan chased after him, and his younger sister Xingxia directly killed her mother, which can be called a model of motherly love and filial piety. Lu Jun knew very well that the disaster in Bo City was just a rehearsal of the disaster of the undead in the ancient capital. Even if it is provoked, firstly, the local influence is not deep, and secondly, Sa Long is currently concentrating on the ancient capital, and he will not be able to get away for a while, and he is not afraid of being retaliated in the short term. As for the future, we'll wait until she survives the ancient capital. He secretly made up his mind, and besides, there is a big opportunity waiting for him in the ancient capital, and the resources of the Black Holy Sea's psychic department and curse department are abundant. Most of the reasons why he chose the 2 departments are the Black Holy See, and he is determined. But Lu Jun also has to admit that Muhi and Wuku are already difficult to deal with, the former is high level, and the latter is super level. Muhi is in charge of creating the Fountain of Mania, digging the tunnels of Bo City to cooperate with the inside and outside, while Wuku is calling for the wind and rain, letting the Fountain of Mania melt into the rain, and the next rainstorm will make the wild monsters go crazy. The disaster in Bo City kicked off amidst heavy rain. Fortunately, Lu Jun clearly remembered that Sa Lang demanded that people like Muhi and Wuku must not reveal their identities. There is a high probability that they will not make a move, and the rest is the monster's business. Therefore, it is not difficult to say that it is difficult, and it is not easy to say that it is simple. Although he really wanted to tear up the script and kill a few people, but he was not strong enough to do it better, pretended not to know, cooperated with the other party in acting, and saved Bo City, so as not to force Muhi and Wuku to act. Don't make it difficult for yourself, and keep the advantage of foresight to catch big fish in the long run. Soon, the next day, Lu Mei followed her younger brother to the Hunters Alliance to investigate. As expected, the frequency of giant-eyed gorilla in the sewers increased a lot in the past year, and even the one-eyed magic wolf in the advanced stage appeared in the city. This is a bit exaggerated. It means that a certain underground passage leads to the wilderness outside the city. Once the demon tide starts, it is very likely that they will bypass the defense line of the Shifeng Mountain Sentry and invade the city, causing countless casualties. We have to investigate on the spot. Lu Mei realized that the matter was serious, and said solemnly, no one reported such a big matter, and the senior management of Demon Wolf Bo City didn't respond at all during the advanced stage, and they were directly pressed down. You are right, there are ghosts in the Black Vatican at the top. The siblings planned to check and step on the gap in the sewer. At night, the library of Inscription Girls High School. The 2 girls were reading a book and looking up information. One was sitting in a wheelchair, with a soft temperament and a flawless appearance. The only pity was that her beautiful legs were unable to stand up. The other was in good health and looked pretty. The 2 were chatting and laughing, and the girl in the wheelchair frowned and said, Lin Yuner, do you smell a bad smell? The healthy girl named Lin Yuner sniffed it, and said indifferently, indeed, there is the school cafeteria next door, it probably smells like leftovers, it's normal. No, Xingxia, who was in a wheelchair, felt a little uneasy, and said, I feel something is wrong, let's go at this late hour. Lin Yuner was slightly stunned. Xingxia, can't you bear the smell? Forget it, it's so late, you can go back to the dormitory early, I will continue to study here. Hearing this, Yi Xingxia hesitated to speak, felt that she was too nervous, so she bit her lips and said in silence, "Then I'll go back to the dormitory first. Be careful, recently I heard that some students have disappeared." The girl gave up carelessly and let the wheelchair girl leave. After a while, Shinxia went back in a wheelchair alone. She felt that in the darkness of the night, as if some terrible creature was staring at her, she couldn't help tightening her clothes and speeding up the speed of turning the wheel. "Did you say it was the front?" Suddenly, a human voice appeared in front of the dark road. Shinxia was startled at first, and quickly raised her head to look at the campus path, and found that it was a woman and a man. They were wearing trench coats and had a strong aura. Lu Jun looked at the girl in a wheelchair who happened to meet and was slightly startled. "Are you Shinxia?" Seeing that it was a living person, Shinxia breathed a sigh of relief first, then asked in doubt, "Are you?" "My name is Lu Jun, your brother's friend. I don't know if he has mentioned me to you," he said casually, but he murmured in his heart, "Mo Fan usually hides her sister very tightly. She has never brought him to meet, and she is probably afraid that he is too handsome, so she will hook up with her." Just kidding. In the case of Yi Shinxia's mother, Cardinal, who will almost become the Pope's sarong in the future, who would dare to touch her, and her father is even more complicated than Mu Ningxie. Lu Jun has always been respectful and far away. "Oh, it's brother Lu Jun, I heard my brother talk about it," Shinxia said in a soft voice, but the girl was thinking in her heart, "Brother Mo Fan has always said that he is arrogant, and today it is not entirely true." Lu Jun looked at the beautiful girl thoughtfully. His psychic powers looked through the dusty memories, and found that there was a relatively similar incident, which should have happened half a year ago. Ah! Just when Lu Jun was about to speak, a shrill cry pierced the night sky, and the direction of the source was the library. "No, it's a demon." Within the range of his spiritual perception, a turbid breath full of evil spirit appeared in front of him. Before he could talk to the two of them, he resolutely activated the Albatron boots on his feet, and the speed exploded, turning into an afterimage and rushing over. Inscription Girls Secondary School, Library. Lin Yuner fell down on the floor of the library, staring in horror at the behemoth coming out of the corner of the bookshelf, and the giant-eyed orangutan looked at her greedily and salivating. She screamed immediately, trying to release the magic on Xingzi, but failed repeatedly. The monster didn't give Lin Yuner any time to react, and rushed towards it violently. With a roar, its huge body rushed forward, casting a shadow that covered the sky, covering the girl's small body, making her look desperate. Seeing that Lin Yuner was about to be buried in the mouth of the demon, a shout suddenly came from a distance, "Tide water control cycle." Crash! In an instant, countless water vapors gathered in the air, and the majestic water elements condensed into several endless blue water streams, which surrounded the girl's body with a radius of about 10 feet, tightly wrapped, without a trace of dead ends. Buzz! The giant-eyed orangutan pounced on the turbulent and condensed water ribbon. When its huge claws fell, the high-speed rotating water rubbed off a series of sparks, just like cutting steel. Blood splashed, accompanied by a powerful impact. The next moment, the body of the giant-eyed ape mouse was violently thrown several meters away, and hit the tall and thick bookshelf backwards. Rows of bookshelves collapsed with a roar, surrounded by smoke. The power of the spirit seed has 3 times the effect of water defense magic, and its power has changed. In the distance, Lu Jun was hunting in a black windbreaker. Blue light spread from his legs, surrounded by strong winds. He arrived in time, and released the 3rd-level water control cycle in a second. The blue light in his hand flickered, and he said solemnly, "A servant in the advanced stage, almost became a blood-striped troll mouse in the general stage. How can there be such a thing in the city?" After a few breaths, the pile of books trembled, and a huge monster opened countless books. It shook its head and walked out, with one paw trembling slightly, unable to stand firmly, and it was covered with blood. It looked at Lu Jun with a little fear. The demon was sharp and outstanding, and easily noticed that the man in front of him was full of evil spirits and strong magical aura, and his body couldn't help but step back step by step, trying to escape. Buzz! But Lu Jun would not let the demon go away. He grabbed the black and shiny golden épée out of its sheath, and then the golden light was aroused, and he slashed down with both hands, and a platinum arc of several feet across. The dark aurora flickered, setting off a gust of wind. Hearing a puff, the giant-eyed orangutan in the advanced stage was cut in half on the spot. Blood spewed out, staining the library red, and the sword glow continued, sweeping across the wall of the pile of books behind him, piercing through it in an instant, and the rubble was scattered all over the place. Splash. All this happened so quickly. Lin Yuner on the ground stared blankly, looking at Lu Jun, who was like a god descending to earth. Her heart was shaken. Lu Jun was expressionless, wiped his hand, and the blood on the sword fell. He raised the gold system to the middle level, and the monsters below the warrior level came to kill one by one. The 12-meter-long sword asked if he was afraid. "Are you okay? What's your name?" He walked up to the girl, politely stretched out his hand and asked. Lin Yuner couldn't recover for a long time. When she heard it suddenly, she stammered quickly, "Hello, my name is Lin Yuner." Hearing this, Jung Lu understood. It really was her. The girl should have died half a year ago in the original novel, and the situation was also that she was dragged away and eaten by a demon in the library alone. But it's right to think about it, that was without him in the original timeline, and now he knows that there is a sewer leak in the Inscription Girls' High School, and he keeps an eye on it all the time, and occasionally cleans it along the way. In addition, because Mo Fan was stimulated by him, he joined the city monster hunting team in advance, which also effectively attacked the city monsters. All in all, it's the butterfly effect. The two girls have been fine, so they kept the habit of going to the library to read until tonight, when an accident happened. Before the Bo City disaster broke out, it was fine for a person to go out alone at night, but unlucky enough to run into a tunnel gap, sooner or later something would happen. The difference is just the day. So Lu Jun happened to be rescued this time, and he said, "Try not to come out at night, this world is not as safe as you imagined, call your parents quickly." After saying that, Lin Yuner nodded tightly, still in shock, picked up the communicator and called her sister. After a while, several cars came to the school, and the police and school leaders came together, cordoned off the scene, investigated the incident, and asked about their health. A heroic woman walked in first, and Lin Yuner rushed into her sister Lin Yuxin's arms, and the two sisters hugged tightly. Then Lin Yuxin looked at Lu Jun with red eyes, and quickly stepped forward and stretched out her hand. "Lin Yuxin, the guard of the Holy Spring in Bochung, has long admired the name of Hunter Lu, thank you for saving my sister." Lu Jun showed a smile, reached out his hand politely to hold the fingertips of the other party, and immediately let go, and said, "It's okay, I will save it when I meet it. No matter what, I'm still very grateful to you." Lin Yuxin said gratefully, "I can't imagine what my sister will do without me. I'm afraid I will live in guilt for the rest of my life, and I have never had time to accompany her." The two exchanged pleasantries, and the younger sister, Lin Yuner, regained her mood and came over to express her solemn thanks. Seeing that her sister was very tired and still forced to smile, Lin Yuxin apologized and said, "I'm sorry. The incident happened suddenly today, and my sister was shocked. Let's go back to rest first. This is my message. We will formally meet another day." Soon, the two sisters took them home. It will take a while to investigate the accident here. Finding hidden dangers is actually completely useless. The sewer project is complicated and can only be regarded as an accident. He looked at Lin Yuxin's back thoughtfully. This woman is the guardian of the Holy Spring. Her cultivation level is also one of the few mages in Bo City who have reached the middle level. She was the first person in the original timeline to discover the omen of the disaster in Bo City. Rescue Lin Yuner, get the other party's contact, and we can join forces at that time. At this time, Lu Mei watched the whole process from the side, approached Lu Jun and sighed, "It seems that there is really a loophole, I took a video to prove it." The two made notes and returned. The older sister asked, "What are you going to do?" Lu Jun already had a draft, and pointed out a few people who were impressed. Just now Lin Yuxin and other Holy Spring Guards, the Magic Association Yang Zuohei, the military Zon Kong can notify. Bo City's military commander Zon Kong. You really need his support for your actions. Lu Mei nodded. Needless to say, the guards of the Holy Spring, the primary target of the Black Vatican, if there is an inner ghost, there is no need to cause a big turmoil, just let them steal it, so they are definitely on their side. But other people may not believe me. There are ghosts in the military. I am afraid that the news will leak out. I will notify them one by one in half a year. At that time, Bo City will open the Holy Spring. I boldly guess that the Black Vatican launched the attack during that time. At that time, the Black Vatican will not be able to react in one breath, and we will try our best. Lu Jun sighed and blocked the monsters pouring out of the city. As for the outside of the city, he was helpless. A crowd of monsters and beasts was not enough for a mid-level mage. After the words fell, Lu Mei wrinkled beautifully. She had no choice but to do this. The current high-level people don't know who has betrayed, and they should stay the same to cope with all changes. Thank you, sister. He let out a long breath. The things that had been accumulated in his heart for the past 3 years could be shared with others, and he felt a lot more relaxed. Lu Mei said with a gentle smile, "Thank you for what the family can say." The two had an open-minded conversation, established their goals, and their practice was a bit urgent. Those who control Xingzi, and those who promote Xingyin. The second semester of the third year of high school is over, and just 4 months have passed in the blink of an eye. For a while, the students of Tianlin High School in Bochung were about to graduate, and the melancholy and painful atmosphere of youth filled the classrooms on the playground. Most of the magic students were not qualified to enter the school. The next step is for them to step into the society and become urban demon hunters, patrols, etc., and it takes them at least 30 years to reach the middle level. In addition to their lack of talent, it is a matter of sitting on wax without the support of powerful forces behind them. Which of those academy's favorites is not a middle-level mage at the age of 20, or even equipped with spirit seeds and the like? Just look at Lu Mei and her brother. Renting any nebula magic weapon costs tens of millions of spirit seeds. Under the nourishment of the nebula magic weapon, the talent is good. If there is nothing, it is normal for middle-aged people to be middle-level. In the classroom, many students took pictures and wrote souvenir books, and the clever ones began to socialize, including Lu Jun, Mo Fan, and Zhang Xiao, who gathered together to chat about the future. Lu Jun was wearing a windbreaker, with a long face, sword eyebrows and star eyes. Under the influence of water to soft and gold to rigid, he was soft and delicate but not lacking in sharpness. He had a stable personality. He listened to the two of them talking. At this time, Zhang Xiao said worriedly, "Brother Fan, you will have a duel with Yuang from the Mu family in a few days, is it okay? I heard that the other party uses the Stardust magic weapon day and night, and has reached the 3rd level of the elementary level. Anyway, they all graduated from high school, why don't you just sneak out?" "Run, I can't run, I want that Mu Zuian to kneel down and apologize." Mo Fan cursed, and then said vigorously, "Don't worry, Yuang, I'll take care of it with one hand." At this point in time, he was at the 3rd level of the dual element elementary level, with experience in hunting monsters, and his strong mentality was initially highlighted. On the other side, Zhao Kun Sansao wore a suit and wandered among the classmates with a smile all over his face. He was smug and licked Mu Bai for 3 years. The world didn't know him. Only after he graduated now would he know that he made the right choice. Just when the students were still worrying about their future, he had already become a member accepted by Mu family, and he could also be a small boss of the group again. So many classmates looked at Zhao Kunsen with envy. Suddenly Zhao Kunsen turned his eyes, saw Mo Fan and others, and said loudly on purpose, "By the way, I almost forgot, we still have a big show to watch before graduation, so-and-so presumptuously wants to challenge the geniuses of the Mu family." After saying that, everyone burst out laughing. The contrast was too strong. Zhao Kunsen had licked Mu Bai for so long and was accepted after graduation. Mo Fan could directly win the favor of Mu Zuian, the head of the Mu clan in Bochung, but he chose the hardest road. They were either jealous or ridiculed, but no one looked down on Mo Fan. Mo Fan was as indifferent as ever. In the end, he was called out by the teacher alone. Seeing this, Lu Jun felt emotional. It is estimated that Principal Zhu was going to start the talk about Dishengchen, children's property. Right now, Mo Fan is challenging for the first time. Even though the principal is not optimistic, he still encourages him. Here I have to say that the Black Vatican is terrifying, and I have prepared with many hands. If everything goes well, Yuang, who is secretly a member of the Black Vatican, will easily get the Holy Spring, but whoever met Mo Fan. After school, many students dispersed. Lu Jun walked out, and saw Mo Fan being dragged into a conversation by a middle-aged man. No surprise, it was his father, Mo Jiaxing. Probably because he wanted to go to the Mu family to intercede or something. Even though he felt that his son might not win, he silently supported him behind his back. He is really a traditional and touching father. Lu Jun sighed silently. The high school mileage was over, picked up the communicator and said, "Get ready, the action begins." A few days later, Emu's villa was full of feasting lights at night. Luxury cars gathered from all directions at the foot of the mountain, all rivers flowed back, and big figures appeared one after another, luxurious and high profile. Mu Zuian attached great importance to this duel, and extensively demanded that all forces in Bo City, including Zon Kong from the military, Deng Kai from the Monster Hunting Alliance, Yang Zuohei from the Magic Association, and Principal Zhu from the Magic High School all be present. But only the young master Lu Mei, who turned out to be born out of nowhere, Lin Yuxin who guarded the Holy Spring, and others declined the banquet. But these people have no power, and it doesn't matter if they focus more on the field of magic. Mo Fan was the same as the original book. Without any fear, he swaggered and went to the meeting alone, eating and drinking for nothing. Seeing speechless, Zon Kong had no choice but to worry about reminding him. In the depths of the Mu clan, Mu Ningxie was arguing with her father. She had been thinking about Mo Fan for 2 years, and came back to negotiate with her father as soon as the summer vacation came, trying to give up the duel. "It's a pity that there is still no result," Mu Zuian sneered and said. "Who made this little fool dare to scold me in front of everyone? Isn't he very backbone and noble? Today I just want him to know that he wants to talk about his background and influence when he comes out Of course, with Zon Kong and Principal Zhu protecting him, I'm just teaching him a lesson and won't hurt his life." After saying that, Mu Zuian went out to meet the guests without looking back. Mu Ningxie, who was left behind, stood quietly and sighed. Before that, she also went to meet Mo Fan alone, but as she already knew how proud this man was in his bones, so it was useless. Soon, the duel between Mo Fan and Yuang kicked off in the eyes of everyone. In the duel, Mo Fan took the lead in attacking the opponent, using his proficient fire-type elementary magic to crack the opponent's ice-type one after another, gradually gaining the upper hand, and even forced out the magic slip and magic shield equipment. To do this as a commoner is worthy of a genius. It's a pity that the aristocratic family is hopeless. Because of their strong capital, even if they make countless mistakes, they can cover them up. When Yuang used the magic armor and easily resisted the fire, everyone sentenced Mo Fan to death. They admired this Mo Fan, who had entered the 3rd level of cultivation at a young age, and pitied him. No matter how hard he tried, it was in vain. Fairness never existed. A person with 3 magic tools is equal to 3 more skills. In the end, no accident, Mo Fan became angry, and brazenly used the thunder element that had been hidden for a long time, and defeated Yuang with one hammer. As soon as the dual elements of birth came out, many important people in Bo City were shocked and became a blockbuster. Yuang, who was a pool of dead dogs, was left alone, and various forces rushed to invite Mo Fan. Zon Kong from the military, and Yang Zuohei from the Magic Association offered the highest price, and they were also big forces beyond Bo City. And although the western part of the magical world is very dark, it has to be admitted that there are still some insightful people in Bo City. They quickly blocked Mo Fan's talent information, allowing his weak early stage to grow steadily. Immediately afterwards, Yang Zuohei took Mo Fan back to the Yinmao building for retreat without stopping, accepting the baptism of the Holy Spring, breaking through the middle level as soon as possible, and having a certain ability to protect himself. As for the important figures in Emu's villa, it is far from the end of the show, and they are all using the platform to talk and exchange interests in secret. Mo Fan was very surprised when he heard the Yinmao building, and when he arrived at the destination, he was even more surprised when he saw 2 familiar people. "Lu Jun, so you are here." Night. Lu Jun and Lu Mei stood in front of the landmark Yinmao building. This 100-meter-high skyscraper stood tall with a layer of crystal glass, like a lone silver sword standing proudly in the brightly lit city. At the top of the building, you can see the whole Bo City and all living beings from a bird's-eye view. Usually the place is crowded with people, and the whole body is full of brilliance, but now it is bleak and sparsely populated, because today the important people in Bo City are all in Emu's manor, and secondly, it happens that students are on vacation and office workers are on their day off. Not only Yinmao building is like this, most places in Bo City are on holiday, and the people of the whole city stay at home to rest. This is the difficulty that Lu Jun carefully prepared. The streets extend in all directions, so he can move quickly and fight wantonly without affecting passers-by. Then he heard a carefree voice behind him. Old Lu, you boy are here, you are not enough brothers, you don't want to see how I beat Yuang madly. After saying that, Lu Jun turned around, saw that Mo Fan understood, and wrote lightly, I believe that you can defeat Yuang, and I am specially waiting for the winner at the Holy Spring, which is you. Mo Fan was stunned, but felt something was wrong and said, you are so good at pretending. Yang Zuohei stared at Lu Jun with a strange expression on the side. He knew that Lu Jun was not inferior to Mo Fan in talent. According to her sister's cultivation level, it surpassed him by a large margin. She was also qualified to go to the Holy Spring for baptism, but the other party gave up. Of course, now that Mo Fan's natural dual-element talent has been exposed, he is the most correct choice after throwing away a lot of Lu Jun. Lu Mei nodded to Yang Zuohei. The middle-aged man who was the chairman of the Magic Association smiled and nodded in response. He was a little surprised, wondering what the siblings were doing in Yinmao building. Seeing that Yang Zuohei had also arrived, Lu Jun patted Mo Fan on the shoulder and said with a meaningful smile, go, soak in your holy spring. He is not interested in the holy spring of the earth, his own energy is very small, and it is about to be exhausted, so he can't use it for the middle-level man, and secondly, he is too hated, and the Black Vatican is thinking about it. It would be better to continue to let Mo Fan follow the original route and become the primary target of suppression by the Black Vatican. If the guess is correct, Mo Fan's dual-element talent has been exposed. Although Lu Jun thinks that, dead friends don't die poor people, is very bad, but Mo Fan's life is really hard. Sa Lang, the mother-in-law, was merciful in the early stage, so she won't do it to him. Let Mo Fan enjoy these benefits. If he attracts firepower, he will output wretchedly. See you later, Mo Fan said triumphantly, when I come out, I will be an intermediate mage. When Lao Lu calls me brother, he will cover you. Lu Jun curled his lips, sometimes you call me daddy. Soon Mo Fan was taken to the holy spring by Yang Zuohei. After a while, a heroic female guard in the building hurried out. Lin Yuxin waved her hand and smiled, hi, I'm sorry. I'm going to open the holy spring today and make preparations. I kept you waiting for a long time. Why don't you go to Emu's villa for a banquet and come to my small place? There is no doubt that the Dishengchen is at the bottom of the Yinmao building. Even if it is a holiday, the guards will not rest. Lu Jun said seriously, I have something to tell you this time, and I want to ask for your help. Huh, Lin Yuxin asked suspiciously. What's the matter? As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I will risk my life to accompany you. Wait a minute, he glanced at his watch and said, there is still one person left. Hearing this, Lin Yuxin was quite puzzled, but she also waited patiently. Da da da. Suddenly, in the quiet street at night, there was a sound of stepping on women's high heels, and Tang Yu's tall and slim figure appeared in the shadows. She was wearing professional old attire, with a white shirt tightening her peak, a little black dress wrapping her plump buttocks, and black silk outlining her shapely and slender legs. She was like the queen of the night, and like a black epiphyllum. Tang Yu moved lightly with lotus steps, and swept across the people present. She was surprised when she saw Lu Mei and Lin Yuxin, and then walked in front of Lu Jun, with a solemn expression, who are you, and why do you know that I am a member of the Judgment Council? She has long been deeply impressed by this student, no matter the mastery of the senior pair's water control, or the chance encounter at the Shifeng Mountain outpost of the second grader, the aura of a powerful demon hunter is extraordinary strength that ordinary teenagers can have. Originally, she couldn't find any trace of the Black Vatican in this city, so she planned to leave Bo City tonight and return to Hangzhou. As a result, before leaving, a strange call came and directly exposed her identity. She had been hiding her identity for 2.5 years, so how could she not be frightened? So when she heard the other party's invitation to meet at Yinmao building, she hesitated for a while and gave up the trip, walking alone. Of course, in order to prevent accidents, she had already passed on the information before she came. Once she died, the judge would react quickly. In fact, Tang Yu felt that Lu Jun should have no malicious intentions. She investigated and found that Lu Jun's identity was innocent and he was really the Black Vatican, so there was no need to jump out, since she was planning to leave anyway. Mr. Tang, don't worry, I'm a native of Bo City, and I don't have any influence from other forces. Lu Jun shrugged and said, as for why you know your identity as the Judgment Council, this You are too obvious, I guess. Speaking of this, he was quite eager to complain. A member of the Judgment Council said he was going to hibernate but parachuted into a mysterious beautiful teacher, which attracted the attention of many forces. In this game of werewolf killing and goose duck killing, a character who needs to hide his identity is played as a focus point, alive, and everyone looks at you with a magnifying glass. Wouldn't they notice a lot of things? Another mysterious background, another beautiful teacher, and super strength, full of buffs. But it doesn't matter, he's the Justice Sheriff, with piercing eyes, and he will point out the three wolves Mu-He, Yu-Ang, Bai-Yang, and he will try his best to turn the tide. In the original timeline, Tang Yu left tonight. The slightly different thing is that she met Mo Fan before leaving. Now that he solved the Stardust magic artifact, she didn't have any friendship, so she just left. He stopped just in time. Tang Yu's face turned rosy when she heard the boy's complaints. She felt that there was some truth to it, and said calmly, "Then what can I do with you?" "I found traces of the Black Vatican. Their goal is probably the Holy Spring and the destruction of Bo City." Lu Jun's words were astonishing. Not only Tang Yu was shocked, but even Lin Yuxin, who was ignorant beside her, was also dignified, and finally understood why she was looking for her. "Wait," Tang Yu frowned, "I've searched for so long and there is no sign. Why do you say there is the Black Vatican?" Hearing this, Lu Jun smiled, and turned to Lin Yuxin and said, "Did you find out that some monsters in the underground tunnel dug into the Holy Spring, and even stole some spring water?" Lin Yuxin was slightly stunned and said, "How do you know?" "Although it is blocked, I have always suspected that this matter is not that simple." Immediately afterwards, Lu Jun presented all kinds of evidence and restored the truth with conjectures. The clues in the hands of the two women matched each other, and the puzzle was completed. Tang Yu sighed. "I came here to get a clue, and I found nothing for 3 years. I didn't expect it to be a cover-up by the high level, and the activity was in a blind spot in the sewer. I'll report it to the tribunal right now, and we will conduct a joint operation in a few days to clear Bo City." "Don't." Lu Jun hurriedly stopped, and solemnly warned, "I plan to take action tonight." Tang Yu wondered. So fast? So as not to startle the snake. Lu Jun didn't name the spies of the Hangzhou Judgment Council. Those people are too powerful to be dirty, so he can only say, "I think they will act in the next few days. We can't wait, we should act first." Quote. Lin Yuxin took a deep breath. "What do you want to do?" "I will accompany you anytime." Lu Jun did his part and commanded, "Destroy and block all the tunnels leading to the outside of the city. We must act quickly, and I have already detected the relevant locations. That requires sufficient manpower and authorization to operate in the city." Lin Yuxin said calmly. "Now Yang Zuohei from the Magic Association can be trusted, as well as members of my guard team." Immediately, the four of them entered the Yinmao building and met Yang Zuohei. Although Tang Yu felt rushed, the members of the trial committee took it out decisively, and would rather do something wrong than do nothing. President Yang had just arranged for Mo Fan to enter the Holy Spring for baptism, and he was shocked when he heard what the four of them said. Guard Captain Liang said, "You guys are too sensitive." These words made Lin Yuxin raise her eyebrows and said, "These data are enough to explain the problem. A while ago, the basement where the Holy Spring was placed was almost dug. Isn't it worth being vigilant? After all, you are all guessing." Captain Liang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Jun on the spot. He was speechless. There was no way Lin Yuxin and Tang Yu had some clues. In addition, the savior-teacher-student relationship made it easier to believe, but the two meat-eaters people are different and more stable. "I will act first. If it is false, I am willing to bear all the consequences, but if it is true, then you will give me 10 times the compensation." Lu Jun is too lazy to talk nonsense with them. "I came here to inform you. If I didn't get your consent, I would have to go my own way at critical moments." And Tang Yu also chose to fully support, revealing her identity on the spot, and said coldly, "I am a member of the Hangzhou Judgment Council, and I am temporarily taking over the Magic Association of Bo City. Let a student take responsibility. You are not ashamed. I will take full responsibility. My uncle is the presiding judge in Hangzhou." Several people present were slightly startled. Yang Zuohei was not a mediocre person. He said in a deep voice, "Well, the Magic Association authorized the operation. I also trust Ms. Tang Yu. Please point out the location." The three women looked at Lu Jun. He calmly asked for a map, drew circles on it, and said, "Send people to block all these places first, so as to prevent the invasion of monsters outside the city. At least mid-level mages must be dispatched. Discuss with a few people and act on their own. Tangyu Shadow plus Fire, Lu Maifeng plus Yan. Lin Yuxin is also a middle-level water system, and can destroy tunnels alone." Both Tangyu and Lin Yuxin told Lu Jundao, "You stay here as a student." They didn't know that his cultivation was already at the middle level of the dual system, and he had mastered middle-level magic. "Well, I really should stay in Yinmao building." Lu Jun nodded calmly. "This is not for safety. The operation to destroy the tunnel is the safest. There is no danger at all, because it is over before the enemy stops." Rather, he intuited that the Black Vatican would carry out the last wave of hysterical backlash, and would inevitably send heavy troops to attack here to seize the Holy Spring. He wanted to test the Black Vatican and guard Bo City. "Just like what I felt 3 years ago, the world will be turned around sooner or later, all tragedies will be shattered with strength, and there will be a perfect ending. The vocation of a mage is to protect the people and kill demons." Although Lu Jun couldn't come, he yearned for it. Soon, only Yang Zuohei, Chief Guard Liang, and Lu Jun were left on the spot, and all 7 or 8 middle rankers from Yinmao building were dispatched. Yang Zuohei suggested, "Let's go to the top of the Yinmao building, where we can look down on the entire Bo City. When the signal is sent out, it means they have succeeded." The wind was low at night, and it was the first time that Lu Jun stood at this position to have a bird's eye view of Bo City. He could see all the cities were small, and his mind was somewhat open. He couldn't help clenching his fists, feeling a little nervous inside. The three of them waited patiently for a long time, and then they saw thick smoke billowing up somewhere in Bo City, and then a rocket shot into the sky with a sound of shoo, which was a special signal light. Lu Jun said happily in a low voice, "It's the authentic place of Mingwen Girls Middle School. My sister has succeeded." After a while, Lu Mei's warm and magnetic voice came from the intercom that was planned to be equipped next to her ear. "The tunnel at Point B has been destroyed and completely blocked." Immediately afterwards, smoke and signal flares rose one after another in various places, and good news continued to come. Yang Zuohei next to him was not idle either. He used the privileges of the Magic Association to broadcast a message through the city's radio. "Citizens, please pay attention. A special exercise will be held tonight. Everyone stay at home and don't move around, and don't be surprised when you hear the movement." Everyone in the city heard it, ignorant, and speculated with curiosity, but the excellent group order of the Washa people made them believe in the country and stay at home honestly. At the end, Yang Zuohei put down the walkie-talkie, looked at Lu Jun with a wry smile and said, "Today is really crazy. Just based on your students' one-sided words, you mobilized the trial committee, the guard team, and me. You won't regret it," Lu Jun said calmly. "You will be grateful after tonight." At the same time, the big shots in Emu's villa are fine, but Muhi apologizes and leaves with the loser Yuang. In the room behind the scenes, Muhi, who was originally gentle, changed his demeanor to be ruthless and sinister. He looked at Yuang coldly and said, "Trash, do you know how much trouble your failure today has brought to the Holy Sea's plan? My lord, please spare me, give me another chance." Yuang immediately knelt down with a thud, sweating profusely, his face full of fear. He knew very well what would happen to the failure of the Black Vatican. Life would be worse than death. Refined alive into a black beast. He. Muhi looked disgusted, and was about to speak when he suddenly heard Yang Zuohei's citywide broadcast, and couldn't help but be surprised. Immediately afterwards, the communicator in his hand rang, and it was his black-clothed priest who reported, "It's no good, Deacon. The underground passages that my teaching has arranged in various parts of Bo City have been discovered, and they are being destroyed one by the members of the Magic Association." After saying that, Muhi remembered the broadcast just now. His face changed drastically, and he cursed, "How did those idiots from the Magic Association find out?" Then there was a steady stream of bad news reports, and in just a few minutes, half of the tunnels were destroyed. Muhi became more and more angry, but the man who had been in power all the year round forcibly held back, took a deep breath, dialed the communicator and said calmly, "Notify the head teacher to start action in advance. We have been preparing for so long, and the rain caller sent by Lord Sa Long is also in place, and the arrow has to be fired." It's too late for us to save it, and it will be destroyed by the time we react. The key to our goal is not to destroy Bo City, or even the Holy Spring, but an experiment. He commanded in a low voice. Wait until the group of demons outside the city succeeds and attracts attention, then you all go out and attack the Yinmao building with all your strength, trying to take away the Holy Spring. In the end, He slammed the communicator hard, his chest ached in anger. According to the original plan, it was almost foolproof, and he couldn't think of anything wrong. He looked at Yuang, who was kneeling on the ground, and kicked him flying. He wished he could do it himself, but he still had a more important task, so he must not expose it. Bishop Sa Lang's plan was even more important. Tick, tick, standing on the top of the tall Yinmao building, Lu Jun was startled for a moment. He stretched out his hand, and his palm was cold and spread out. It's going to rain, he said to himself. No accident, the head teacher Wu Ku made a move. The super mage and half of the victims of the water system can exert the mighty power of calling wind and rain to change the sky in a place. The future is even more dire, and even the climate of a country can be reversed, creating even greater disasters. Crash. Soon, the rain fell, getting bigger and bigger, the water vapor in the environment was high, and the water element was thick. The only weird thing was that the rain was very turbid and had a certain smell. He stared at the quality of the water in his palm, and it turned out to be the fountain of mania. At this time, the action in Bo City had come to an end. Thick smoke billowed from all over the place, and all the tunnels were completely destroyed. It took less than half an hour before and after, and it was strange that there was no attack from the Black Vatican during this period. Just when Yang Zuohei was about to speak, he suddenly looked towards the border of Bo City in the distance, and 3 beams of white light soared into the sky, illuminating a large area. He was in a daze, but as the person in charge of the Bo City Magic Association, he showed a terrified expression and said tremblingly, 3 rays of light, the invasion of monsters, the bloody warning, and the calamity of massacring the city. Immediately, Yang Zuohei quickly turned on the walkie-talkie and issued an instruction. Attention the mages in the city, the bloody warning, and quickly organize the grassroots to hide in the security world with families as units. Fortunately, it was a rest day, everyone stayed at home peacefully, and with the previous warning, there was no panic, and they were organized in an orderly manner. On the Yinmao building, Yang Zuohei breathed a sigh of relief, and thanked Lu Jun. Fortunately, you reminded me in advance to block the sewers leading to the outside of the city. Otherwise Bo City will collapse at the first touch if the internal and external affairs are trapped, and I don't know how many people will die by then. Quote. Lu Jun frowned, looking at the edge of Bo City, wondering what's going on there and whether he can stop it. Due to the internal blooming of the original book, those masters from the great families, including Deng Kai from the Monster Hunting Alliance, Yang Zuohei from the Magic Association, etc., are busy cleaning up thousands of monsters in the city and saving people by the way, which is a mess. The outside ethnic groups were all blocked by the military, and then they had to give up the line of defense completely. Yang Zuohei was constantly communicating information and directing his subordinates. In an instant, a magnificent golden light curtain rose in the city, like an upside-down golden bowl, covering most of the area. After a while, Yang Zuohei said solemnly to Captain Liang, "It's not good, I just received the news that the leader of the one-eyed demon wolf group is dispatched, and one leader is in charge of the super-winged wolf and hundreds of warriors. Manpower is very tight. I'm going to support, here." Captain Liang understood, and solemnly said, "Don't worry, I will protect the Holy Spring well. Besides, there are 2 masters who are not weaker than you, Hunter Lu Mei and Judge Tang Yu, so nothing will go wrong." Yeah, Yang Zuohei nodded, sighed and said, "I'm worried that it is the hidden Black Vatican, but it is more important to resist the invasion of monsters. Then you call Mo Fan, and a few middle-level mages bring 2 students, escort the Dishengchen to the security boundary." He glanced at Lu Jun to signal to Captain Liang. He also felt that there was basically no problem, so he observed secretly. Tang Yu and Lu Mei were both middle-level dual-element cap masters, much stronger than him. Yang Zuohei's body was full of blue light, and the wind howled. As soon as the first-level wind track floated out, it turned into an afterimage, leapt between tall buildings, and disappeared from Lu Jun's vision in the blink of an eye. Prior to this, the heads of the rich and powerful families of Emu's Villa, Zon Kong, Deng Kai, Principal Zhu and the main force of Bo City were all there. They first heard Yang Zuohei's broadcast and frowned, not knowing what the other party wanted to do. Wake up. Hurry up. Everyone quickly arrive at the Snow Mountain outpost to resist the demon group. Mu Zuian shouted nervously. Everyone reacted very quickly. They gathered together again, and it didn't take long for all the mages to go to the edge of the city for support. Zon Kong simply released the high-level wind magic wind wings and rushed over first. All the top officials of Bo City arrived at the border, and Yang Zuohei was the last one to arrive. When he arrived at the border post, he was stunned by the scene in front of him, and his soul and body trembled. Ah! The palpitating roars from the back of the mountain became one piece, as if thunder was constantly exploding behind the mountain, shaking the whole mountain to tremble. The aftermath of the shock spread to the post station, and the boulder barrier of the post station was also shaking slightly. In the boundless rain, first a vague figure jumped up and appeared at the highest end of a towering pine tree crown in the distance. The terrifying creature was clearly a wolf's body but stood half-bowed like that, the three eyes on its ferocious head burst out with an extremely ferocious red light. Warlord-level wolf monsters such as the three-eyed demon wolf, the bone spike wolves, etc. emerged, each with a huge body, roughly hundreds of them, and a single warlord can deal with 7 or 8 middle-level ordinary mages. Bo City has at least a few hundred mid-levels to resist. In addition, crowds of slave-level magic wolves surged towards the end of the mountain, and the number of black shadows became more and more, and their red and fierce eyes were dotted in the hazy sky like stars. In the heavy rain, just looking at it makes you feel cold and your scalp is numb. Looking down from a high altitude, the blue-black tide covered the mountains, spreading inch by inch on the horizon, and the dozen or so small hills nearby were crowded with darkness. There are thousands of servants, a huge number. This is not over yet. As the wolves shouted in unison, a huge monster flew across the sky under the gray sky. Its body was silver-white, with a pair of fleshy wings spread out, 30 meters long, covering the sky and the sun, accompanied by a heavy coercion sweep. Command the winged wolf. This monster gracefully landed in the middle of the pack of wolves, like a king defending him, aloof and arrogant. The roaring wolves fell silent for a moment. From extremely noisy to extremely quiet, the majestic sound of the heavy rain became clear, and an inexplicable sense of oppression was overwhelming. On the edge of the outpost, thousands of military mages stood at the forefront, followed by 2,000 to 3,000 demon hunters and idle mages. The former was fine. After a long battle, he was as immovable as a mountain, while the latter panicked, and the crowd commotioned for a while, and there was no way to command the super creature Bo City, and no one could stop it, let alone the terrifying order of monsters. Standing at the forefront, Zon Kong has a firm face, and is wearing a dark green army coat. At the position of his left and right hands, there is also a row of military mages who are also wearing blue trench coats. Their trench coats are raised high, and their tall and straight bodies are standing on the edge of the watchtower, but they are completely motionless. They are free and not angry. Sculptures generally stand there. Zon Kong said with great air, "Everyone, don't be afraid, it's just a small commander. I was able to kill me alone a few years ago, and now I'm just delivering food. I will deal with the commander level, and you will support the others first. I have notified the nearby cities, and support will arrive soon." He sternly said, "Remember, our family and relatives are behind us, and there is no way out." Chapter 41. Under the curtain of rain, Lu Jun saw Yang Zuohei's back gradually moving away, and his inner vigilance reached the extreme. He knew that the Black Vatican could not give up the holy spring of the earth. Was it to divert the tiger away from the mountain? At the border, he thought for a while that there should be no need to worry too much. Zon Kong was already a member of the Guofu team a few years ago. It is held every 4 years in the national government, also known as the Venice competition. It is a competition among universities around the world, representing the background of the reserve forces of each country. It is similar to the Blue Star Olympic Games, and even has a higher gold content. Therefore, Zon Kong looks at the world's universities. They are all top masters, they reached the high level very early, and they have definitely killed the leader solo. Now Lu Jun's side is the key. Fortunately, neither Captain Liang nor Yang Zuohei subconsciously regard him as a combat power. It is estimated that the Black Vatican also thinks so, but they do not know that the knife in the backstab is sharp. After Yang Zuohei left, Liang Weikang said regretfully to him, let's go to the basement and wake up that student. It's a pity that it was a big chance, but this kind of accident happened. We can only wait for the disaster to subside. Soaked. Lu Jun remained motionless, looking down at the buildings in Bo City and said indifferently, "It's too late, the Black Vatican is here." Rumble. As soon as the words fell, a series of roars came in the majestic heavy rain. As soon as Captain Liang rushed to the edge of the railing and looked down, he lit up the streets and alleys with flames, even the rain could not block them. Explosions sounded everywhere, and the crowd who had evacuated safely and orderly suddenly panicked, and chaos seemed to spread. Then Lu Jun's eyes were sharp, and he saw black shadows jumping out from everywhere in the darkness, some from the sewers, some from individual houses. They turned into afterimages and rushed towards the most eye-catching Yinmao building in the center at an extremely fast speed. Just a simple scan, there are at least hundreds of heads. In addition, men in black robes came out one by one, igniting the magic in their hands, and wantonly bombarded places where there were people. Liang Weikang was startled, and saw the black figures clearly. The whole body was pitch black, the monkey face was deformed, and the shriveled and twisted limbs were disgusting. "It's the Black Beast from the Black Vatican, too bad we can't leave." He hurried down the stairs and said, "I'll take that student and the holy spring away first, and you follow me. I'll see if I can try to lead you to break out of the siege and join the scattered teams outside." But in the next second, the communicator next to Lu Jun's ear was connected to his sister's urgent voice. "Lu Jun, wait there. There are members of the Black Holy See attacking civilians on my side, which caused a blockage, and I can't get there for a while." There. People including Tang Yu, Lin Yuxin and others were delayed by various reasons and scattered all over Bo City. After destroying the tunnel and returning, the Black Vatican took action. Lu Jun understood the enemy's strategy, divided the encirclement, seized the weak points and attacked them one by one, using part of the force first, and most of the main force concentrated on breaking through the weak points. After Yang Zuohei left, the Yinmao building was empty instead. In his memory, there were only a few in the Black Church, but there were a lot of priests at the bottom. They sent out to surround and kill the mages who destroyed the tunnels, and almost wiped out their entire army. Now the sudden attack, the strength of the troops pulled out as jaw-dropping. Liang Weikang has already gone downstairs, going to the basement to get the holy spring. Seeing the crisis approaching, Lu Jun showed a teasing and insolent smile instead. "Finally, when you guys come, I've already had itchy hands." A faint platinum radiance welled up in his eyes, and with a swipe of his hand, he controlled the elementary star track of the gold system in almost a second, and a shocking gold épée fell, which was more than 3 feet, that is, 1 meter 2, and was heavily inserted into the ground. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jun began to draw the star map of the middle-level magic of the gold system, the first-level imperial artifact flying. Since he has completely controlled the stars a year ago, he has become more and more proficient in controlling the stars as he hunts and kills monsters. Buzz buzz. In 3 seconds, under Lu Jun's feet, a platinum star map slowly unfolded. 49 stars were arranged and combined, and 7 star tracks intertwined with each other. A magic power gushed out from the star map, with a faint sharp magnetism. Soon his legs were lifted off the ground by the magnetic force, and he was half floating by the magnetic field. He stepped on the real top of the Yinmao building. An antenna, surrounded by strong winds and heavy rain, stood proudly in the rain. Windbreaker hunting, looking down at Bo City. Call out. The Zhenjin épée was pulled up under the majestic magnetic force, turned into a black flying sword and rushed out, shuttled through the rain curtain like lightning, and flew 800 meters in one breath. The effect of size and golden on is stimulated. Facing the wind, it swelled to more than 3 feet, nearly 12 meters, like a thick heavenly sword as high as a small villa, slashed down, and the whole body was wrapped in platinum brilliance, breaking the sound barrier. A majestic wave of air was set off, and the rain curtain rolled back where it passed, layer upon layer like waves, and it was magnificent. Hey! All the people within the range of Bo City only heard a sharp howl, as if a supersonic fighter jet flew by at low altitude, stinging their eardrums, and in the blink of their eyes, they saw a huge platinum light across the sky under the night sky. Rumble. The 3-foot shattering golden épée fell like a super heavy truck. The powerful kinetic energy pushed all the small houses along the road in one breath, like a broken bamboo, and rows of concrete walls collapsed. And before the 20 or so black beasts that had just appeared on this road could react, they bumped into the Zhenjin heavy sword head-on. Pooba pooba, like gourds on a string, and like a meat grinder, one by one was smashed into meat, blood and flesh splattered, and limbs were thrown away, like big blood-colored lotuses in full bloom, bursting into blood mist. The area continued to vibrate, and the épée stopped at the last 3 feet, and half of the sword's head sank into the ground. Tang Yu on the side of the street was stunned. She was surrounded by the black beasts from all angles, but this sword fell from the sky and pushed all the enemies horizontally, leaving only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens. She felt dreamy, wondering if the jet black truck in front of her was considered a sword. It was inserted obliquely into the ground, and was taller than her whole body. Not long after, Lu Jun's faint voice came from the communicator next to Tang Yu's ear. The black beast in your direction has finished reasoning, escort the crowd to Anji, and support the border. After saying that, she turned around abruptly, and looked up through the majestic heavy rain to the towering 100-meter building in the center. A blurry figure stood proudly on the top, standing proudly as the eye-catching landmark of Bo City. Tang Yu was a little unbelievable, and said in a daze, "You were the one who made the move just now. What kind of magic tool is this? Wait, what about the holy spring after I left?" On the top of the building, Lu Jun's hands were shining with platinum light respectively. He held the communicator next to his ear with one hand, and said calmly and domineeringly, "It doesn't matter, I will make a move." He put down the communicator, felt the strong wind and cold water stinging his face, and couldn't help frowning. With a thought, the water system Xingzi controlled it, and released the initial tide water control cycle. In an instant, countless water vapors gathered in the air, and the majestic water elements condensed into several endless blue water streams, surrounding the whole body, with a radius of about zhong, tightly wrapped, without a trace of dead ends. All the wind and water vapor were isolated, and Lu Jun's wet clothes became refreshed. Under the heavy rain environment, the power of the water defense seemed to have increased a lot. Of course, he circled the azure blue circle, standing high in the sky, and the target became more and more conspicuous. Lu Jun stepped on the straight antenna and had a bird's eye view of Bo City. The dense buildings were clearly visible, and his expression was a little dazed. In the original book, the winged wolf is entrenched on the Yinmao building, causing human society to tremble, as if the king is arrogant, but now it is replaced by him standing under the sky, making all the members of the Black Vatican tremble with fear. Time and space are reversed, scenes are replaced, and there is a sense of dream that the world is impermanent. The gears of fate turned, and the direction of progress had already been changed. He was silent for a moment, showed a wanton smile, and whispered softly, 10 steps, 1 kill, 1,000 miles will not stay behind. Use the sword to cultivate your body and ride the wind, and kill demons and demons in the world. It can be said that Lu Jun is a secondary school student, but he can't stop his desire to reverse his fate, and he seems to vaguely understand the true meaning of sword cultivation. Lu Jun's right hand shone with a ball of platinum light, and he slowly lifted it up. The 12-meter-long black gold épée on the ground in the distance trembled slightly, and his heavy body was slowly dragged up. The sword glow, swallowing sharpness, is inconspicuous. Buzz buzz. Immediately afterwards, with the blessing of his thoughts, under the control of both hands, Zhenjin Feijian shuttled between the cities, as if holding a brush to draw moving strokes on a clay painting. The rain at night was full of murderous intentions. From time to time, waves of air would pass by, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. The rain splashed up in large swaths, majestic, and blood flowers bloomed in the dark night, miserable and gorgeous. The drowsy and rainy night was pitch black, and he should have been unable to see clearly, but Lu Jun's mind and thoughts spread, and by targeting each of the heart lakes, he targeted and killed more than 30 black beasts in a blink of an eye. When Lu Jun was able to release the middle-level gold-type magic, he realized that the imperial weapon was not easy to control. It can change the gravity of the big and small, grasp the size of the spread of the golden light, and fight in three-dimensional space, sea, land and air, requiring great ideas and space, imagination. Otherwise, not only will it not be able to exert its power to the extreme, but it will also accidentally injure friendly troops. In addition, although the imperial weapon makes up for the shortcoming of the metal system that can only be close to the body, the control range depends on the cultivation of the spiritual realm. The higher the level of the 9 realms, the greater the range. Fortunately, Lu Jun has awakened the mind magic at the middle level, which can solve the two problems very well, and is more conducive to improving the spiritual cultivation. The current expansion range of one realm is enough for him to sweep the middle level. If the gold system is really popular, he is also the best in it, and he has been training for a long time. The more he killed, the more fortunate Lu Jun was. The powerful support and mysterious characteristics of the psychic system allowed the other three systems of water, gold, and curse to receive bonuses. Finally, because the flying sword was flying in the city, its form was too exaggerated when it turned into the épée mode, and even beheaded demons in front of many evacuated teams, showing its holiness in front of people. Even the rainy night could not cover it, and was witnessed by everyone. Look, who is that man on the top of the tall building? A magician. Under the light curtain of Angie, the people in Pingan were lucky. Suddenly a little girl shouted, pointing at the building excitedly and exclaiming, "So handsome, is he killing the demons of the Black Holy Sea?" After talking about the hazy figure on the top of the building that everyone saw, even if the rain and night hindered him, he was still wearing a blue water trench coat that attracted everyone's attention. A 3-foot platinum sword glow whizzing past the city seems to be the magic tool of this mysterious strong man. Someone roared in support. "It's easy to kill, give me tool, this dog, antisocial idiot." That's what a man should do. The knowledgeable mage sighed and said enviously, "This kind of magic tool is definitely of a high level." In the vast crowd, Mo Jiaxing pushed Yi Xingxia's wheelchair and watched. Zhang Xiaohu and He Yu clasped their fingers together, staring at the silver-white sword-like building under the sky with piercing eyes. Including Mu Bai, Zhao Kunsen and others were there, and the people who were panicked by the sudden blood alarm gradually relaxed when they saw this domineering scene. This time Zhang Xiaohu was not affected by Zhang Kong's figure of beheading and leading the Wing Kanglang alone, but he was also attracted by Lu Jun's demeanor of judging the Black Vatican, looking down on the sky. He Yu is not dead. The love and responsibility in the disaster are no less than the desire for revenge. Zhang Xiaohu held He Yu's hand tightly, lowered his head and said firmly, "He Yu, I also want to protect people from any harm like that strong man. I want to join the army." He knew clearly that he only graduated from high school with a first-level and second-level cultivation. Even if he was admitted to a university, he would not be taken seriously. Joining the army is a way. "I understand you," Hiro said, "and I also want to hold up half the sky and become an independent and powerful female mage. I will go with you. Hurry up, hurry up." Many people turned on their phones excitedly and said, "Take a quick video and post it on the internet. This is cool too. Kill the black church dog." It seems that these people don't have a sense of urgency and seriousness. If Lu Jun is here, he will be relieved. Compared with the original timeline, the city is full of planes, families are broken and people are dead, and there is a lot of sadness. Isn't such a scene the greatest affirmation of human protection, and the mages resisted all disasters? Suffering does not make people grow, experience does. It's just that the smile is conserved and transferred from the face of a certain group to the face of people. Bo City is happy, but the Black Vatican is unhappy. Rumble. In a certain street, a 3-foot-long giant épée was like a tractor, and it violently plowed out a deep ravine in this area. When the épée trembled and lifted, the ravine was full of corpses, like a slaughterhouse. The two black-robed members of the Black Holy See were shivering under the ruined walls of the ruins. They had just passed by in a dangerous way and almost died. Seeing this scene, Yu Ang was still in shock, panting heavily, "Are you still going to seize the holy spring?" Instructor Bai Yang, who was in distress at the side, had an ugly expression. "Let's see again. If it's not possible to rob, I'll use the name of the military to outwit it. Then I wish you good luck." Yu Ang was frightened and said, "That person may not recognize my identity, it's up to you." Buzz buzz. After a while, on the top of the building, Lu Jun raised his hand and made a move. White lines flickered under the sky and night, like a rainbow penetrating the sun. A 3-foot-long platinum sword light returned through the air, suspended around the body, and a murderous aura was brewing, like a dormant monster. Bai Jiao is dispatched at any time. He looked down and said to himself, "It's almost there, save some magic power." At least 150 black beasts died under the sword just now, and the blood was everywhere. Tang Yu, Lu Mei, and Lin Yuxin all rescued them, and turned around to the border of the outpost under his orders. The stable social mages in Anji were also mobilized under the official organization to continuously support the front line. When Bo City reacted, what the wolf monster would face was a tightened iron fist. There are still many black beasts running around in the rest of the city. After being chased and intercepted by the sword net, they rushed to the foot of the Yinmao building after paying a bloody price. At this distance, it would not be worthwhile for Lu Jun to use the gold-type long range. Right now, his gold-type nebula only has 20% of the mana at most, and the melee consumes less combat power and is not weaker than the long range. There is no way the middle-level Imperial weapon can continue to operate once it is used, but it consumes a lot of energy. I wrote it while listening to the BGM of Immortal Sword. Shuijian Fall into the Mortal World, Peach Blossom Island, Wine Sword Immortal. Captain Liang had already returned to the roof of the building, panting, "It's bad, I opened the basement, and there were black beasts mixed in, so I had to run back to the building. We will stick to this place for the time being, waiting for the help of the expatriate mage." Before he finished speaking, he happened to see the antenna above. Lu Jun manipulated a platinum sword light magic tool to kill all directions and ended the scene. He rushed to the railing and looked down. He couldn't help being stunned when he saw the corpses everywhere. Captain Liang gasped, "Are you really a high school graduate?" Beside him was Mo Fan with a confused face. He was originally restraining the urge to devour the holy spring and was going to practice honestly. However, within a few hours, someone pulled him up and said something about the bloody disaster in Bo City. When he saw Lu Jun and understood the whole process, Mo Fan swallowed his saliva, and said with strange eyes, "Old Lu, you have been hiding for so long, you have become a middle level. Laymen look at magic tools, while professionals look at magic energy. It's not like there are magic tools that have been used for a long time." For example, in the original timeline, Mo Fan's national contestant Yu Yu has a claw, and Mo Fan's black dragon suit is also counted. However, the greater the power, the more magic energy will be consumed. There is no middle-order nebula that cannot support it. What should we do now? Captain Liang asked worriedly, "Can your mana still hold up?" At this time, there was a slight vibration in the building, and more than 100 black beasts downstairs collided with the wall and piled up like a black tide, followed by several black-robed believers. "This little monster, kill them all," Lu Jun said blankly. "The black beast is the signature sorcery of the Holy See, it is refined by humans, and it is a product of the spiritual system and the curse system. Its strength is only in the middle of the servant level, slightly better than the giant-eyed orangutan, but it cannot be resisted. There are a lot of people, and they have a certain amount of wisdom and teamwork." Hearing this, the corners of Captain Liang's mouth twitched. 100 heads, even a few mid-level mages were terrified when they saw it. He thought of the reinforcements, and asked quickly, "By the way, where are Deputy Team Lin and the others?" "Let's go." Lu Jun calmly wiped the blood-stained black gold longsword and said, "I told them not to worry about it." As soon as these words came out, Captain Liang's eyes turned dizzy and he was almost speechless. "They are rushing up." Lu Jun caught a glimpse of dry and terrifying black shadows along the surface of the building, flying up the eaves and walls, as if the black tide covered the silver-white building inch by inch. In fact, Lu Jun really dislikes these black beasts. Humans themselves become cursed creatures that don't produce spirits, not even remnants of souls. No matter how many he kills, it is a loss-making business. In the 2.5 years of hunting monsters, he has raised a total of 6 synthetic servant-level spirits. Level 4 Magic. At present, Lu Jun is in a hurry to kill the demon wolf in the wild, and has no time to mess around with the little monsters. Crash. Just when Captain Liang was about to speak, he was astonished to see Lu Jun cast a spell, and his body was covered in blue light, reflecting half of the sky on the tall buildings, and the majestic water vapor was higher than the waves. Lu Jun's eyes were blue and shining, and the blue star chart unfolded under his feet, outlining the scene of the flood. He broke through the intermediate level half a year ago, and he has already been proficient in the first level storm. After one breath, the huge energy on Lu Jun's body was completely accumulated. He punched out, and the heavy rain gathered on his body in a rotating posture, and the vortex formed by the water circulation surged and poured down. Tides, storms, and expulsion. Rumble. Under the shocking eyes of Mo Fan and Captain Liang, Lu Jun created a surging and turbulent blue river with a width of 10 feet, equal to more than 30 meters, rushing down the sky in a mighty way. Ordinary storm waves may be 10 meters wide, much larger than the mid-level fire system, but far inferior to Lu Jun's tidal spirit species, which has 3 times the power. From a distance, the 100-meter-high silver-white building is covered by the blue tide, sweeping down like a majestic waterfall, flying down 3,000 feet. It is suspected that the Milky Way falls 9 days. Bang bang bang, black shadows climbing fast on the surface of the building collided head-on, a series of muffled sounds of flesh, and the moment heavy storms collided, the bodies of those monsters were deformed by the impact of energy. Boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, the waterfall rushed down the 100-meter-high building with more than 20 black beasts under its strong arms, and smashed heavily on the ground. Don't even think about turning them all into meat mud. Blossoms of blood bloomed and spread on the ground into countless threads. The fan-shaped water flow, dyed from blue to dark red, is shocking. The remaining 80 or so monsters were taken aback, dispersed quickly, and attacked the Yinmao building from other places. But the door to the floor has long been blocked by Captain Liang, and it will take some time to break through, and Lu Jun will not give this opportunity. He took a deep breath and shouted again, full of sacred majesty, "Storm wave!" The previously disintegrated magic power of the water element around Lu Jun recondensed, including the black and red glow at the starting point of the rising blue river shot from below, which is the magic power of the black beast. The power of the next mid-level storm will increase a bit. Rumble. When Lu Jun created another turbulent river, it became a bit dark blue, deep and majestic. The 39-meter-wide waterfall washed away and contained a huge impact force. When it fell on the ground, it splashed tens of meters high. The building shook slightly. Phew, no accident. More than 30 black beasts still on the ground were deeply crushed to death. Storm. Lu Jun's eyes are one black and one white, and his thoughts are strong to control the new skyrocketing magic energy. The third storm wave broke out, and a huge river with a width of 46 meters flooded the 3 floors. When it merged with the previous 2 waves that had not dissipated, it pushed the last more than 50 black beasts horizontally for 800 meters in one breath, one by one. The streets extending in all directions are covered with water. Looking down at this area of Bo City from a high altitude is like a disaster movie. It was submerged by the flood, and the first 3 rows of small buildings were flattened. There is no doubt that all the black beasts were wiped out. Only then did Lu Jun slowly receive his power. The blue light on his body weakened, and even the nearby water elements emptied out. A dark cloud above his head dispersed, and there was a strange scene that the Yinmao building did not rain. The heavy rain created by Wuku is very suitable for water-type mages to play. His power is several times stronger than usual. I can't imagine how powerful a sea-type mage is. This, at least the power of the middle-level cap of the water system. What kind of spiritual species is this? Captain Liang stuttered, and suddenly reacted back and said in surprise, "You have a dual system middle level." Before the opponent controlled a powerful magic tool, he would definitely take out a nebula, but now the water system is showing its prowess, which means that the opponent has at least 2 nebulas. Is this a high school student? Lu Jun understated. Of course, I'm an intermediate level in the curse system of the water system. This is a lie. In his spiritual world, white, gold and blue nebula occupy the center, each with its own characteristics, like a heavenly sword, a vortex, with small black and red and transparent stardust on the left and right squeezed on the edge. The gold system is the middle level, but Lu Jun won't say it. The corner of Mo Fan's mouth twitched, coupled with Lu Jun's powerful, magic tool. Just now, this wave has gone far. After working hard for more than a year, the gap has not narrowed, but has widened. Ignoring the 2, Lu Jun carefully comprehended the water system just now, and had to admit that the large-scale group attack was really useful, killing more than 100 slave monsters in one go, and the middle-level top-level mages were not so outrageous. Secondly, the special effects of tides might not be that powerful for ordinary water mages. In the third way, he felt a little bit out of control, and used his mental will, so it was too suitable for him, and only in his hands tide had this kind of power. Captain Liang has fallen into repeated shocks, unable to regain his senses for a long time. The 2, including the Black Vatican who was hiding in a remote place in Bo City below, swallowed, and Bai Yong hesitated and said, "I really can't grab it by force, I'll go outsmart it." He tidied up his remains, restored the upright temperament of a soldier, jumped up on the summoned beast spirit wolf, stepped on the water and rushed all the way to the front of the building, shouting, "Is Captain Liang here? The commander of the Air Force came here to ask if your holy spring is all right." Seeing this, the three people upstairs were stunned. Looking down, they had different expressions. Captain Liang heaved a sigh of relief, Mo Fan frowned, and Lu Jun smiled playfully when he saw who was coming. After a while, the two sides converged on the top of the building. Bai Yong was out of breath. With a serious face, he made a military salute and said, "Under the command of the Bo City Army, Zhang Kong asked me to come and take away the holy spring of the earth, and the military will protect it so that it will not be taken away by the Black Vatican." Captain Liang was overjoyed and said, "Great, the military has taken action, and it is safe. How is the situation outside the city now?" Hearing this, Mo Fan felt something was wrong. He hesitated to speak. "Wait a minute." Lu Jungwo stopped. "I have a question." When Bai Yong heard it, his heart skipped a beat, feeling rather bad, but on the surface he frowned and said seriously, "What's the problem?" Lu Jun sneered and said, "First of all, what are you doing here after we cleaned up the Black Vatican?" "Picking peaches." "Second, I doubt your identity." "Little comrade, what are you talking about?" Bai Yong said emotionally, "How can you suspect that there are bad people in the Ministry of Defense?" Captain Liang wanted to calm down the atmosphere, but Lu Jun started it directly. He used the magic of the mind system and the curse system that he hadn't used much, and his black and white eyes shone brightly. The left eye was dark, and the right eye was pale. Buzz buzz. Use the primary psychic shock and haze of fear at the same time. A strong spiritual power burst out from his eyes, with a sense of coldness and ominousness, straight to Bai Yang. First the transparent ripples broke through the defense of Heart Lake, and then the third-level nightmare was shaped, dusting the mind in front of him in perception. Bai Yong froze in place, his face full of panic. He didn't know what he dreamed of, his eyes reflected black and white. Seeing this, Captain Liang was shocked and said, "What are you doing?" "Attacking the military." Lu Jun ignored it and asked indifferently, "What is your identity?" Bai Yang's face was distorted and his whole body trembled. Lu Jun frowned, feeling that the created dream world was impacted by another force, and it was crumbling. It was probably the power of the psychic system brainwashed by the Black Vatican. Fortunately, Bai Yang is a mere junior mage. This kind of ideological imprint is not very strong, and it can't stop him from controlling the two departments. Finally the other party revealed the truth. I am Bai Yang, a black-robed disciple under the chief deacon of Hujin of the Black Vatican, lurking in the military of Bo City." After the words fell, Captain Liang was shocked. He didn't know how many times the three views had been rebuilt today. Hurrah! Asking what he wanted to know, Lu Jun untied the restraints, and Bai Yang fell to the ground with a frightened face, panting heavily, and said through gritted teeth, "You." He wanted to mobilize the elementary stardust to cast a spell, but once he used the stardust, a pair of red eyes appeared in front of his eyes, his heart twitched, and the connection of the stars was interrupted, and he couldn't help screaming. Then Bai Yang covered his heart with his hands, held it tightly, and rolled all over the floor, dying of pain. "It is the curse, the haze of fear." Lu Jun smiled faintly. The mind system and curse system are really sharp weapons against the Black Vatican. "Spirit wolf beast, go and kill him." Bai Yang can't cast spells to bless summoned beasts, but it doesn't matter, he can command monsters to fight. He is only a mid-level mage, and a servant-level monster can be killed in close quarters. It's just that no matter how much Bai Yang yelled, he didn't see any movement. When he turned his head to look, he was horrified to find that the spirit wolf was obediently lowering its head in front of the man, being stroked. Eerie, mysterious. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang was in despair. There was nothing more powerless than the pet of a summoning mage who betrayed on the spot. Lu Jun's eyes were pale. He stroked the wolf and said, "Go back." Soon, the figure of the 2-meter-high giant wolf disappeared and returned to the summoning plane. The initial level of the summoning system, dimensional summoning, can only allow the summoned object to stay in the plane for a while, and the stardust will return when the energy is exhausted. Only the middle level, contract summoning, can always exist, that is, the natal monster. In the same place, Bai Yang lost his mind and lost his mind. When Mo Fan saw all this, he was a little confused. He couldn't understand what kind of spirit seed it was first, and what kind of curse system it was. Captain Liang let out a sigh of relief, and said with a complicated expression, I didn't expect that there are so many moths in the upper echelons of Bo City. What should I do with the holy spring now? I don't think it's safe to hand it over to anyone. After saying that, Mo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, and had an idea, and at the same time, he felt a little anxious. If Lu Jun hadn't killed him in front of him, he wouldn't have this idea. He became a spectator in the disaster of Bo City, and he didn't have the strength to reverse it. He couldn't imagine that without the efforts of Lu Jun and other high-level combat forces, Bo City might have been blood-bathed. His younger sister Xingxia, father Mo Jiaxing, and even he might all die. I said, Mo Fan said boldly, why don't you let me absorb it? Huh, Captain Liang asked in surprise, what do you mean? Literally, Mo Fan gritted his teeth and said, the Black Vatican has been staring at this thing. Even if it is handed over to a higher upper management, it may be stolen without anyone knowing it. Since the enemy wants it, we just destroy it. Anyway, there are not many Wens left. If you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of thieves thinking about you. Hearing this, Captain Liang opened his mouth to speak, but his expression had long since become numb. The two high school students were one by one. Seeing that Captain Liang was loose, Mo Fan quickly winked at old Lu. The three of them present, Lu Jun, established the greatest right to speak with their combat power. How to assign each other's nods to the holy spring here, I can only pray for enough brothers. Lu Jun understood, thought for a while and said a fair word, this is the truth. The most important thing is that Mo Fan was supposed to soak in the holy spring, but it was interrupted in this situation. I think he can absorb it. Woohoo, Mo Fan said excitedly, old Lu, no. Dad. You are my dad. Captain Liang was speechless. He looked at the two of them, guarding against himself. After thinking about it, he still acquiesced. Mo Fan sat cross-legged on the spot, carrying the two of them behind his back, and secretly fed a small bottle of Earth Holy Spring to the little loach Pendant, and began to use a huge amount of warm water to attack the middle-level barriers of the fire type and thunder type. In this way, although the process is different, the result converges. Lu Jun also has his own considerations. Let's not mention the utilitarian purpose of letting Mo Fan grow up, devouring the holy spring of the earth, attracting the attention of the Black Vatican and other forces, as a target, and moreover, the future will be catastrophic. Without the Green Dragon Totem, the recovery will undoubtedly fail. Besides, he smiled lightly, he didn't work for nothing. Bo City was basically preserved, the loss was not that big, and the forces of all parties felt embarrassed afterwards. I don't want much, maybe 20 to 30 million. By the way, Lu Jun secretly withheld a drop of the holy spring to make plans for the ancient capital. On the building, Mo Fan is retreating and refining, and Lu Jun is also sitting cross-legged to seize the time to recover the magic energy of the two nebulae. The demon clan outside the city is still there, and the battle is not over yet. Let me state first, the protagonist is not a dog licker, and I will still take the opportunity that should be taken. But the power of the Qinglong totem, I really can't take it. The holy spring here, the holy spring in Xiaodao behind, the sacred spring in Helen Mountain, etc. Buzz buzz. On the top of the Yinmao building, I don't know how long it has passed. Mo Fan's body is intertwined with thunder and fire, and the brilliance soars into the sky. Purple and red reflect half of the sky, and a pair of pupils reflect thunder clouds and red clouds respectively. Breakthrough. Dual system intermediate level. Lu Jun was envious, thinking that his white tiger pendant probably had residual totem power. After graduating from university and traveling around the world, it's time to look for clues. Ha ha ha, I'm Big Mo Fan. I'm an intermediate level dual element. I don't think Lao Lu is worse than you. Mo Fan checked his own cultivation, the wind stopped and the rain stopped, and he felt that he was fine again. On the side, Lu Jun had already recovered most of his mana, and broke through the cold water. Come on, you haven't controlled Xingzi well yet, wait a year before you can release the intermediate level, Mo Fan. Hearing this, Mo Fan's expression changed. Since he had no connection with Tangyu, he didn't have star map scroll to assist casting spells. After breaking through the intermediate level, he could only release elementary magic for the time being, and at most it would last a little longer. Lu Jun turned his head and told the two of them, Captain Liang, you and Mo Fan will return to Anji, and clean up some remaining Black Vatican members by the way. I will go to support the border battlefield first. The two didn't refuse, especially Mo Fan was eager to go home long after such a thing happened, and wanted to see if Xingxia and his father were okay. By the way, there is one more thing. He glanced at the paralyzed Bai Yong on the ground and said, by the way, take this guy back and imprison him, and torture him for some information. He felt a little regretful in his heart. Only Bai Yong came, and Yuang did not dare to come, but with Bai Yong, Mu He and his like may be safe, and the following estimates will all be exposed. If they escape, the monks cannot escape the temple. Buzz buzz. Then Lu Jun called out a shocking gold épée, connected his mind to the star, and did not reveal the star map. After a burst of trembling, the Wujin long sword suspended around his body instantly swelled 9 times in the wind, reaching a full 12 meters. With his toes tiptoed and his figure half floating, he stepped on the huge black sword. It was smooth and steady, square and almost the same as the ground. The next moment, with a sound of swish, Lu Jun flew with his sword, piercing the sky, and a ray of platinum sword light disappeared in the vast night sky in a blink of an eye, setting off a majestic wave. There is only a long and leisurely chant left in the original place. A young man with a sword in his hand, travels freely in the world, enjoys his life, and writes about the spring and autumn with wild pen. Seeing this, Captain Liang and Mo Fan were stunned. Even though they had been shocked by many things today, they were still shocked by this scene and couldn't help but look at each other. Captain Liang muttered to himself, how do I feel, Mr. Lu, and we don't have the same style of painting. Mo Fan's face turned dark, and he took a long time to swear and curse, but he still couldn't help envious. Old Lu, this guy, he still pretended to be coercive after he left. He made up his mind that in the future, he must find a magic tool that can fly with a sword. At the same time, the people holding their mobile phones to take pictures in Anji all exclaimed happily. Usually, no matter the Mage or the Black Vatican, they are far away from them. Now I can actually fully witness this scene, and even filmed it, from Lu Jun's Yujian slaying demons and demons, a huge waterfall flooding several streets, and then flying swords away. The Black Vatican was killed indiscriminately. Although they couldn't see the specifics of that figure clearly, this material was precious. A lot of people were excited to post on moments, or they were so excited, little fan books, shaking the shade. The news of Bo City spread quickly, the blurred picture of Lu Jun's deity descending to earth, and a pair of 200 black beasts also aroused many people's discussions. Scarlet alert, official mages fight against evil, unite as one, come on. Come on. Laxative, I'm in Bo City, just entered Anji, what should I do if I encounter a bloody disaster? Wow, the bloody disaster in Bo City, this little pigeon is so handsome, full of security, don't ask why it's the little brother, does anyone in Jimei know his contact information? Of course, this matter is still fermenting. Unknown to Lu Jun on the other side, he is flying with the sword. It is the first time that he feels a kind of great freedom, free and easy, so he can't help but read a soy sauce poem. In the middle of the sky, he looked down at the rapidly retreating scene below, which faded into a blur. The wind and water rolled back, and he was wearing a windbreaker, with a kind of arrogant and unruly temperament. Lu Jun's experience is so-so. If the oncoming storm hadn't been protected by the water guard, his skin would have been cut through. Fortunately, an épée as big as a wall is not afraid of being blown off. The speed is quite fast, only under the high-level magic wind wings. After a while, Lu Jun saw the battlefield from afar, the one-eyed wolves overwhelming the outpost, and the mountains and plains were covered with a layer of bluish-black tide. The two sides have already fought together, and they are red-eyed. 1,000 army mages are the backbone, lined up in front, unifying the release of elementary magic, gorgeous flames, and frost in turn, taking away many demons in each round, and flying flesh and blood. The demon hunters and other social mages outflank and harass from both sides. On the one hand, they are not very disciplined, and they may escape due to excessive pressure if they concentrate on the front. On both sides of the mountains and fields, clusters of dazzling rays of light exploded, and whenever the monsters approached, countless ground waves would engulf them, causing them to retreat several miles away. It's just that the hundreds of warriors among them are not too affected, and they are almost enough to reach the front of the battle formation. The official and non-governmental middle-level mages shot one after another, trying to block it. What about the sisters? Lu Junyujian was flying high in the sky. Looking down, he wasn't worried about Lu Mei's safety. He was at the third level of the middle class of the dual elements of climate and soil, and his life-saving ability was fully pulled up. Okay. Unless the commander-level winged wolf takes action himself, it is impossible for anything to happen. And the terrifying and huge winged wolf was in the sky. In the rainstorm at night, Lu Jun saw a man with wind wings entangled with a giant beast like a tens of meters tall mountain. He didn't dare to get close, and turned to the battlefield below. He sensed the spiritual magic in the dark, and saw his sister at a glance from the chaotic battlefield. A 10-meter-high three-eyed demon wolf roared and stepped forward, majestic, like a super-heavy truck, rushing towards the formation of more than a dozen mages at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that several mages were about to be torn apart, a thick khaki-yellow light suddenly appeared in this area, and the earth magic energy gathered. Level 3 Rock Barrier Lianshan. Soon, layers upon layers of earth waves rolled, and the mountain-like walls rose up one after another, reaching 15 meters high. Even if the warlord-level demon wolf wanted to jump over this distance, it would be too late. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge wolf beast hit the cliff standing out of nowhere, and the whole body bounced back without any damage to the rock barrier. This is not over yet. The booming barriers are rising in all directions, like mountains pinching, besieging beasts. Even the tall warrior-level magic wolf is tightly squeezed in a small corner. In the distance, a glamorous and tall female mage pressed her hands to the ground and slowly got up. After half a year, Lu Mei has also made progress. The third level of the middle level of the rock system is much stronger than the first level rock, and it can resist ordinary warrior-level monsters without spirit species. In the middle of the sky, Lu Jun saw the magic wolf locked by the Lianlian stone wall, and immediately realized the good opportunity. Buzz buzz. He decisively swooped down with the large flying sword on the mountain screen at his feet, like a fighter plane launching a desperate charge. The black metal épée is filled with the beauty of steel strength, interpreting the ultimate aesthetics of violence. The tip of the sword pierced the air, setting off a violent wave of air, rubbing against it to glow and heat up. The sharp chirping resounded over the battlefield, and all mages standing in this area heard it. The wind blew across their scalps. They thought it was a surprise attack by some flying monsters, and quickly looked up at the sky. The giant platinum shadow pierced the night sky, so fast that it couldn't be seen clearly, as if the overlord of Nanling, Silver Skylord, had arrived in person. With such momentum as a rainbow, it was already too late for people to see it. The sword fell from the sky. Rumble. The 12-meter-long sword fell straight into the bony wolf caught between the overlapping boulders, accompanied by a violent roar that tore through the sky. The ground trembled, countless boulders splashed, and smoke billowed. Everyone subconsciously lowered their bodies and crossed their hands in front of them to block the incoming flying sand and rocks. Their eyes were full of yellow mist. Tangyu was even forced to escape from the shadows, stood on a kang tree and looked out, muttering to herself, "Who the hell?" Not long after, when the smoke faded a little under the heavy rain, dozens of mages saw what was in front of them, and couldn't help but gape. I saw a 3-story-high giant sword erected, directly piercing from the wolf's back to the abdomen. The spine was broken on the spot by the powerful impact just now, the white bones protruded, the internal organs were bloody, and the whole body was a puddle of mud. The figure of a young man stepped on the upper hilt of the black giant blade, high above the ground, independent of the world, hunting in a windbreaker, surrounded by sand, dust and wind, and a group of rock wolf corpses bowed under the sword. This scene took everyone's breath away and brought unspeakable shock. "I'm not late." A clear voice came out from the mist, and those demon hunters suddenly realized that they were still on the battlefield, but the servant-level one-eyed magic wolf nearby had already been temporarily scared away. Tangyu's shadow came under the giant sword, and her slender figure manifested. She raised her head to look at Lu Jun, and said with complicated eyes, "You are here. Has the Black Vatican in the city been resolved?" At this time, Lu Jun jumped down from a height of more than 10 meters. With the protection of the water shield, the impact of the fall was easily resolved without any damage. A normal-sized Genjin épée fell on his hand. Lu Jun used the calmest words to say bloody cruelty, "Kill them all." Hearing this, Tangyu felt at ease, and had to admit that the young man in front of her was very attractive and reliable. This one-handed kill of the general's combat power exploded, and the nearby mage's momentum was greatly shaken. She sincerely issued an invitation. Come to the trial meeting, and you will definitely become a great mage in the future. A graceful figure floated by in the distance, and her elder sister Lu Mei also arrived on the wind track. When she heard this sentence, she glanced at her and hummed softly, then turned to look at her younger brother, and said with a smile, "You brats have learned how to be handsome, don't you? Get hurt?" "No." Lu Jun stopped, and said to Tang Yu again, "Let's talk about it when the time comes, the monsters are attacking right now." Okay. The three temporarily formed a team, gathered a group of junior mages, and began to chase after the victory, sweeping the flanking battlefield. As for the warrior-level wolf corpse, no one paid any attention to it. After the war, it will be cleaned up after the war. There will be a special military mage to calculate it, so it will not be ignorant. Lu Jun also didn't get the warrior-level soul, just a broken soul. He looked at the battlefield strewn with corpses, feeling quite sorry that he had come late. Otherwise, if he participated in this war, it would not be a problem to gather one or two synthetic servant-level spirits. After the death of the monster, if you don't collect it quickly, both the essence and the remnant soul will quickly dissipate. Besides, Lu Jun's white tiger pendant also has a limit to the absorption range. In fact, he still has to kill the demon himself. Don't even think about taking shortcuts. Rumble. Soon, the tide surged all over Lu Jun, and violent waves broke out one after another, ravaging the mountains and fields. A large blue flood mixed with mudslides engulfed the one-eyed magic wolves that were running and collapsing, strangling and suffocating them. At the same time, Lu Mei and Tang Yu were not idle either. The former used the third-level wind disk tear, and a series of tornadoes more than 20 meters high swept by, and the dense wind blades cut more than 20 demon wolves into pieces. The latter is more ferocious, with a hot body, a hot temperament, and a violent style of play. The third-level middle-level fire system of one-punch swan flame strong fist 9 palaces, with a fire-type spiritual seed, is far more powerful than the siblings. The ground shook, huge cracks appeared, circles of flame spread, and pillars of flame soared into the sky, covering a radius of 100 meters, which was not inferior to the stormy waves of the water system. All the demon wolves in the wave of cinnabar flames were burned to ashes. This time there were 3 more mid-level mages, and 2 of them were top-level masters. Instead of letting the monsters invade Bo City, they started to break the deadlock and set off a counterattack. Looking down from a high altitude, the blue and black tide shrank. Led by the 3 of Lu Jun, they gradually moved the flanks of the battlefield. A large number of demon wolves died tragically, and the arrows went straight into the core of the demon wolves. On the outpost in front, Deng Kai of the Monster Hunting Alliance temporarily commanded, raised his binoculars, and was surprised to see this scene. "Whose subordinate is this, so brave?" The subordinate replied, "It's the Judge Tang Yu, and Lu Hunter and her younger brother." Deng Kai said in a deep voice, "No matter who it is, the whole army obeys the order, press on me, follow the torn wound, and kill fiercely." On the other hand, following Lu Jun's wanton killings, counting those killed by his sister and Tang Yu nearby, the number of remnants of the white tiger pendant reached more than 100 in a short period of time, and the dots of faint blue fluorescence gathered to form a brand new servant-level spirit. He parted his mind, and was excited when he saw this, and hurriedly led this essence into the spiritual world, that majestic white gold nebula. 49 stars are shining brightly, and 6 of them occupy the center exclusively, which are obviously a circle larger than the others and more lively. Buzz buzz. When the essence merges into an ordinary star, a new one immediately expands and squeezes into the center, and the 7 stars circle around, exuding a strange force, which not only expands the boundary of the nebula. It also nourished a sword seal that suppressed Xingyan, and the 7 stars were arranged on it, strengthening the natal magic equipment. The next moment, a piece of information popped up in Lu Jun's mind. The elementary level of the gold system was promoted to the 4th level. It's called Shock. It is based on the sublimation of the 3rd-level golden on. The original strong flesh and blood and defensive magic of the warrior level, the golden glow gradually weakened, and at most penetrated into the bone marrow, but once the melee combat could not kill immediately, the warrior level would not be able to stop even the ordinary water defense with one blow, and would definitely die. Then Shock appeared, using the principle of metal resonance, to play a powerful special effect vibration. Every slash has a knockback effect, and even the general level will be ruthlessly thrown backwards. Lu Jun cooperates with his spirit seed's 3 times water defense cycle to push back, and the combination of the two is foolproof. In addition, under the impact of this energy, he vaguely felt that the second level of the middle level of the gold system was close at hand. According to Lu Jun's calculations, it has been a year and 4 months since the mid-level breakthrough of the metal system. Although he has concentrated on the water system, the mind system, and the curse system since then, he has no longer practiced himself. After this war, he might be able to break through. Ho ho ho. Suddenly Lu Jun's mind returned, and his sixth sense was activated. He sensed a violent and powerful aura ahead, and immediately looked up. As expected, a wolf beast with a stronger physique than before rushed forward. Apparently, the demon wolf group noticed the twist here, and wanted to send a warlord to kill a few people. This three-eyed demonic wolf was more than 10 meters tall when standing alone. It had a terrifying aura. As it moved quickly, it set off a sonic boom, and the rain that fell from the sky rolled back. Even so, Mr. Lu is not afraid. He flies with the sword alone, releases the consumption of the water storm, and then connects with the gold magic. There is a certain chance of beheading, let alone these 3 people. But the next moment, he couldn't relax, and the central wolves produced 3 smaller ordinary warriors one after another. With the battle as the arrow, the charging movement of the finished character looks like overwhelming momentum from a distance. Hiss. Lu Jun heard the 2 people around him gasp. I'll try to block it with a rock barrier first, Lu Mei said. She quickly controlled the Xingzi, released the first level ground wave, and a piece of land far ahead was soft and collapsed, turning into a swamp. However, the leading battle generals rushed past the demon wolf, and their speed only attenuated a little. Only the 3 generals behind them slowed down significantly. Seeing this, Lu Mei frowned slightly, and the movements of her hands were not slow. She didn't expect elementary magic to be useful, just to control it. Soon, the apricot yellow star map spread under her feet, and thick earth elements surged around her. A pat on the ground. Rumble. In an instant, rows of 15-meter-high mountain screens were lifted up, repeating the old trick to trap the 4 generals together. The 4 warlords, the demon wolf, were caught in a narrow corner. They slammed hard and made a bang. Although a yellow rock wall was broken, there were still 2 rows behind, enough to complete the closing. The great general, the demon wolf, was about to be trapped. He raised his head and howled, his 4 feet glowed with blue light. His speed was actually a lot faster. The entire huge wolf body flew away, and it was about to turn over the 15-meter-high rock wall. This size, this jumping ability, is frightening. Intermediate Shadow, Level 3 Giant Shadow Spike Pear Thorn. At the critical moment, Tangyu made a move. She was also preparing for magic. Now that it had formed, she coldly flung out a few balls of shadowy light, which squirmed in midair and turned into a few giant thorns. Along the shadow of the night sky, she quietly came to the 4 ends. Beside the magic wolf. Buzz buzz. Immediately, Dada, who was about to jump out, stiffened and fell powerlessly. Immediately, the 4 walls closed together, and the 4 demon wolves squeezed together, tightly stuck. However, the mound fortress kept shaking, and the broken stones rustled down. With the power of the general monster, I am afraid that it will soon break through the obstacle. But Lu Mei and Tangyu have 2 major middle-level magics under their control, and they have enough time to cast spells. 2 cheers sounded. Wind Disc Tear, Sparrow Flame Strong Fist 9 Palaces. The stone fortress in the distance shook violently, the ground cracked, circles of flames spread, 9 pillars of flame shot up into the sky, the flames of the spiritual seeds were blazing, and the waves of fire rose one after another. Immediately afterwards, the eye of the wind condensed, and a large blue gust of wind swept across the flat ground. The fort wrapped in flames was like a torch, and suddenly higher flames burst out, intertwined with green and red, like a fire dragon soaring into the sky, more than 30 meters away. Lu Jun didn't intervene rashly. The water system didn't work well with the 2 of them in battle, but the wind and fire cooperated better. What's more, he didn't have any movements. As soon as he thought, the golden system star map controlled him, and he swallowed the edge of the black gold flying sword all over his body. Then a ray of platinum sword light cut down vertically, the speed became faster and faster, and the sword shadow became larger and larger, like a platinum shooting star across the night sky, stretching from top to bottom in a platinum line of sky. Boom. The instant it was cut down, it turned into a 12-meter épée, like a supersonic missile landing on the ground, hitting the flame fortress, and the violent air wave caused the cyan-red flame storm to disperse, and the mound fortress collapsed and burst. And the newly promoted level 4 shock effect was activated, penetrating through the Earth's crust. Dense spider web cracks emerged on the ground, and huge plates lifted up one by one. Even the three of Lu Jun who were far away were shaken up, and their feet were a few inches off the ground before they staggered down. Tang Yu hesitated to speak. It should be dead, you have something with this magic tool. On the side, Lu Jun said solemnly, no, not yet. He sensed with his heart and mind that in the fire in front of him, the three life forces had already weakened, like a candle in the wind, and they would die sooner or later under the continuous burning of the sparrow spirit fire. And the breath of life of the war general is still very tenacious. After all, the huge monster standing more than 10 meters high, the 12-meter sword fell through the bodies of 3 weak war generals. The war will be lucky not to be mortally wounded. Not long after, a three-eyed demon with one leg injured and one leg crippled slowly walked out of a large shattered flame fortress. His skin and fur were scorched black, with criss-crossing scars that made flesh and blood protrude, and one leg was pierced through by a Zhenjin épée. It roared angrily, and still took heavy steps, trying to tear the three of Lu Jun apart, and the ferocity of the poor and desperate was completely aroused. Hee. Lu Jun let out a chuckle. He was already prepared, and shot out the middle-level water system tide storm expulsion. A 30-meter-wide huge flood rushed past, and instantly bumped into the charging warlord demon. Wolf. Crash. Da, who was already seriously injured, was powerless to stop him, and was washed away by the blue torrent as soon as he met his face. It kept struggling, but the blue river seemed to be dissolving its strength and monster power like evil, even devouring it. Tens of seconds later, the blue water dried up, and the plowed wet river bed exposed a huge wolf corpse, and a wisp of soul merged into the white tiger pendant. Lu Jun felt that the last trace of the demon's strength was drained, and he suffocated to death. The 20% blessing gathered on his body was ready to go. The 4 warlords have been dealt with. Counting the previous ones, there are a total of more than a dozen. The flanks are about to be opened. Let's work harder. Tang Yu at the side breathed a sigh of relief. Her beautiful face was covered with beads of sweat, she said wearily. Including Sister Lu Mei, both of them fought for a long time, and the nebulae of the two systems were almost exhausted. Lu Jun looked around and saw corpses everywhere in the mountains and fields. Lin Yuxin and Yang Zuohei along the road next door were also fighting hard. The three armies converged and rushed straight to the core area of the Wolf clan. He clearly saw the riot of demons on the hilltop in the distance, completely shaken. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the sky, accompanied by a majestic shout. Whoever dares to invade my city of Bo will be punished no matter how far away. Immediately after, a huge black shadow fell under the rain in the night sky, and hit the mountain heavily. It was a beheaded wolf, a commanding level monster, a behemoth tens of meters long, half shorter than Godzilla, and died just like that, up. Woo! Seeing this, the wolves screamed in grief, could no longer hold on, completely collapsed and scattered, and fled from all directions. The war has come to an end, and all mages are cheering. Zhang Kong's figure slowly descended from midair, and stood at the forefront under the shouts of everyone. Everyone smiled. Tang Yu, Lu Mei, Lin Yuxin, Yang Zuohei, Principal Zhu, Deng Kai, and even Lu Jun saw Mu Zuian and Mu Ningxie in the family camp. That's right, Mu Ningxie was also there. This time, Lu Jun appeared and took the lead in attacking her. She did not follow the original trajectory. After the duel, Mo Fan went back to Imperial University, but fought together in Bo City. At this moment, no matter what your status or class, everyone is celebrating with carnival, and the sincere feelings are moving. Seeing this scene, Lu Jun was in a daze. He really changed the future, tore up the script, and played a perfect ending. He gradually showed a smile. His thoughts were flying. It's so good. He had a lot of fun fighting monsters, survived the most critical disaster in his life, and kept his hometown. The next step is to go to the academy, and fighting with others must be a lot of fun. Speaking of which, Lu Jun has no experience in fighting human mages. He has been fighting in the wilderness for 3 years, fighting against the black beasts of the Black Vatican. Soon, He returned to his thoughts and saw that the heavy rain in the night sky was getting smaller and smaller. Seeing that the rain had stopped, he breathed a sigh of relief, explaining that the Black Vatican had completely abandoned the plan and withdrew the rain-caller Wuku. The overall situation is settled. In fact, Lu Jun was very vigilant against the two, and he was not absolutely sure that they would not take action, so before the operation started, he still let Tang Yu pass on the information, and made a solemn statement that it could only be passed on to the presiding judge in Hangzhou, that is, her uncle. In this way, there is room for rescue in case of any accident. Besides, Zhang Kong himself is not simple. He has a high-level cap and possesses the ancestral forbidden technique. When necessary, super low-level fighters like Wuku can fight as soon as they say it. It is a guaranteed strategy. Lu Jun made the attack after careful consideration. Now he swept across the crowd and accidentally saw Mu He in the crowd of the Mu family. The other party smiled, as if rejoicing with everyone. Seeing this, Lu Jun couldn't hold back anymore, and almost laughed out loud. Knowing Mu He's identity, and looking at what he did, he was coerced by the members of the Mu family, and had no choice but to disguise himself as a mid-level mage to help Bocheng bravely resist the demons. If the mission failed, I still have to smile and congratulate, I guess my heart is bleeding. Finally, the night rain stopped, and a gleam of light appeared in the sky, as if the dawn broke through the darkness. Everyone stared at the sky in a daze, unable to regain their senses for a long time. They did not go after and kill the wolves and monsters who fled the wilderness, they were exhausted and the monsters couldn't kill them all. The human world only occupies less than 1%, so it would be good to save Bo City. Zhang Kong was unscathed, but his body was drenched and he was in a bit of a mess. He looked at the blue and black ebbing tide all over the mountains and plains, and said to himself, this battle will at least ensure the safety of Bo City for 10 years. Before the new wolves in Nanling moved in, they were very stable. After everyone's excitement passed, it was another scene to count the casualties, and many people showed sad expressions. Fortunately, the casualties were mainly the soldier outposts on the border, who all died in the first wave of resistance, and the subsequent reinforcements came to a stalemate, and there were not many casualties. Row is also a troublesome thing to deal with the aftermath like this. When the sky was bright, the dense black dots in the distance during the day moved rapidly to this side, and there were sky eagles approaching, which were supported by the guards of the nearby cities. Skyhawk is a rare car domesticated by the military, and its combat power is not weak. Every Skyhawk means that a mid-level mage is coming. Zhang Kong can be said to be very busy, receiving friendly troops who came to support, and also counting casualties and losses. After working for quite a while, he finally found time, walked quickly in front of Lu Jun and Lu Mei, glanced at the two of them, deeply moved, and said in a deep voice, I already know about Bai Yang, we will investigate thoroughly. He paused and said sincerely, I still need to thank you all. I didn't expect that the Black Vatican in Bo City would hide so deeply. It even attracted wolves and almost overturned Bo City. No need to thank, I'm just protecting myself. Lu Jun gave up and joked. I'm a hunter, you know what I mean, give me some practical rewards, don't talk about it. Ha ha ha, you boy. Zhang Kong laughed and said, I think the person who hides the most in Bo City is Ni, even the Black Vatican doesn't know where he is revealing, tisk 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 mid-level. Don't worry, there will be rewards. We in Bo City won't let heroes bleed and cry. I'll show you the bottom line, at least this amount. Zhang Kong groaned, and made two gestures. Seeing this, Lu Jun understood that more than 20 million yuan, including some money saved in the first half of the year, can equip his sister with a good spiritual seed, and he didn't feel embarrassed. Of course. In the end, the military stayed behind, and most of the social mages withdrew one after another, returning to the Anji of Bo City to find their relatives. This time it was laughter, civilians and ordinary people were well protected. Afterwards, Zhang Kong caught Mo Fan and called Lu Jun over. Inside the Yinmao building, the Mu family, Mo Fan, and Mu Ningxie were all there. Zhang Kong looked at the two geniuses with twitching corners of his mouth, and said frantically, you said you swallowed the holy spring alive, and then promoted to an intermediate mage. Mo Fan smiled sheepishly. I didn't do this to prevent the Black Vatican from taking it away. Besides, I was supposed to soak for a week, but when this happened, I have the right to make up for it. Forget it. Zhang Kong stopped and said, It's fine if it's gone, so people don't worry about it. Anyway, there's not much energy left. This matter has set the tone and will not be pursued any further. Only the two brothers of the Mew family looked ugly. The Holy Spring was shared by all the forces in Bow City in name, but in fact, under the background of the Mew family's dominance, it had long been a private property. Once this thing is gone, they will lose the most. The bad news doesn't stop there. Zhang Kong hesitated and said, by the way, after this battle, Bow City will be abolished and converted into a military fortress, because there is an inner ghost of the Black Vatican among the upper levels, and the higher levels want to completely break up and reorganize. It's all going to be investigated. How could it be like this? We clearly defended Bow City. The Mew family was quite reconciled, and turned the people into the army. Ordinary civilians were not affected at all, but the security was greatly improved. The ones who suffered were those huge forces, and the land was confiscated. Looking at this scene, Lu Jun felt that the development of Bow City was restricted, and the Mew family had to move out. Most of the rest are different from the original book. Yu Yu is no longer a shadow to the people of Bow City, but a united guardianship. Except for part of the house, it is completely preserved, and it can be reoccupied after a little cleaning without rebuilding. And it was time for Lu Jun and Lu Mei to leave. Before that, the official commendation and rewards came. After disposing of the corpses of the monsters, they were divided equally with Tang Yu, and a total of 30 million was put on the card. I heard that the reporter sent by the 5 young masters of the Imperial Court Station planned to report on Bow City in detail, and invited him to interview as the person involved. Of course, it was mosaicked anonymously, so as to avoid the persecution of the Black Vatican. The disaster in Bow City has long been fermented on the internet and has become a nationwide discussion. Charitable donations have been launched in various places, which shows that one side is in trouble and all sides support it. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the above. Lu Jun has a bottom line in his heart, knowing that his performance is probably seen by Chief Hua in the original book, and he has a backing. 5th Young Master Lan Xing is the sports channel, and this place has become magic. In the extraordinary world, where there is magic, there is sports. The importance has also risen sharply, although it is not as good as the comprehensive channel, but it is second only to one of the most important ones. The interview process was very fast, and even the damaged places came directly before the corpses were cleaned up, which can better reflect the horror of the demons and the Black Vatican. Lu Jun also narrated the matter in a regular manner, and the incident in Bow City was over. The first volume of the disaster in Bow City is over, and the second volume of the school is about to begin, which is called The Campus Life of the Hunting King Lu Jun. In the small bungalow, Lu Mei walked up and down, touching this, looking at that, her face full of reluctance. She sighed. If you want to go to the Academy of Magic Capital, I have to follow. The highest palace of pursuing magic is only somewhat possible in the metropolis, but don't sell this house, keep it as a thought. Quote. Anyway, we're not short of money now. My sister said, pointing her fingers, if one day we fail in hard work, we can go back to our hometown and lie down. If we succeed, then we will always retire from the rivers and lakes. Lu Jun listened quietly to her sister's nagging. A kind of sadness and nostalgia for parting came to her mind, making it difficult to calm down. It has been a week since the disaster in Bow City. Zhang Xiaohu, He Yu, Mu Bai, Mo Fan, Xu Zayotting and other familiar people have all made the decision to go their separate ways, and they will be separated from each other from now on. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohu chose to join the army. Mu Bai went to the ancient capital with his uncle Mu He in a daze. Xu Zayotting applied for the college entrance examination, and Mo Fan resolutely took his family to the magic capital. Zhang Kong is about to be transferred, and Tang Yu is returning to Hangzhou. Both of them sincerely invited again before leaving, promising to provide high-level resources with a guarantee. I have to admit that Mr. Liu is a little tempted. You must know that the middle level is different from the high level. If you want to break through the high level by yourself, you must be baptized and nourished by the galaxy magic weapon for a long time. Otherwise, you have to buy a kind of natural material and earth treasure impact called Galaxy Vein, which is worth 100 million. Now that Lu Mei has capped the dual system, she urgently needs a breakthrough in this kind of thing. With so much money, it will take at least 2 or 3 years for the two of them to accumulate, wasting a lot of time. For a powerful force like Tang Yu, the middle rank is still capped at the top. If you go back to Hangzhou, you will probably get the pulse of the galaxy. After a few weeks, you will be transformed into a high rank. Lu Jun is not sure about the future, so he can only wait and see, hoping to find a channel for Galaxy Magic Tool. This kind of high-level resource is no longer available in the market. Now the siblings have a total of 40 million in their wallets including their past accumulation. Theoretically, it is more than enough to rent a Galaxy Magic Tool. That's right, sister, your 2 series and 2 spirit seeds are fully matched. My gold-type magic metal, why is this calculation so wasteful? He shook his head and sighed, then turned to Lu Mei and said, it's time to go, the train tickets are all bought. Alas, Lu Mei sighed, turning her head every step of the way, looking at her small one-story house, including Lu Jun, who was very sad to see it, the place where she lived for 18 years, 3 years without shame and anger with her sister. Ah, the years of being together. Squeak, boom, the gate of the small courtyard was closed, and it was unknown how long it would be dusty. After all, the two of them set off. First, they went to Shaman next door, and then went to the magic capital. By the way, Lu Jun remembered one thing. Bai Yong seems to have been executed after being questioned. Many black churches were arrested. Yuang didn't know where he went, so pay attention when the time comes. Now that the script has been torn to pieces, maybe Xu Zayoding won't be able to stop the disaster again, right? Sitting in a bullet train on the road, the siblings were swiping their mobile phones. Lu Jun was looking up the information of Shanghai Pearl University. Looking around the world, it is also a first-class university, and any graduate has a basic level of intermediate cultivation. After thinking for a long time, Lu Jun decided to apply for this school, which has a lot of resources and a holy place for practice such as the 3-step pagoda. Of course, due to the disaster in Bo City, all Tianlin students missed the college entrance examination, and the government could only arrange for the third-year students to repeat their studies for a year before taking the college entrance examination. Xu Zayoding and Mo Fan all decided to wait another year. But Lu Jun was different. He stayed for a year purely wasting his time. He simply took the special recruitment quota, and got into the university early to improve himself. The special move, as the name suggests, must have a special skill. On the surface, he is equipped with a water element and a curse dual element middle level, actually a gold element, and the cultivation level and rarity of the element are all occupied, which is enough to enter. In addition, Lu Jun also had a careful thought about Mingzhu. Principal Xiao of Mingzhu is a hidden big boss, which is a forbidden curse of the water system, which was revealed later. If he can be valued by his old man and accepted as a disciple, the world will go sideways, and the relevant water system cultivation experience will be invaluable. Wow, look, Mr. Lu. Just as he was thinking about the future, the elder sister beside him was startled, held up the mobile phone and handed it over, and said with a smile, my brother is on fire. Hearing this, Lu Junwei was stunned to see a shaky video on his mobile phone. The screen was a little shaking, and it was dark and blurry, and the Yinmao building was photographed through a light curtain. From the angle of view, it should be taken from the people in Anji. The next scene is very familiar. He stands proudly on the top of the building, controls the Zhenjin Feijian, kills indiscriminately, and then the blue flood seems to wash away all the evils in the world. Every time there was an attack, the voiceover in the video burst into bursts of cheers, and a big brother roared angrily, okay, okay, okay. Give me a hard time blackening the holy sea. Seeing this, Lu Jun felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart, moved or vain. But to be recognized by the people of the guarded city is a remarkable achievement. At least he had never experienced it in his previous life. He clicked on the comments, curious to see what the sand sculpture netizens were talking about. I was at the scene. I'm from Bo City. I was so handsome that night. I don't know who this mage is. Flying sword, teary eyes, the ancient myth has actually reappeared. Did those ancient people dig out magic 2,000 years ago? In the future, I will also become such a mage, slaying demons and eliminating demons. The upstairs wants to eat farts. This kind of magic equipment is not so easy to get. Maybe it is a master of a wealthy family. Who knows the name of the mage? I will pay attention to it, a good mage who protects the people. Hey, I know, he also participated in the demon war later. He performed outstandingly. He is very young and handsome, but I can't say. Lu Jun watched several videos one after another, all of which were touting him. There was also a simple report by the fifth young master, which aroused great repercussions. Finally, netizens kindly gave him a nickname. Bow City Sword Immortal. Ha ha ha. My sister was so happy that she couldn't help but tremble. She patted her big white legs and said, "Why such a title of secondary school, Sword Immortal, I can have fun for a year." Lu Jun's cheeks were flushed, and he thought about it for a while. It's okay, his identity is kept secret by the authorities, and he probably won't be exposed on the internet in the future, probably. When the limelight comes over, the piss of the internet should sink to the bottom of the sea. Afterwards, he swiped the quiz again to see what was said about him. As expected, the most popular article was about guessing his identity. The article also quoted the report of the fifth young master, and basically listed his motives and evidence for the first incident. First, he discovered that the giant-eyed ape mouse in the sewer was not moving normally, and then contacted the guards of the holy spring to find that some of them had been stolen. So he decisively rang the alarm bell and commanded actions without hesitation. A series of interviews, combined with the pictures, seemed to be full of enthusiasm. The author concluded that those who can detect abnormalities in the tunnel must be members of the urban monster hunting team. With such determination and experience, they must be older and act calmly. In the end, the author vowed that this person could never be young, and criticized those little fairy fantasies and rumors on the internet. Seeing this, Lu Jun smelled a familiar smell, and after a seemingly reasonable analysis, in fact, the process was all wrong, and the result was all wrong. He was satisfied with taking back his phone, which was great, and forced everyone to be distracted by this wave of operations, so no one paid attention to him. This article was very influential, and it didn't take long for Lu Jun's communicator to send many good private messages, such as Yang Zuohei, Lin Yuxin and others complaining about injustice. Lu Jun didn't take it seriously. It's still important to develop insignificantly, otherwise he would have taken advantage of the popularity to open an account, eat traffic, bring goods to a wave of operations, and earn back the pulse of the galaxy. Why do I feel a little excited? Forget it, Lu Jun gave up. He is not an internet celebrity who is deeply involved in the internet. Soon the train arrived at the location of Shanghai. The first time the siblings got off the bus was to find an apartment to rent. Considering that her younger brother was going to school, Lu Mei found a house near Mingzhu School. In the end, I chose an apartment called Jinyuan. It was a bit expensive, but it was very close to the Qing campus and the environment was good. Jinyuan apartment. Lu Jun had a strange expression on his face. He flipped through his memory and found a blind spot. Isn't this the place where Mo Fan, Mu Nujiao and I Tutu will be in a year and a half later? The latter two are female supporting characters with some roles in the original novel. I Tutu has a profound background. His father is a big boss of the Ministry of Defense. Waiting to go in and take a look, it is a set in name, but in fact it is a combination of two sets, each with its own living room. The presidential suite is indeed true. Seeing her younger brother's expression, Lu Mei asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" He shook his head and said, "It's okay, I wonder if the rent is too big." But this is the only rental house left near the school. The corners of Lu Mei's mouth twitched, and she complained, "The students of Pearl University are really rich. Poor and poor work, rich and rich live." The former commoner students mostly live in dormitories, and the latter children from aristocratic families basically rent apartments of a slightly better quality nearby. It's not that Lu Jun doesn't have money now. There's no need to squeeze into the dormitory to wrong him. Besides, he needs privacy for his middle-level 4-element cultivation, and his sister needs a place to live. Then this one. Hearing this, Lu Jun nodded. The future is later, it doesn't matter if they rent it first. After deciding on this apartment, the siblings parted ways. Lu Mei was going to buy spirit seeds, and Lu Jun turned to the Pearl Academy. The Pearl Academy is divided into two parts, the Green Campus and the main campus. The Green Campus is mainly reserved for beginner mages, both new and old students. Only those who have reached the intermediate level and passed the assessment can enter the main campus. The main campus is the real Pearl University, which is divided into outer school and inner school. When Lu Jun applied for the exam, he glanced at it. It happened that the admissions program of the Rare Department of Pearl Academy was the Curse Department of Black Magic, the Summoning Department of Dimensional Magic, and the Space Department. It is conceivable how cherished the curse system is, and its strength is extraordinary. He came to the designated training ground according to the notification information, and he had to say that the environment and scenery of the school along the way was good. It was June and summer, and the shady forest path was full of white thighs of female college students, dressed in cool clothes, fair and beautiful, with temperament outstanding, youthful vitality. When Lu Jun entered the examination room, he was slightly surprised to see only an old professor with glasses present. Dean Xiao actually came to the examination room in person. "You must be Lu Jun," Dean Xiao said gently. "I have heard about the Bocheng incident. It is our honor for you to apply for the Pearl Academy this time. The examination will be waived. Welcome to Mingzhu." Hearing this, Lu Jun was stunned and surprised. How could he enter the Pearl in the blink of an eye? "Why?" Dean Xiao smiled and said, "Do you still want to go through the process and take an assessment?" Lu Jun shook his head quickly. No, thank you, old professor." The other party added kindly, "My surname is Xiao, just call me Dean Xiao." He immediately changed his words and said, "Hello, Dean Xiao. You're welcome, you can come back in September, when the new students of Pearl Academy start." Afterwards, the two chatted for a while before Lu Jun just left. As he walked on the road, he thought that he and the original Mo Fan were treated differently, but it was true. When Mo Fan was admitted to Pearl Academy, it was already a year after the disaster in Bocheng. Yes, the heat has already gone down. He pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger, so no one would recognize him. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief, tightly sealed his thoughts and emotions, and did not reveal his surprise. It should be noted that the identity of the forbidden curse is absolutely hidden, and no one knows. Once Dean Xiao sees something from the fluctuation of his thoughts, he will jump into the yellow river, can't wash it clean. As everyone knows, after Lu Jun left, Dean Xiao kept looking at his back, thoughtfully. The aura of the water element is very strong, it should be the spiritual seed, and there are many hidden auras, the secret is not small. In the end, the old professor shook his head. He didn't intend to investigate. All students were treated equally, as long as they didn't make big mistakes, they were all good kids. After Lu Jun's work is done, he will stop by the Lujiazui area, which is basically the most prosperous area, where the headquarters of many major forces are located, such as the Hunter Alliance, the Magic Association and so on. Most of the mage masters gathered in the magic capital, and it was here that Lu Jun's spiritual seed was bought last time. The Magic City's Magic Association was established on the landmark Oriental Pearl Tower, so it is also called the Oriental Magic Association, and its weight is second only to the Imperial City Magic Association. Lu Jun saw his sister's graceful and hot figure from a distance under the Pearl Tower. There was a middle-aged man standing next to her, smiling kindly on the surface, but in fact he looked at his sister with a pair of eyes, with a hint of greed. Seeing this, Lu Jun frowned, feeling displeased, walked quickly to Lu Mei's side, inserted between the two, and asked, "Sister, what's the matter?" Before Lu Mei could speak, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Oh, is this Mr. Lu? I haven't seen him for many years and he has grown up so much. Have you awakened to magic? How is your cultivation?" Unexpectedly, Lu Jun didn't give any face, and spit out, "None of your business." In his first rebirth, he didn't know what euphemistic compromise was. Euphemistic others made him disgusted. If he didn't like it, he would express it. He had to learn to refuse. The middle-aged man was at a loss for words and shouted, "Why are you so uneducated?" Lu Jun ignored the other party and looked at Lu Mei. The elder sister also endured the nausea, and said in a low voice, "He is from the Lu family, his name is Lu Dong, he is your real uncle, and also my uncle in name." Hearing this, Lu Jun remembered that their family was very complicated. The father and mother each brought a child together, both parents were surnamed Lu, both had some relationship with the Lu family in the magical capital, but it was very indifferent. In the end, the union between the parents seemed to have caused some gossip, so they simply moved to Bo City to live, out of sight and out of mind. Unexpectedly, now that they came back, these inexplicable relatives would come to their door. Hearing this, Lu Dong laughed and said, yes, I hugged you back then, but unfortunately my sister-in-law died early, and your father took the widow from the clan." His voice lowered. Seeing Lu Mei's frosty face, he didn't dare to speak. Chapter 51. After listening to the cause and effect, Lu Jun's expression remained unchanged, and he asked Lu Mei, then why did he come to see us? Lu Mei didn't speak, but that Lu Dong pretended to say, it's nothing, I just saw you come to the magic capital, if you don't have a place to live, you can return to the clan and provide housing for free. Then he looked at Lu Mei. Tu Chong saw him and said, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You have grown into a big girl. You have been carving jade since you were young, but now you are getting more and more beautiful. Why don't uncle introduce you to someone? As he spoke, he reached out to touch Lu Mei's shoulder. Hearing this sentence, Lu Jun couldn't stand it anymore. What does it mean to introduce harassment when you don't know each other well? Just relying on you, a relative who is old and dead and has no contact with each other, pointing at you with your identity and still having bad ideas. Buzz buzz. His eyes were white and black, and he shot directly, and a thought rushed into Lu Dong's mind. The soul system and the curse system are used together. First, the barrier of the hard lake is broken through the soul impact, and the haze of fear takes effect immediately, and the power is multiplied several times, which can be called real damage. The principle is one cut defense, one kill. As soon as Lu Jun's thoughts rushed into Lu Dong's spiritual world, he detected the opponent's cultivation base, an intermediate mage, and even found some dark thoughts, which made his eyes even colder. What about the middle-level mages? The mind system restrains all human mages, combined with the curse system to kill. Honestly speaking, these two elementary magic systems are better than the two middle-level magic systems of Jinshui. Can't even release the skills, directly kill the soul. At this moment, in Lu Dong's 5 senses, his vision was dim, and only Lu Jun was standing in front of him. Suddenly, the young man stretched out 2 fingers and attacked his eyes. Suddenly he panicked and wanted to leave, but he was horrified to find that not only could he not move, he couldn't even sense Xingyun, as if he had become an ordinary person. Puff! Lu Jun put his fingers in Lu Dong's eyes like lightning, and he slammed them hard, causing the sound of blood and flesh splattering. The next moment, Lu Dong felt a real pain, the most vulnerable organ was hit, and he screamed heart-piercingly. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything clearly. His hands touched his cheeks, and the hot liquid touch. He was full of fear, but it was a pity that he could imagine a pair of holes on his face and 2 lines of blood and tears falling down. Ah! Lu Dong went crazy. He wanted to move his body, but found that he was still like a ghost pressing the bed. Only his hands could move, and the severe pain continued. He could only stay in place. Lu Dong waved his arms, trying to catch the boy in front of him, but there was nothing but cold words from all directions. Next time, take care of your eyeballs. Oh, there will be no next time. If you dare to come in front of me again, I will let you die without anyone noticing. For some reason, he obviously shouldn't be able to see it anymore, but a pair of scarlet eyes still appeared in front of him, like the gaze of a demon from the abyss, making his heart twitch and filled with fear in his heart. In the dark vision, the time is long. Lu Dong has been tortured for a long time, and the pain has dulled his senses. The voice sounded again. Remember this lesson, we sister and brother have nothing to do with the Lu family, we have never used the Lu family, and you Lu family members should not look for us. When he was in a trance, the world gradually became clear. The figures of the 2 siblings had long since disappeared, and the hustle and bustle of the surroundings suddenly blew like the wind. He panted heavily, and fell to the ground profusely in sweat. Back from that horrible nightmare vision. Under the Oriental Pearl Tower, people came and went. The hurried white-collar workers looked at the slumped middle-aged man with puzzled expressions, but ignored them. After a while, Lu Dong finally recovered, and phantom pain still came from his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes and thought of Lu Jun's 2 siblings, those crimson evil eyes immediately came to mind, haunted by ghosts, accompanied by a sharp pain in his heart. Lu Dong clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain, scaring the people around him to think that the man had a heart attack, and hurriedly ran away. Seeing this scene, he didn't want to be observed like a monkey, so he staggered up and walked into a dark alley, and finally leaned his back against the wall, gasping for breath, and really developed a great fear of Lu Jun, a cheap nephew. Suddenly, the mobile phone in Lu Dong's arms vibrated, and it took him a long time to pick it up and turn it on to answer. A deep voice came from the opposite side. How is it? Have you touched her yet? When he finished speaking, he thought of Lu Mei, and his mind was squirming in a haze. Seeing that he was about to have an attack, he immediately shuddered, showing fear, and growled, Lu Nianjin, I quit. After all, I am a niece. If you can't get it, you should give up too, it's too scary. In the future, I will no longer contact you in the future. The person on the phone was stunned for a moment, listening to the uncle's nonsense. He touched his rough chin. Originally, he was screening the target, and accidentally saw the information of a daughter of his family, who had no relatives and no reason, but reached the upper limit of the mid-level cultivation base. A genius and no human relationship, it was simply too suitable for him, and no one would know if she died. So let Lu Dong, who wanted to get closer to him, to test it out. Now it seems that it is not simple. It can make a mid-level mage collapse in fright, and there is probably a high level behind it. On the other hand, Lu Jun was in a heavy mood. He just wanted to teach him a lesson and show off his minions, but he didn't expect to catch Lu Dong's thoughts by accident, and found out that Lu Nian was planning behind it. Sure enough, there were no unreasonable temptations. Fortunately, justice cuts quickly, and it will be troublesome if it is targeted. The four great families in the magic capital, the Mu family, the Lu family, the Bai family, and the Dongfang family. The other three families are okay, but the Lu family has a lot of disgusting people. First of all, the collateral brothers Lu Nian and Lu Zheng. The latter has evil intentions and will do anything to get Mu Ningxie. The former is nothing more than a lunatic, immersed in his own world, thinking that his new system experiment is the right way to save the common people in the world, so he does not hesitate to harm others. 1.5 years later, Mo Fan was murdered. At this time, Lu Nian should have just been involved in the experiment of using innocent mages, and he was hunting down civilian genius mages everywhere. In addition, the main line of the Lu family hides a big boss, the Red Devil Lu Kun, who runs through the main line, and there is also a small boss, Lu Xin, Lu Yilin and his son. Anyway, Lu Jun didn't want to be associated with such a family. Regarding Lu Nian's demon system, he had to admit that once he survived the 1 in 10,000 chance, he would get a means of self-destruction. This is how Mo Fan got the third plug-in brand new devil system in his life, which is even more important than the innate dual system and Qinglong Little Loach. The premise of success is to be born with dual lines, even if it is not absolutely guaranteed. Should I try the demon system? Lu Jun pondered. This is also part of the reason why he chose the psychic system. He hoped that if he was planted with the demon system, he could restrain his killing instinct. After a while, he vetoed it again. To put it bluntly, the demon system is an explosion method. Once activated, several systems will be integrated into one. The middle-level battle leader, high-level battle monarch, and super-level battle forbidden spell can only be raised by one level at most. There will be a heavy price to pay afterwards. He is currently developing smoothly, and he doesn't have such a stubborn personality like Mo Fan. He has the righteousness to save the common people and needs this strength. There is absolutely no need for Lu Jun to gamble with his life, as long as he develops wretchedly. Moreover, the mere demon system has only advanced to the first level, so who do you look down on? He has a plan in his heart. If he gets that thing, he will have the power to lift the chessboard by then. But the future is unpredictable. Lu Jun is just taking one step at a time. Elder sister Lu Meijing followed beside her. She didn't say anything about Lu Jun's attack. After all, she was there for her, and if she pretended to think it was over, it would be nothing. She couldn't stop the sweetness gushing out of her heart. After returning home, Lu Jun spoke to his sister, and said with disdain, "In the future, you will be like that kind of dubious relative. You don't have to consider my feelings, just shoot if you don't like it. Anyway, I'm not familiar with them, so it doesn't matter if they die." He complained. Sure enough, there are all kinds of monsters and ghosts in the devil's capital. In fact, it was not much better in Bo City, but Lu Mei's cultivation as an intermediate mage suppressed the covetousness of many people. The elder sister nodded with a smile, and said softly in her heart, "Don't be so impulsive, cast magic in the street." But fortunately, the fluctuations of the mind and curse are subtle, and you can't detect it without the presence of a master, otherwise you will be stuck in the game for 15 days. TCH, to deal with that kind of old bidden on the spot, let him know that he is afraid and dare not show up again. Lu Jun sneered, but he didn't mention Lu Nian's demon department to Lu Mei. He just reminded her, "Be careful, I think Lu Dong's attention is not that simple." "I know, I'm not stupid." "That's right." Afterwards, Lu Jun asked, have you bought the spirit seed? Of course. Lu Mei took out a magic energy box from her bosom, and when it was opened, an apricot yellow radiance shone out, and a heavy rustic atmosphere filled the air, making the entire Jinyuan apartment dusty. She looked quite satisfied and said, the name of the spirit seed is Mountain, 2.5 times the bonus, and has a special effect of gravity. When I cast ground waves and rock barriers, it will be more difficult for monsters to break through. This spiritual seed is 22 million, which is acceptable. Oh, that's not bad, Lu Jun said in surprise, but don't you buy the spirit seed of the wind element? Lu Mei said helplessly. I took a fancy to a spiritual seed that was born from the kindling Yaofang, but the seller didn't want cash, but a high-quality spiritual seed in exchange for something. We are short on money. This is true. Although the siblings have 40 million yuan, they rented an apartment, rented the nebula magic tool, and bought the spirit seed. They only have 15 million yuan left, and they still have to bear part of the daily expenses. But that's okay. The corner of the elder sister's lips turned up and she said, I found a way to make money. I became the city management of Shanghai, that is, the urban monster hunting team of my old profession. Don't underestimate this job. I've inquired about it. It's different from the one in Bo City. The metropolitan area of the demon city is huge, and there are countless strange creatures. It's very dangerous to be haunted by warriors, so the rewards are often hundreds of dollars, 10,000 starts. That's why the urban monster hunting team in Shanghai is very powerful, and it is second to none in the whole country. The entry requirements are very high. At least an advanced hunter certificate is required. If you can get this certificate, you will basically not run away from the middle class. Hearing that, Lu Jun was thoughtful. Mo Fan called and complained to him as soon as he came to Shanghai, and the demon hunting team in Shanghai was outrageous. But they are different. After 2.5 years in high school as a demon hunter, it is easy to get a high-level certificate, and there is no problem in joining the Urban Management Brigade of Shanghai. The hunter system is a huge force that is not weaker than the Magic Association, and the monster hunting master is even higher. This level enjoys a wide reputation in the society, and at least a high-level cultivation is required to obtain it. And the masters are divided into 7 stars, and those who get high star masters are usually super-level masters, and finally the highest, hunting king. Of course, cultivation is one aspect, and the overall quality of a demon hunter is another aspect. As far as Lu Jun knows, in the Qingtian Demon Hunting Institute in Shanghai, there is a little girl with a super IQ and no cultivation level. She followed her father Lang Hunting King to solve strange cases repeatedly, and won the title of a 1-star hunter master in the 6th grade. The urban monster hunting team is good. Lu Jun pondered. We can join a monster hunting team by the way. He only remembered this after listening to Lu Mei's reminder that Monster Hunting Institute is similar to an outsourcing company in nature, and groups of private studios join the Hunter Alliance platform, and can even be said to be the leader of the alliance. Qingtian Demon Hunting Institute is one of the most famous demon hunting institutes in the country, and it has been a hunting king. What's more, other people don't know, Mr. Lu doesn't know, the old man song of the Monster Hunting Institute is a hidden forbidden curse. After joining, my sister has an extra backer, and her safety is greatly improved. It has to be said that there are many hidden masters like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in the Magic Capital. Are you joining the Demon Hunting Institute? Will there be any restrictions? Lu Mei hesitated. These groups are actually an upgraded version of the Monster Hunting Squad, with many internal rules, such as commissions, joint operations, and so on. She hates the Monster Hunting Squad more. There are many dirty people and scum in it. She knew about it in Bo City before, and she might be impatient to be harassed based on her conditions. Don't worry, I know a demon hunting house. There are almost no rules, and it just so happens that they have been recruiting recently. Lu Jun said mysteriously that the Qingtian Monster Hunting Institute is similar to the Akatsuki organization in Hokage, 2 pairs, each acting alone, mysterious and unpredictable, with a high degree of freedom. The siblings didn't leave immediately, and waited at home for Lu Mei to refine the Earth-type spiritual species Mountain, and her strength increased greatly. 3 days later, in the Hunter's Hall of the skyscraper in Lujiazui, a beautiful and mature female assistant smiled at Lu Jun and the two of them, handed over the documents and said, "You have joined the job, and according to your request, the duty is on Saturday and Sunday, and the night shift. Seeing this, Lu Jun glanced at it. The planned area was very close to the pearl, and there were only the two of them as members for the time being. The main sister had a high level of cultivation, so she could guard it by herself. Then he asked his assistant for the address of Qingtian Demon Hunting Institute, and took his sister there. After passing the Jing'an Temple, walking through the luxuriant and blossoming avenue, the two slowly walked into some old streets that looked like the charm of the Republic of China. At the end of the old street, you can see a signboard swaying gently and creaking in the alley wind at a glance, Qingtian Hunting House. When Lu Mei stepped in, she found a cute little girl with slender double ponytails sitting on a stool, holding a volume of files in her hands, her creamy face wrinkled into pity. His brows were brows, and his big eyes that were supposed to be sparkling and bright were red. If nothing unexpected, it should be Ling, a genius with a high IQ, and a one-star monster hunting master. Hello. Lu Mei took the initiative to speak, with a bright smile and said kindly, "Little sister, is your lord at home? We are here for an interview." The little beauty didn't move, didn't respond, and waited for Lu Mei to yell helplessly. Then she raised her head coldly, and snorted coldly, "I like hunting monsters so much, are you rushing to die?" When the words fell, Lu Jun was shocked, isn't it? Although Ling in memory is a little bit broken-mouthed, loves to complain, and directly pokes people's hearts, but it is not so aggressive and uneducated. Even someone with such a good personality like Lu Mei didn't look quite right. Soon, an old man inside seemed to have heard the movement outside, rushed out, and said apologetically, "Oh, I'm sorry, you too, this girl had an accident at home not long ago, and her closest relative died of hunting a demon. I'm in a very sad mood now, not good." Lu Mei glanced at the little girl, who looked like she was only in the 6th grade, and reluctantly forgave her. At the side, Lu Jun was thinking hard, and then he suddenly realized that he came into contact with Qingtian Monster Hunting Institute a year earlier than Mo Fan. If it is as expected, the Lang Hunting King just died a while ago, and even the newspapers and the internet in Shanghai are all the rage. As a daughter, Ling is estimated to be in the madness stage at the moment, trying to find out the murderer who framed her father and bring him to justice. So Lu Jun also understood. He didn't try to persuade others rashly, don't try to persuade others to let go, and with Ling's mentality, it is estimated that he will cheer up soon. The Cold Hunting King of Qingtian Demon Hunting Institute, one of the 2 hunting kings in the Great China region in the last 10 years. Lu Jun, who is familiar with the plot, actually knew the inside story of the death of the Cold Hunting King. He was killed by the Red Devil. The reason for this formation is extremely complicated, and he cannot explore it now. In the future, Mo Fan will sublimate to the evil king after devouring the super big tonic of Red Devil with the demon system, so he will know how terrifying this thing is. He even suspected that Lu Nian's research was initially carried out with the Red Devil as a sample, and only then did he develop the demon department, and the two are closely related. It's evil, why do I keep encountering demons and goblins these days? Lu Jun muttered in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm. Seeing that her grandfather apologized for her, Ling felt uncomfortable, and realized that she had done something wrong, so she took the initiative to say, "Sister, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Seeing the little girl's sincere attitude, Lu Mei gave up. "You guys are here for an interview." The old man then got to the point, and said gently, "My surname is Bao, you can just call me Old Man Bao from now on." Lie. Lu Jun knew that the other party's real name was Song Kiming. He had been a high official in the Holy City, and he had great influence in the world, but he also knew how to hide the identity of the forbidden curse, so he had no way to explain it. The old man Bao chatted with the two of them for a while, and praised, "You are actually mages in Bo City. You are middle level at such a young age, and you have extraordinary potential. Not bad." He pondered for a moment, then said, "It's just the two of you, welcome to Qingtian Demon Hunting Institute. You brothers and sisters used to cooperate well, so let's form a team. Now your cultivation base is only at the middle level. When you reach the high level, you can send some more commissions." Lu Mei was a little surprised. She was a high-ranking person if she opened her mouth, but the threshold was so high, it seemed that the hunting place my brother was looking for was really unusual. After chatting for a while, the two bid farewell to Old Man Bao and walked on the road. Lu Jun recalled the past few days in Shanghai, and he was deeply moved. Afterwards, until the day when school started, there was nothing to do, so I usually went to the urban monster hunting team to train on duty. And Lu Jun is also immersed in his own cultivation. In addition to trying to break through the second level of the gold system, he also put most of his energy on the soul and curse systems. The high school stage has passed, and there are many masters in the university period. The gold department cannot be used frequently, and it is easy to be noticed. It is time to use the curse department to conquer the world. A few days ago, he used the combination of the two to directly torture a middle-level mage into a bad shape, leaving behind a lot of shadows. Although it is because of his high spiritual realm, the combined power of the two systems is really amazing. Legend has it that the mother of Medusa in Africa was one of the first batch of mind and curse mages in human beings. The powerful trick of pupil of Medusa was created by being a misfit, which is enough to illustrate the potential of these two systems. In the apartment, Lu Jun sat cross-legged and was conducting a strange experiment. His thoughts penetrated into the transparent stardust, and a group of translucent mental power squirmed and changed shape constantly. The first level of the soul level 2 Lingyi spiritual shock is an interrupt skill, which hits other people's minds, and at best makes them dizzy. He wanted to transform it into a kind of lethal magic, which was not impossible, because psychic mages would usually only release magic step by step, and their thoughts would form a rough flow. At this time, Lu Jun was thinking, if the mental power is repeatedly polished, refined into steel, and condensed into a thread like a needle, wouldn't it be able to destroy the soul once it is stimulated? Breaking the face with a point, maybe it will become a whole card in his hand. It can also be regarded as achieving the maximum effective damage under the premise of limited spiritual power. Just how to polish it into a needle, where does this external force come from? In fact, Lu Jun has already had an idea for this. Without him, it is only the gold system. The platinum nebula in the spiritual world is brewing sharpness, and the sword seal suppressed by the central government is full of murderous aura. Buzz buzz. It was the first time that Lu Jun activated the power of the gold system nebula, and a trace of platinum radiance crossed the boundary and came to other stardust fields. This kind of action was extremely dangerous, but fortunately, the two soul systems gave him precise control. A piece of translucent spiritual stardust wobbled, and tempered by the brilliance of platinum, a mass of spiritual power gradually condensed into a rough sword shape. Enduring the dizziness, he concentrated his energy on the operation, and was overjoyed when he saw this. Sure enough, it works. The inclusiveness of the psychic system is probably the best among many magic systems. No matter how the gold magic can be ravaged, it is like goodness like water, changing with the trend. Time passed and 10 days passed. Since the day they met Lu Dong, the other party hadn't come to them, probably because they were scared off, and Lu Nian didn't have anything to say. At this time, Lu Jun could condense a small illusory and transparent sword. Although it was a pity that it was not condensed into a needle like the original idea, it would be good to compress it into a sword of the soul. The main reason is that he feels the danger, and he is not sure about continuing to compress, and it is very easy to hurt Xingyan, which is not good. It is estimated that he will have to wait for his spiritual realm to improve before he can continue to compress. Yes, I don't know how powerful it is. Lu Jun looked inside the spiritual world, looked at a crystal-clear sword suspended in the transparent stardust, surrounded by 7 stars, and couldn't help nodding in satisfaction. He could smell danger from it, and now he didn't dare to try it out on people. What if he accidentally pokes it into a vegetative state? The gold system nebula on the other side has also changed a lot. During this period of time, the experiment seems to not only make great progress in the mind system, but also sharpen the gold system. Just as Lu Jun continued to immerse himself in city patrols and retreat to practice the rhythm of 2 points and 1 line, a phone call came from a person. Seeing the name of Teacher Tangyu displayed on the communicator, he was a little surprised, and then he recalled that Tangyu was performing a task in the trial meeting. Investigate the dryness of the river in Chishui town, Hangzhou, and arrest a wanted criminal named Chao He by the way. The point is that the situation in that place was purely caused by the birth of a fire-type spirit seed. Mo Fan's original fire-type spirit seed Roseflame was taken from this time. Lu Jun was surprised, did not expect Tangyu to call him instead of calling Mo Fan now. But when he thought about it again, he didn't seem to be surprised, because he and Tang Yu had no communication at all. On the contrary, he and Tang Yu had a comrade-in-arms relationship, and they joined forces to destroy the conspiracy of the Black Vatican a few weeks ago. It's not good that she is in a very dangerous situation now. Lu Jun recalled the details of this incident, couldn't sit still immediately, and quickly connected the phone, and a pleasant female voice came from the other end. Hello. Are you there? How are you doing recently? Do you want to make money? I have the task requires a curse mage to deal with. Okay, no problem, you stand here and don't move, I'll come over right away. As soon as Lu Jun got connected, before the other party finished speaking, he covered his head and covered his face, then put on his clothes and prepared to go to Hangzhou. Shanghai is not far from Hangzhou, and it takes at most 2 hours by train. In the spacious living room, Lu Mei opened her eyes and saw her brother in a hurry. She couldn't help but asked in doubt, Mr. Lu, where are you going? Just as Lu Jun put on his shoes at the door, he was taken aback by this, and said honestly, go to teacher Tang Yu's side and do the mission to save people. I can do it by myself. Lu Mei's female nature is a bit bad when she hears the word Tang Yu, but she feels that her brother will not lie, and she has also cooperated with Tang Yu, and she is a judge. It must be serious business. She didn't stop her, but said gently, be careful, call me if you need something. Understood. A voice came from the door, and the younger brother had disappeared. Seeing this, Lu Mei frowned and muttered, run so fast. Hangzhou Qishui town. The land is full of cracked soil and abandoned fields, which is really different from the so-called Jiangnan water town. In a certain inn, Tang Yu took off the earphones from Bai Nen's ears. She was quite surprised. She didn't say where she was yet. Does Jun Lu know where it is? Why are you in such a hurry? 2 hours later, she realized that she was wrong, and she saw the figure of the boy waving from a distance. Lu Jun has been rushing here non-stop since he received Tang Yu's call. When he entered the Play Water town, he immediately saw the charming young teacher sitting by the corridor window of the inn with an amazing S-curved figure. Luckily nothing happened. He breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was a battle of comrades in arms. If Tang Yuyu hadn't become a judge, both cities' manpower would not be so easy to mobilize. This time Tang Yu chased down Chao He, a wanted criminal from the Magic Association, and almost had an accident. She was noticed and unknowingly gave her a love potion. Before leaving, Mr. Lu reminded him that he still doesn't have a long memory, and he still looks like a gorgeous beauty. That kind of temperament has become the focus, so what else are you following? He took it all. However, when Lu Jun saw Tang Yu's graceful body walking into a pair of Qishui pupils with a smile, he was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered a key question. The root cause of the dry water resources in Qishui town here is the fire-type spiritual species Rose Flame, which is also the spiritual fire of Mo Fan's middle-level fire system, and it has been used for a long time at high level. Now that he is here, Mo Fan is obviously out of action. Immediately he ignored it, and came here by himself, and took it as soon as he took it. Besides, he was in urgent need of money, and this spiritual seed could be exchanged for the wind-type spiritual seed by his sister. Next, Jun Lu and the two will be able to make money with all their strength, and save enough 100 million to buy the pulse of the galaxy. You must know that Lu Mei has already capped at the middle level. Enter. Mo Fan is now a poor ghost and cannot afford fire-type spiritual seeds. Whether he enters the Fire Academy of Pearl Academy in a year and a half, or goes to Dunhuang Liaoyuan in 2 years, he can find suitable spiritual seeds. Worry about him. After a while, Tang Yu walked up to her, and the two of them became very familiar with fighting side by side. She teased, little boy, you didn't even ask. Why did you come here so quickly? Because you want to get along with your sister. Speaking of which, she still has a good impression of Lu Jun. The big boy is clean and handsome, and his words and demeanor are not obscene. More importantly, he is talented, decisive, and responsible. The Battle of Bo City really shocked her a little. Occasionally, when the eyes wander to something, they immediately retract it, making them look a little shy and cute. Oh, Sister Tang, don't be so trustworthy. Lu Jun sighed and said speechlessly, you've been tricked yourself, don't you know? Hearing this, Tang Yu was slightly stunned. How should I say it? Lu Jun frowned and looked around and said, this is not a place to talk, let's talk in another place, let's use the hotel you booked. Huh, she was confused for a moment, and nodded slowly. The two of them entered the hotel, passing by the counter in the lobby. The waiter first saw Tangyu, a mature and beautiful woman, his eyes lit up, and then she saw a high school student with a childish face beside her. He suddenly realized, looking at Lu Jun's eyes with envy and pity, he didn't know what to think. Tangyu sensed other people's eyes. Her delicate and pretty face was stained with rosy cheeks. She was so glamorous, why did she have a brain twitch, and took the boy into the hotel privately? After the Wind Review was murdered, she wondered if Lu Jun was not as innocent as he imagined. He had something to do with her, tricked her into the hotel room with words, and then she sneaked a glance at Lu Jun's profile, still quite tasty. Of course, it was just the two of them standing in the elevator and slowly going upstairs. The sealed space made Tangyu think wildly, but it didn't reveal anything on the surface. Lu Jun's expression on the side was also tense, and there was a tall and slender elder sister next to her, who had a faint fragrance, and the two of them were alone again, opposite gender attracted. It was hard not to think about it. He suddenly felt that it was too abrupt, and he proposed to enter the girl's room whenever he met. Fortunately, the elevator arrived at the floor and opened, which made both of them breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Jun and his sister have lived together for so many years, and they often encounter this situation, and they quickly adjusted back. Tangyu is not a little girl anymore. With a natural appearance, she opened the door generously, stretched out her hand and smiled and said, "Go in, I've checked inside, it's absolutely safe and confidential." Walking into the room, Lu Jun hastily scanned it, but didn't take a closer look. The inside was very clean, and he didn't see any strange underwear. Lu Jun sat on the chair seriously, without squinting, and said seriously to Tangyu, who sat down on the bed, "Are you hunting down the cursed mage Chao He who is wanted by the Magic Association?" "Yeah," she said strangely. "What's the matter? There are many mages killed by Chao He, but we suffer from lack of evidence, and now he just happened to collide with the dryness of Chishui town, so the trial council called me here. Quote, because the target is tricky, I need help, and the nearest judge is far away, so I thought of you." "The problem is," Lu Jun spread his hands and said, "you have been discovered long ago, you have been poisoned by him, and the poison has already been deep." "Ah, here." Tangyu didn't refute immediately. She frowned and said, "I'm also afraid of these things, so I take the antidote every day, and I don't feel any discomfort at present." Hearing this, Lu Jun was silent, and suddenly he didn't know how to speak, and said euphemistically, "Is it possible that it is a kind of medicine that takes effect slowly and has no harm to the human body? It takes effect slowly and is not toxic. How can this be poison?" Tangyu was at a loss, and soon she came to her senses as an old CG. Her mature face was rosy, and she stammered, You mean that kind of medicine? It's impossible." "Wait. How did you know?" Jung Lu was caught up in the question, so he couldn't say that he spoiled it. Fortunately, Tangyu didn't pursue it. She just murmured to herself, "That's right, the corpses of all female mages who were framed by Chao He showed signs of being violated. Her complexion is unpredictable. If she is really tricked, it will be too troublesome. At present, there is no antidote for that kind of medicine, and she can only rely on the human body to endure it. And she doesn't have any friends of the same gender who are particularly reassuring, even if they are far away in the sky, let alone Chao He watching." At this time, Lu Jun calmed down and said, "Don't worry, come to he and I to solve the problem, and the problem in Chishui town is caused by the fire-type spirit species. The Monster Hunting Alliance has long known this information, and there are already several. The team is coming. I happen to be following this spiritual seed. Of course," he paused and said, "to ensure safety, you stay by my side." Lu Jun is helpless. In fact, he has a spiritual system to appease Tangyu, but he can't say it clearly, because he is curse plus water on the surface, and Tangyu probably has this idea in calling him to deal with Chao He. Hearing this, Tangyu felt strange in her heart. She was afraid to talk to Lu Jun. The other party was an adolescent boy who was in the period of the most vigorous energy and the strongest curiosity. Can she really hold back? But after thinking about it, she has no other choice. Compared to being captured by Chao He, or being picked up by unknown people in a hotel, Lu Jun is 100 times better. If it weren't for the age gap, she might have followed in that year. In the hotel room, Tangyu gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I will follow you, and I will admit that I have no money and money. It is better than being troubled by scum. Lu Jun's scalp was numb from the resentful eyes of the young mature woman in front of him. After the end, wouldn't he be thought that he came here specially to pick up the corpse to take advantage of it? Although it's not bad, he, Mr. Liu, is a gentleman. The mind system mage's brain controls the body, not the lower body. He decided to change the subject to resolve his embarrassment and said, "Stop talking, I'll deal with the wanted criminal first." After finishing speaking, Tangyu covered her flushed face with both hands. She could tell what the hell she was talking about. She nodded quickly when she heard Lu Jun's suggestion. The two left the inn and found the target person from a distance, a handsome man dressed like a mountaineer, with a young and evil appearance. He looked no different from ordinary people. But Lu Jun was keenly aware of that cursed breath. Wait, someone is here. They were lingering behind, when Tangyu suddenly noticed something. She quickly reached out her white jade hand to hold the young man's hand, released Shadow Dun, and hid in the dense forest aside. The two squeezed behind a tree trunk. Lu Jun first felt that the palm of his hand was wrapped in a piece of warm and greasy warm jade, and when he squeezed it softly, a warm and plump body was pressed against him, like a furnace. Even a tree trunk was not enough to cover Tangyu's protruding body, so the two stuck close together. He faced Tangyu face to face. His shoulders were weighed down by the two lumps, and he smelled a faint fragrance. His gaze was fixed on the white and slender neck and the pointed pink earlobes. Looking up a little, I saw a very delicate and standard melon-seeded face, with bright and electric eyes, a tall and nose bridge, a charming red mouth, and even fairer and ruddy skin. No flaws could be found at such a close distance. It's just that Tangyu's beautiful eyes were a little flustered. She looked at each other, and moved away. She exhaled like blue, with a hot snort, and said in a low voice, "You, don't look at me." She was really embarrassed, as if she forced a simple big boy to a tree, and the old sister stretched out her claws to bully her fiercely. Lu Jun couldn't stand it anymore. The soft touch spread over half of his body, sinking deep into the cotton. This can't be helped, it's a normal male reaction. Immediately, in order to prevent making a fool of himself, he decided to use the first-level pacification of the spiritual system, and a burst of cool breath calmed down from the beginning to the end, and he calmed down instantly. His heart was like still water, without any waves. In fact, Tangyu was already mentally prepared. She understood everything she should know at this age, but unexpectedly, Lu Jun's body didn't respond at all, and he didn't even lift that thing. Now, her eyes changed, and she looked at Lu Jun strangely. For some reason, even though she was poisoned, she felt a sense of security in her heart. "What kind of gaze do you have to force me?" Lu Jun's sixth sense was very keen, and he immediately understood Tang Yu's meaning. No man could bear it, and stared viciously. Puff! Tang Yu laughed out loud, thinking it was very interesting. Unexpectedly, as if being mocked, Lu Jun was so angry that he started to fight. He looked around the slender and flexible waist with his hands. The water snake's waist was round and full of elasticity, and then he leaned his chin on his shoulder. Tang Yu was struck by lightning. Her delicate body froze. The posture of the two of them was strange. She seemed to be holding Lu Jun in her arms. The strong smell of male hormones hit her, and the most important thing was that this brat buried his head and sucked hard. Take a sip. Then it was replaced by her not being calm, and an impulse arose in her heart. It's just that before she gritted her teeth and cursed, the other party left her embrace and put her hands down, without any hesitation, just like that ruthless asshole. At this moment Tang Yu felt that she was completely defeated. Did the mother-in-law lose all her attractiveness? Then I heard Lu Jun turn his head to the side and say, "They've started." As soon as these words came out, Tang Yu took a deep breath, her chest heaving and unsteady. As the enemy was at hand, she forbore it for the time being. And Lu Jun looked expressionless at first glance, but in fact his heart was raging. He had to admit that he was so eager just now. It was true that he had reached puberty. Normally, he would have a crooked thought when facing Lu Mei, but it was immediately extinguished by his eyes. The pressure of his sister's identity is huge, and her dignity has been accumulated for 18 years. I don't know what she thinks. In a hazy relationship. Now facing other members of the opposite gender, my behavior seems to be a lot more relaxed. It's okay to get along with each other every day, so how can he, an innocent little virgin, bear such physical contact? Lu Jun analyzed his own thoughts and calmed down. At the same time, he also felt that Tang Yu beside him was also gradually calming down. The two looked at the venue, tacitly concentrating on the business. In fact, when they hid in the small forest, two teams of demon hunters passed by, and at the bottom of a dry reservoir in front of them, they saw the spirit species in the crack. So a big fight started, and finally the four people headed by the Dongfang family won the victory. Dongfang Jun, a man in tang suit, and a cowboy man under his command, with a scarred face, were discussing with playboys as if they were distributing spiritual seeds. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a laugh came, and the evil-looking Chow He walked out of the forest with a tyrannical aura, and sneered, "I'm sorry, the things are mine, as for other benefits. I'm in a good mood if so, it can make your death a little easier." "What are you?" Dongfang Jun shouted loudly. He had never been afraid. The four of them were all middle-level mages, 4 against 1, he had the advantage, not to mention his 4 major families in the magic capital, the Dongfang family, who would dare to provoke him. Hee, it's not like I haven't killed a mere Dongfang family before. By the way, your Dongfang Ching tastes pretty good. It's not just the body, but also the meat quality. Chow He said ferociously like a devil. Seeing this, Lu Jun frowned, knowing that if black magic such as curses and shadows is not controlled, it is easy to fall into the evil way. The next moment, when Dongfang Jun wanted to make a move, he saw Chow He laughing and said, "It's too late, I actually arrived before you, and I have already set up traps, this evil spider trap as the meeting gift I prepared for you." Lu Jun suddenly found a mass of black and muddy things falling from somewhere in the crown of the tree, like a black sticky spider web, and like some kind of sticky claws of some kind of creature slapped it down. With black claws and black spider webs, when you look up, you can vaguely see a terrifying and evil crazy spider spirit above the shrouded black trap. Its pairs of eyes burst out with greedy light, which is breathtaking. Curse-type middle-level magic evil spider's trap. The 4 people present were in a panic, their bodies were stiff to varying degrees, they didn't see the black spider web at all, they were tied up by something, they couldn't move, their spiritual world was closed, and Xingyan couldn't move a little bit. This kind of curse power can only be seen by the mind, the soul vision of the curse mage, or the spiritual realm has reached above 1 level. Tang Yu paled and said, "No, a few people are dead, unless there is a spiritual master, otherwise they can't be saved." The evil spider's trap is a magic with extremely obvious advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that once it is bound, even the same level cannot break free. Just like now, Chow He only has 1 magic spell alone, and let 4 middle-level junior masters who are not weaker than him be caught without a fight. The disadvantage is that the casting delay is very long, and it needs to be arranged in advance, or weave traps in the battle, so that the opponent can be recruited. Generally speaking, it is a slow-paced magic system. Lu Jun's eyes were fixed, but his heart was not in a hurry. Originally, these 4 people were directly killed by soul strangulation, but now it is different. He is a psychic mage himself, and he can definitely save 4 people. How should I put it? He is neither a good person nor a bad person. Judge Tang Yu really wanted to save her, but there was no hope at the moment. The curse mages were so disgusting that they released their magic. Even if the caster was blasted to pieces, they couldn't shake the evil spider's web at all. "Let's go, he has already found us." Seeing that the outsider was being controlled, Lu Jun said lightly, left his tender body, and strode out of the dense forest. On the dry reservoir, both sides were startled, and each had a different reaction. The mages of the Dongfang family who were shrouded in the web of evil spiders showed joy, and the corners of their mouths squirmed, as if they were calling for help. But he looked over at He, glanced at the 2 of them and said with a sneer, "Has the rat in the ditch finally come out? Why don't you plan to sneak attack?" Tang Yu said righteously, "Chow He, you violated the convention of the Magic Association and committed a serious crime. You will be brought to justice today." Hee. Chow He stared greedily at Tang Yu and said, "I think I'll add 2 charges, the first for killing the judge, and the second." Jia. Before the other party finished speaking, Tang Yu snorted coldly and interrupted, "Is it just because of your despicable drug?" Now Chow He was taken aback and said, "You know you still dare to come." Buzz. Before he could react, he saw the inconspicuous young man standing aside suddenly make a move. The haze of fear. Lu Jun's eyes were black and white, and he was struck by a strong spiritual thought. Among them, he secretly used Lingyi's psychic shock, and a crystal flying sword was suspended in the translucent stardust. The sword of the soul that is polished every day. He still suffered from lack of experimental targets before, isn't this coming? Use human scum waste. Curse Mage. Standing in the reservoir, Chao He's expression changed. The experienced man concentrated his mind to resist the red nightmare that would come at any time. He sneered in his heart. He had cultivated the curse department for many years, set foot in one realm, and used curses in his profession, so he probably never died. As a result, Chao He didn't wait for the eye of fear, but saw an inexplicable transparent aurora flickering in his field of vision. Just when he was wondering, his mind suddenly suffered a sharp pain, and the thoughts he had gathered were vulnerable to a blow, and collapsed on the spot. It was as if a flying sword had split the spiritual world in half, and it was also as if a giant nail had been knocked into the cap of the spirit, stirring the brain frantically. Ah! Chao He screamed, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and fell to the ground on the spot, hugging his head and rolling on the ground. A corner of the spiritual world collapsed visible to the naked eye, the 2 nebulae were in danger, and the magic energy leaked out quickly. This is not over yet. His eyes fell into darkness, a pair of crimson evil eyes emerged, and his heart twitched violently. It's so despicable, calling out the haze of fear, but actually using some kind of magic. Lu Jun's face was a little pale. Just now, the sword of mind drained most of the magic energy of the soul stardust. In addition, the sword of mind was used, and it would take more than 10 days of work to polish it again. To a certain extent, although it is still called mind shock, it already involves self-created magic. Generally speaking, this is a high-level field, which allows magic to initially break away from the framework and generate many variants. The key point is to increase the affinity for elements, and secondly, to improve the spiritual realm. And the mind system satisfies the elements in advance. For the psychic system, spirituality is its element, and Lu Jun can naturally carry out experiments. Of course, this kind of tactic is very powerful. As you can see from Chao He's performance, one move will severely damage the soul, and he can't do it again. The opponent has stepped into a new realm. Seeing this, Lu Jun nodded in satisfaction. If he was replaced by an ordinary middle-level mage, wouldn't he be killed in one thought? It's the bottom of the box. It should be noted that spiritual attacks, magic armor, magic shields, including water defense, rock barriers, light walls and other magic cannot be blocked. Only spiritual magic equipment and magic can block it. It can be called invincible. He obeyed the principle of chasing after victory, cutting weeds and rooting out roots, summoned the Jin sword, stepped in front of Chao He, who had lost his resistance, raised his sword and slashed down. With a sound of "Pu Wei," blood spurted out, and a big round head rolled down at his feet. Lu Jun's face was stained with some blood, neither happy nor sad. It was his first time to kill someone, but he didn't feel anything. In a word, he was worse than fighting monsters. Of course, his state of mind seems to be different again. He has broken the taboo in the face of the same kind, and he can be ruthless when he is in a hurry. Tang Yu on the side looked surprised, but she didn't expect a student to attack quickly and ruthlessly, simply and neatly. Her strength seemed to be stronger, and she solved the most vicious wanted criminal without her taking action. Afterwards, Lu Jun came in front of a pillar of flaming flames in the seam of the reservoir. The blue water flowing around his body wrapped his whole body. The water shield resisted bursts of high temperature, and the air nearby was distorted. He took out the box specially reserved for spiritual seeds, and carefully lured it into it with gold-type magic energy. When the box was closed, the shining bright rose color disappeared. The best fire-type spiritual seed, Mei Yan, is in hand. Lu Jun heaved a sigh of relief, and turned to look at the 4 people controlled by the cursed net. A big black and red evil spider was hanging above their heads, their ferocious mouthparts were opened, and strands of transparent soul power overflowed from their sky caps respectively. If you ignore it, these 4 people will be exhausted and die. Right now, the mid-level mages are all fainting. He controlled Xingzi, the translucent ripples spread, and the white eyes flickered, the 3rd-level spirit ripples, the wall of the soul. In the dark, the 4 dusty and dead, hard lakes, in front of them suddenly cast transparent and crystal-high walls to block the black and red devil's claws. The next moment, Dongfang Jun and the others woke up, their sleeping minds became active, and they concentrated their minds to desperately resist the cursed trap. Hiss, the big evil spider above roared angrily. After all, it was middle-level magic. With the mind mage pulling the frame, the 4 middle-level mages resisted and finally got rid of the shackles. The evil spider disappeared slowly, as if returning to the dark plane, and the web of soul was also broken free. Dongfang Jun and others fell to the ground weakly, and said hoarsely, "Thank you, brother, my Dongfang family will definitely remember it." Hearing this, Lu Jun gave up, ignored it, and looked at the place where the evil spider disappeared and couldn't help thinking. The 4 departments of black magic are closely related to the legendary Dark Plane, and they are the bait deliberately sprinkled on humans by the king inside. He swept across 4 people, and his soul was absorbed by the evil spider for a long time. It is estimated that it will take a long time to warm up for a while, and even leave sequelae. There are 2 types of curse mages, one is the technique of torture, and the other is the technique of killing and devouring souls. The former is just suffering a lot and is used in duels. The latter is a pure killing technique. The Magic Association is strict on the surface. Prohibit. Chapter 1330 of the original book. Even if you survive the curse, there will be a lot of sequelae. This is the reason why the curse system has always been very strong. Lu Jun didn't communicate with Dongfang Jun too much, and he was not in the same way as the family's children, so saving him was just a matter of convenience, and he didn't want to pay for friendship. He walked up to Tang Yu quickly, and said in a low voice, "Let's go, the things are in hand, and the people are also executed." It's just that he yelled a few times, and the delicate body of the woman beside him trembled slightly and remained motionless. Seeing this, Lu Jun realized that something was wrong, and stretched out his hand to grab Tang Yu's bright wrist. He felt a hot touch, and before he could react, a pair of jade hands tightly held his palm. "I have a drug attack, you take me to a safe place, and I can control it by myself." Tang Yu was panting slightly, her beautiful eyes were hazy and blurred, her long legs were a little unsteady, her hot and soft body leaned against her. In fact, she felt a little bit in the dense forest just now, that's why she was provoked by Lu Jun. Holy crap, Lu Jun glanced around, gritted his teeth and grabbed the soft waist of the mature woman, and carried it on his shoulders with all his might. With the magic equipment Qingyan boots on his feet, he ran wildly down the mountain. With a pain in her abdomen, Tang Yu was caught off guard and retched and vomited loudly. At the same time, she was stupid and thought about all kinds of possibilities, but she didn't expect the big boy to carry her so brutally. But I have to say that the speed of the magic tool is fast. In a blink of an eye, Junlu ran back to the hotel with Tang Yu in his arms. The wind gusted along the way, forming afterimages that no one else could see. After a while, the hotel was still the front desk clerk, looking at the couple during the day in amazement, and suddenly realized that they thought it was an old cow eating tender grass, but never thought it was a big cart. He gave Lu Jun a thumbs up. "The height is really high, just one day of hard work." He turned things around and came from behind. Feeling baffled, Lu Jun quickly carried Tang Yu back to the room, threw her on the bed, and gasped for breath while holding her back. It's just that he hasn't used the spiritual magic comfort. The wild woman's long legs are entangled like a white python, and when her waist is heavy, the whole person is tripped on the bed and hits head on. At this moment, Lu Jun only felt trapped on a flexible and hot cushion, raised his head slightly, and kissed him with a small mouth that was bright red like a rose. Woo! Lu Jun's eyes widened, the first kiss is gone. What a pity, and this woman is still trying to poke her mouth. He was a little sluggish, and he didn't taste it carefully, but a force came from his chest, and his body rolled to the side and lay down. It turned out that Tang Yu regained some sense and pushed him away, extremely shy. Until now, Lu Jun was still in a daze, and soon he felt the heat wave again. The woman got up with all her teeth and claws, and pressed him on the bed. Lu Jun is paralyzed. If this continues, let alone saving people, he will almost fall into it himself. Ling Yi, comfort me. But he has always been a gentleman, revealing the student's clear and stupid character, disdain to take advantage of others' danger, and decisively release magic, staring at Tang Yu above, suppressing the witch. Tang Yu's body trembled, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on her. Her heart fluctuated calmly, and she calmed down. She looked down at Lu Jun. This posture was shameful, but she didn't make any waves. Immediately afterwards, She left the soft bed and sat on the sofa. Her clothes were slightly messy, her short skirt was almost faded to her waist, and her full buttocks were squeezed to outline an amazing arc. For a moment, there were only 2 gasps in the room. Lu Jun quickly calmed himself down, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, and asked, "How do you feel now?" "Me." Tang Yuexiu frowned slightly, as if she was in pain. The hot impulse in the body, the quietness and coldness in the mind, the two clashed violently. The mismatch created by the dislocation was too painful. Consciousness is determined by matter, but the psychic system has changed this structure, making her calm but in a trance. Seeing Tang Yu's ignorant appearance, Lu Jun didn't ask any more questions, knowing that the other party's situation was not good. It's a pity that he didn't rest for long, when a plump and delicate body rushed forward, and the effect of the spiritual magic faded. "Calm down." Lu Jun pressed Tang Yu's round shoulders with both hands, his eyes were shining white, and he took another dose of sedative medicine. Soon, Sister Yu lay back on the sofa softly, her eyes were white, the corners of her mouth were drooling, and she was panting. Seeing this scene, Lu Jun murmured, always feeling that there might be a pit in the mind magic. If you use too much comfort, will it cause some kind of morbid dependence in your heart? But he did everything, so he could only grit his teeth and continue. Not long after, Tang Yu rushed forward again. Lu Jun had no choice but to cast a spell, but at this moment the phone in his pocket rang. A bell rang harshly in the quiet room. He frowned slightly, put one hand on Tang Yu's shoulder, picked up the phone with the other, opened it, his brows twitched. It was his sister Lu Mei calling, such a critical moment, terrible. Lu Jun wanted to pretend he didn't receive it, put the phone aside, gave Tang Yu some peace of mind, and put her back on the sofa. However, the ringtone on the other side of the phone continued to be different, and there was a kind of momentum that would not give up if it was not connected. Hearing this, Lu Jun had a bitter face, but he was still indifferent. Ma Dan was obviously saving people, so how could he steal someone's adultery and need to keep it secret? But when he looked at the beauty who was moaning and twisting slightly on the sofa opposite, he suddenly fell silent, as if he really couldn't explain it clearly. Fortunately, after my sister's phone rang several times, she finally didn't call. On the other side of the demon city, Lu Mei was sitting cross-legged practicing, staring at the communicator in her hand and frowning slightly, wondering what she was thinking. Could it be that her brother was on a mission if he didn't connect? She thought to herself, "Forget it, don't bother me. If there is no reply in a few hours, then go find him." On Lu Jun's side, Tang Yu fought repeatedly for a long time before the other party calmed down. His mature and charming face was full of exhaustion, and he fell asleep on his side, obviously physically and mentally exhausted. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. This day, the high-frequency use of psychic stardust has dried up the magic power. Besides, he has become more and more proficient in mastering magic. The first level is capped. If he calms down for 2 or 3 months, he may break through the middle level, up. It's a blessing in disguise for me. Lu Jun laughed at himself, originally wanted to leave the room, but was afraid that no one would protect him and something would happen, so he stayed here and fell into a light sleep. I don't know how long it has passed, but Tang Yu woke up first. Seeing that her body was in a mess, revealing a large area of white and tender skin, she was startled, and immediately checked her whole body. After finding that there was nothing serious, she felt relieved. Then she saw Lu Jun, who was half lying on the bed. Her heart throbbed slightly, she remembered what happened yesterday. Her face was rosy, and she covered her face with her hands. Tang Yu took a deep breath, took a post-it note, wrote down her words of thanks, and left quietly without disturbing the boy. If you have to tell her what she thinks in her heart, in a word, my old lady will be ashamed to face others. Not long after Tang Yu left, Jun Lu woke up. Seeing the thank you post, he scratched his head. Let's make money, get a spiritual seed, and sacrifice a little color for it is acceptable. When he thought about it, he was immediately startled. How could he become as cheeky and shameless as Mo Fan? Sure enough, if you are close to vermilion, you will be red, and if you are close to ink, you will be black. Ah, Mo Fan, who was waiting for cultivation in the resettlement room of the Magic City, sneezed, strangely but complacently said, "Ha ha ha, there must be a beautiful woman thinking about me." When Lu Jun got up, he called his sister first, and when he got through, he heard a lazy and pleasant female voice, Hey, did you complete the task last night? I didn't hear from you all day yesterday. I'm a little worried about you. Hearing this, he felt warm at first, and then felt guilty again, and said, it's all right, it's settled, I'll be back tomorrow. Oh yes, I had a great harvest this time. On the other end of the phone, Lu Mei hummed softly, it's as long as you're fine, and it doesn't matter what you get. Oh my god, Lu Jun can't stand such gentleness, and I don't know if yesterday's passion has not faded, and his imagination is running wild. He couldn't help but said, Sister, our family is rich, and I have created a top-quality spiritual species. Lu Mei was slightly startled and said, that's really not easy, it's very powerful, but it's dangerous, right? Are you injured? Concerned about his own safety at the first moment, Lu Jun felt that he was going to be manipulated. The words that followed made him break out in cold sweat, and he only heard the voice from the communicator next to his ear. It's great that Teacher Tangyu is willing to bring you money. I couldn't sit down and chat properly during the Battle of Bo City. I thought I would never see her again. Now you have the opportunity to invite her to your home to thank you. Lu Jun was silent. My sister is not in the mood for a treat. Yesterday's incident was embarrassing, so he was too embarrassed to go to Tangyu, mainly because he didn't know what the other party meant. Sigh, he said, Teacher Tang is a judge and has no time. I went back to report on my duties early this morning. Let's get to know each other again when I have a chance. Lu Mei hesitated, why don't you tell her and see if she comes? Well, if I can, I'll come back today. Lu Jun agreed. After dealing with his sister, he hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he really didn't want to call Tangyu now. It was too embarrassing for both of them. Maybe calm down for a while before we can face each other calmly again and become friends again. Immediately, he still decided to make this call. If he didn't communicate well, when his sister contacted Tangyu, wouldn't she immediately reveal her secrets? In an apartment in Westlake, Hangzhou, Tangyu was holding a mobile phone. Seeing Lu Jun's call, her face instantly turned rosy, but she didn't choose to turn a blind eye and answered the phone anyway. She couldn't hold back the first sentence of the big boy on the opposite side, with a sincere voice, if you want, then I will take responsibility, and I'm sorry. Puff. Tangyu originally wanted to maintain the last of her self-esteem, and was a stranger to this guy, but she couldn't help laughing when she heard this sentence, and her heart softened, and then she thought it was the other guy who came to save her. On the contrary, I have to thank Lu Jun for being an adult, who can face embarrassment calmly, not as good as a child. Inadvertently, her tone became much gentler. Okay, I'm fine, I don't need you to take responsibility, and nothing happened, you should say thank you for coming to save me. What's wrong, why did you call me? Hearing this, Lu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Tangyu is indeed a mature woman, but she is generous, and then he hesitated and said, my sister hopes that you will come to meet me. Tangyu was stunned, a sentence came to mind, see parents. She shook her head hastily. Her age was too far from Lu Jun's, 1 or 2 years older than his sister. It was not suitable at all, although the mage's cultivation was advanced and his age could be frozen, and it would be no problem to live to be more than 100 years old, but he couldn't pass that threshold in his heart. Tangyu shook her head. Why did she want to come here, and said in a calm tone, what's going on? Lu Jundao. I just want to thank you in person. Tangyu said clearly. Forget it, you deserve the Mayan spirit seed. You can contact her with my Fishin in this way, and I can just chat with her. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jun heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the time, he found that it was already noon. The two of them were so tired from communicating. I don't know how those masters of time management managed to chat in multiple lines. In the afternoon, Lu Jun took the spirit seed home by car, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw Lu Mei's prepared dinner. He was lying on the sofa, watching variety shows, with a pair of slender and plump big white legs resting on the armrest, and his white and tender feet were shaking. He was slightly taken aback, a little dazed, as if he was still in Bo City in the past. When he walked in, he had a strange feeling in his heart, as if the husband had come back exhausted, and the wife had already prepared a sumptuous dinner and hurried away. The elder sister said without raising her head, come back, let's eat first, why didn't you bring Teacher Tangyu back? Lu Jun was very embarrassed. What was meant by taking it home? and said with shame, "She doesn't have time to come, Feishan has been transferred to you, let's talk slowly." That's right. He took out the magic box and handed it to his sister. "Go to the Magic Association and replace that wind spirit." Lu Mei's eyes lighted up slightly, and she took it calmly. They are all a family, and before raising money to buy special medals for Lu Jun, the water spirit species did not hesitate. When Lu Jun saw that his sister took the spirit seed and added Tangyu as a friend, she pressed the phone there, chatting and chuckling, and didn't ask him any more, so he was relieved. Although he was very curious about what the two of them were talking about, he still managed to pass the test without disturbing him. The next day, the siblings went straight to the auction and exchanged Mayan for the wind-type spiritual seed Yaofeng. The wind species from the Kinling Mountains has 2.5 times the power bonus. The special effect is feather catkins. The wounds opened by the wind blade will bleed continuously and cannot be healed. This feature is very effective against huge monsters with tenacious vitality. Since then, Lu Mei's dual system middle level cap has been capped, and her dual spiritual species has greatly increased her combat power. Leaving aside those freaks who are born with powerful talents, they are enough to sweep away ordinary masters. After the combat power increased greatly, both of them were itchy, and planned to find a group of wild monsters to hunt. It seemed that it was impossible to gather 100 million monsters with the Demon City monster hunting squad alone. It's just that the Devil's City is different from Bo City. They are not locals, and they have to go to the site, and what the devils face is not the monsters on the land, but the flood monsters of the Long River, and the sea monsters of the East China Sea. These two groups are much more powerful than the one-eyed magic wolf. There are endless warriors, and there are monarchs behind them. Of course, with the resources needed by the two siblings, a single group of one-eyed magic wolves could not afford to support them, so they moved to the magic capital. But before that, Lu Jun's gold system was on the verge of breaking through for a long time, so he decided to upgrade first. After a few weeks of grinding, and the continuous nourishment of the white tiger pendant, it was easy. About a week later that night, Lu Jun was alone at home, while his sister was patrolling outside. She was on duty as a night city management officer. She hadn't encountered anything in the city for nearly a month, and she only encountered a little warlord. The corpse and the municipal appropriation cost about 1 million yuan. So he was about to be promoted, so he simply let Lu Mei go by herself. Buzz buzz. At this moment, Lu Jun's body bloomed with platinum radiance, and the platinum nebula in the spiritual world surged and expanded by a full circle. Gold system intermediate level 2 differentiation. He was overjoyed, and felt this effect, the so-called sword light differentiation, which can temporarily change Zhenjin Feijian into multiple mouths, and the killing efficiency has doubled several times. Similar to the second level Thunderbolt Yasha in the middle level Thunder system, multiple Thunderbolts hit the top. But obviously his is more difficult to control. One flying sword is as big as you want, and it takes a lot of thought to move your fingers. If you use multiple flying swords, you need the ability to multitask. The difficulty soars a lot. On the contrary, it is very flexible to use. Fortunately, he has excellent spiritual cultivation. With his current cultivation, he can change 7 flying swords in one breath. It is easy to use 200 or 300 servants in the gold system. After Lu Jun's promotion was completed, he was in a good mood. He had enough time left to think about it, so he planned to meet up with his sister and continue the patrol mission. In the middle of the night, he had just left the apartment and was walking on the road when a shadow squirmed in a remote alley. At night, the neon lights of the Magic City are extremely beautiful. Even at 11 or 12 o'clock, there are still people shopping near Jinyuan apartment, most of them are student couples from Pearl Academy. Not long after Lu Jun walked, he turned and walked into a side road with less traffic, as if he wanted to take a shortcut to the area of the city's monster hunting team. There are only a few people on this road. He has a keen ear. There are 2 boys who are a little older than him. They seem to be freshmen of Mingzhu. They are discussing life in the school, happily. Buzz. Suddenly, the unnoticed shadow at the corner of the alley moved, a group of gloomy light was silently activated, a giant nail was looming, and the thick dark energy made the surrounding light and shadow intertwine, causing serious distortion. Mid-level shadow magic giant shadow nails. If the mid-level evil spider trap of the curse system is group control killing, then the giant shadow nail of the shadow system is the strongest single control. Both of them can ignore ordinary elemental defenses and take effect directly. The effect is also the same. The layout is concealed, and the hit person cannot break free, and the mind is blocked, unable to release magic. The difference is that the former has lethality and a larger range, while the latter can move and control more flexibly. As soon as the dim light appeared, it disappeared out of thin air, hiding in the shadows and piercing directly behind Lu Jun's shadow. Seeing that he was about to hit Lu Jun, at the critical moment, he controlled the star trail. His body was filled with water mist, several blue water streams were intertwined on his body, the turbulence circulated endlessly, the blue tide surged, and under the refraction of light and shadow, the shadow under his feet was forced to stray far. Boom! The giant shadow spike missed Lu Jun's shadow, but instead fell into a large shadow of night, collapsing into a cloud of dark energy. That shadow manifested a man in a gray robe, with an incredulous expression on his face. He said, "We've been discovered. How could this shadow avoid it?" Lu Jun turned his head to look at the corner of the street, and said sarcastically, "Junior high school physics, haven't you heard of the principle of water surface refraction? As for how to find out," he snorted coldly, "under the influence of the psychic system, not to mention the sixth sense crisis warning, the fluctuations of the Lake of Hearts in all directions are under his nose, and the killing intent cannot be hidden." The man in the gray robe of the Shadow Mage was ignorant, and he couldn't understand Lu Jun's nonsense at all. Seeing this, Lu Jun slapped his head, almost forgetting that the 9-year compulsory education in the magical world is all about magic, and science is like web novels, so there is no need to explain it to illiterates. Immediately, he said to the 2 stunned freshmen in the distance, "Stop acting, you guys are all exposed." Ah! The 2 boys were also startled, swallowed their saliva, hesitated, wondering if the other party was cheating, and wanted to pretend to be crazy. Clap, clap, a burst of applause suddenly appeared in the alley, and a man in a gray robe with a mask came up at the end. He clapped his hands and said hoarsely, "Hee hee, as expected of Mr. Liu, who can recognize the actions I taught Bochung." Now sure enough, he knew about the assassination. He glanced at the 2 boys, and said calmly, "Jia Wenqing and Fu Tianming, stop pretending, since others have found out, then show your identities openly." The 2 bright pearl freshmen looked at each other, stopped pretending to be a showdown, and looked at Lu Jun with a sneer on their faces. At some point, this street was deserted, and both sides were blocked. There were 5 people present, a man in a gray robe with a shadow system, a man in a gray robe with a mask, and 3 guys pretending to be new passers-by. "Oh, I wonder who is going to assassinate. It turns out to be the Black Vatican." Lu Jun sneered. He thought it was someone sent by Lu Nian. He glanced at the words of the Black Vatican. He understood these people, and stared at the masked gray-robed man. This person was definitely Yu Ang. The 3 pearl freshmen, Fu Tianming, Jia Wenqing, and Li Nan, all played tricks in the original book, and were the participants who besieged and killed Mo Fan a year and a half later. Of course, they were still freshmen in the same class as Lu Jun at this time, not the old ones behind. It is estimated that the cultivation base is only at the top of the middle class. As for the shadow-type gray clothes, they should be members sent to help, and they are a little more powerful. Although Lu Jun didn't know why he was eyeing him and didn't bother Mo Fan, but mother-in-law, it's understandable. Besides, he was also showing off in Bo City, and he noticed that it was normal, so he only sent this little person to explain and didn't care too much. That happened to be that Yu Ang was missed in Bochung, so kill him now, so as not to harm Xu Zayading or even more people. The longer you live for something like the Black Vatican, the more people you will harm. He looked at Yu Ang in front of him and joked, "Tisk tisk, gray robe. You've been promoted and made a fortune, what happened to your face? It's really ugly." As the words fell, Yu Ang seemed to be stabbed in pain. It was this guy in front of him. The Bo City plan collapsed. In the end, he flinched and was blamed by the head deacon Hujin. He threw half of his body into the cursed pool and completely rotted. Afterwards, Bai Yong leaked the secret, and he was forced to fall into the wilderness, and he was no longer human. In order to get revenge, he used the forbidden technique of the Black Vatican and forcibly raised his cultivation base. The price was that his lifespan was wasted. Now he can only live to be more than 30 years old. "I will tear your mouth apart, soak it in the cursed pool and torture it, turning you into the lowest black beast. Your soul will never be turned back, and you can be driven by me. Yu Ang grinned sinisterly and said, by the way, I heard that you also have a sister who seems to be pretty good looking. I will catch her one day and let the brothers enjoy it. As soon as these words came out, Lu Jun became indifferent and said, just relying on your rubbish. Haha, of course not. Yu Ang raised his hand and smiled strangely. The deacon in blue lent me 3 cursed black beasts, which are enough to deal with you. Under the cardinals of the Black Vatican, deacons in blue, priests in gray, and black-robed believers at the bottom, correspond to high-level, middle-level, and low-level levels respectively. As a gray-clothed priest, Yu Ang naturally had a strong force in his hands, and he chanted a strange incantation. The spells are like gray notes that can be seen one by one. They float around Yu Ang to form gray ribbons, and the ribbons are intertwined with each other, weaving into a gray door full of spells engraved. Buzz buzz. A number of black beasts emerged, covering the entire alley, dozens of them in total, and then, the last 3 even larger cursed black beasts stepped out. They have distinctive dark green eyes, black and red curse marks all over their bodies, and a stale and evil smell of being cursed. Only by using middle-level mages as raw materials and suffering for a long time can there be a chance of being born. 3 war generals, any one of them can kill mid-level mages at will, plus 5 mid-level mages to lead the formation. This kind of lineup can be said to be extremely important, and Mo Fan did not have this kind of treatment in the original book. Yes, I can have a good time tonight. Lu Jun was not afraid at all. Instead, he turned his head and showed a bloodthirsty smile, threatening his family. His heart burst into anger, and he summoned a shocking golden épée in his hand. You're still stubborn when you're about to die, do it to me. Yu Ang sneered, yelling at the 3 cursed black beasts to come forward to kill the enemy. One of the cursed black beasts moved, and there was only a sound of whoosh, and the beast left only an afterimage on the spot, rushing towards Lu Jun at an extremely fast speed. A cloud of dust rose up in place, and the speed could not be captured by humans' dynamic vision. Protagonist attributes. Name: Jun Lu. Cultivation: Middle-level mage, Nebula, spiritual cultivation level 1. Gold series intermediate level 2, casting, Imperial, Zhenjin sturdy. Water system intermediate level 1, water control, violent waves, spiritual species tide. Mind the 3rd level of elementary level, Lingyi. Curse beginner level 3, haze of fear. Homemade magic, sword of the mind. Magic equipment, Qingyan boots. The cursed black beast swooped down above Junlu, looked down at the human boy, his eyes were cruel, and he swung his sharp claws. Soon, the boy fell to his death like the sorcerer in the past, cut in half. But the next moment, Lu Jun raised his sword, and he actually reacted. His eyes are closed, and his mind system reflects the surrounding environment, and he quickly captures some wind and grass. This is the eye of the mind. When he reaches the general level, the speed is getting faster and faster. It is difficult to observe with the naked eye, only the mind can capture it. Originally, the first time Mo Fan encountered a general, he was almost killed instantly. Lu Jun looked very slow at first glance, but in fact he came first, and the shocking gold sword had already reached the claws of the cursed black beast. Then he opened his eyes suddenly, and the platinum radiance rose from his body, intertwined all the way to the long sword, and let out a low growl. Jinmang, shock, rumble. In an instant, there was an explosion in front of Lu Jun, and the golden épée ignited a large piece of platinum glow. From a distance, it looked like a white crescent rising into the sky, and the vibrations made a deep ravine in the street. Cursing, the black beast first felt a pain in its paws, and then an irresistible majestic force struck, and its body was violently thrown into the air. Ang front. Lu Jun's body didn't move, relying solely on the 4th level magic of the gold system. Shock bounced back to neutralize the terrifying impact of a general. Idiot, this person's magic equipment is not simple, let's go together. Yu Ang cursed loudly, seeing the nearly broken claw of the cursed black beast, which was so hard to get up by the white golden glow. He couldn't help but a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. At the same time, seeing the tragic situation of their companions, the other 2 war generals felt jealous and began to surround Lu Jun from both sides. As for the other 4 middle-level mages including Jia Wenqing, they began to sketch the star map. Buzz buzz. But before they cast their spells, Junlu's eyes flickered, one black and one white, and a soul sword polished in the soul stardust rushed out, like a ray of white light, and instantly hit the shadow mage beside him. Ah! The gray-robed priest screamed, bleeding from his orifices, and fell to the ground weakly, and he was brain dead on the spot. And the curse aura emanating from Lu Jun's body was fixed on Li Nan, who was about to cast the middle-level ice magic. Suddenly, the man's face was pale, he was sweating profusely, and the connected stars broke. In an instant, Lu Jun killed the controlling shadow mage who was the most threatening to him. At the same time, he still had spare energy to take care of a mid-level mage, using 2 elementary magic systems to exchange his blood for money. Buzzing, wind disc tornado. Fierce fist, booming sky. Fu Tianming and Jia Wenqing, the 2 bright pearl freshmen, finally cast their spells. Both of them are middle-level cultivation bases. At their age of 19 or 20, they used the forbidden technique of the Black Holy Sea to some extent, and wanted to use this to sneak into the academy and infiltrate them. High level of the system. A cyan tornado more than 10 meters high flew sand and rocks, biting and berserk, and a terrifying pillar of flames burned hotly. Seeing this, Lu Jun dismissed it. Compared to his elder sisters Lu Mei and Tang Yu, this was nothing more than a trivial matter. Forging sword concussion. He responded to all changes with the same attitude, just one move when he came and went, raised the Wujin longsword with both hands and slashed down suddenly, spreading a white golden glow, sweeping across more than 10 meters. Rumble. The tornado intertwined with fire and storm hit, and under the platinum crescent, it split in half. The shock violently tore the green and red tornado, and collapsed into 2 heat waves hitting both sides of the street. A series of explosions sounded, the walls and houses collapsed, and the smoke and dust rolling. Jia Wenqing and the others stared wide-eyed, sword and magic. It's not magic. Elementary level 4 magic is comparable to half of intermediate level magic, plus the lethality of the gold system is easy. Hee. Mr. Lu ignored it, took a deep breath, and depicted the blue star map under his feet, with the majestic water mist rising, and half of the sky behind him reflected, tide storm expulsion. Crash. He swung his fist, and a mighty blue river rushed out, 10 feet wide and 30 meters long, covering the entire street mightily. All the more than 30 black beasts that had been culled, including the 2 cursed warriors, were engulfed by the majestic current, rolled back involuntarily, and were rushed from the street to the end of the street by a huge force. The strong flood caused many houses to collapse. The news here finally got out and was discovered by nearby residents, who called the police one after another. And Lu Mei, who was the closest to Lu Jun's area, also received instructions and quickly went to the scene to investigate the information. When she saw that the place was very close to her home, she was anxious, and rushed across the roof on the wind track. Lu Jun didn't know how to react, but when he swept across the front, most of the black beasts couldn't stand up anymore. While their tendons were broken, part of their monster power was also taken away by the tide. The original brain-dead shadow mage also suffocated to death and was completely hopeless. Yuang and the others also activated their shields to protect themselves in embarrassment, so they were also out of breath. Only the 2 cursed black beasts did not move, wanting to continue killing them. But Lu Jun won't give another chance. The majestic water vapor on his body rises again, increasing its power by 20%, and another flood washes away, making it faintly dark. Boom, boom. The roaring sound spread throughout the surrounding area, and there were 2 consecutive tidal storms. The street more than doubled in size, and there were not many things standing on the field. Buzzing, Lu Jun took control of the gold system star map, and rushed out with the golden épée in his hand, transforming into 7 long rainbows, spanning hundreds of meters, and beheading the heads of the 3 cursed black beasts, as well as Jia Wenqing, Li Nan, Fu Tianming's chest. Puff puff puff. A series of flesh-cutting sounds sounded, and the heads of the 3 cursed black beasts were cut off on the spot, while the 3 humans pierced through their chests. With a flash of golden light, each upper body exploded. Blood rained down all over the sky, and all kinds of flesh and blood tissues flew across, turning the end of the street into a slaughterhouse, and the smell of blood permeated the air, lingering for a long time. Yuang's eyes were dull, his head was drenched with blood, a jet-black flying sword flickered and floated in front of him, his thighs trembled, yellow liquid urinated, and he was incontinent. How is it possible? How is it possible? Yuang murmured repeatedly. It was not that they hadn't thought of resisting during the period, but whenever they controlled Xingzi, they immediately felt a tingling in the head and were interrupted. His eyes were terrified. Zheng Lu's method was too cruel. He dismembered the human body, and he couldn't figure out whether the other party was the Black Vatican or himself. Lu Jun walked in step by step, with a sunny smile, spread his hands and said, I remember you seemed to say that you would do something to me and my sister, but now you are in my hands, guess what I will do. At this moment, Lu Jun stood in front of Yuang, looking down at the kneeling gray-robed man, his eyes turned black, and the haze of fear slammed into the other's mind. Ah! Yuang screamed, as if seeing an indescribable horror. His body trembled, he staggered back, then got up and turned to run elsewhere. From time to time, he seemed to see a pair of crimson evil eyes watching from behind. Ha ha ha, run as fast as possible, and find someone who can save you. Lu Jun held an épée in his hand, with murderous intent, threatening his family, and his sensitive nerves had been touched a long time ago. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.